88 days after it was due to originally take place, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals got kicked off yesterday. And to be honest, it was well worth the wait with some of the action that we saw. We had new faces on the block taking charge, but we had some old hats top the group stages as well. And today, we move into the knockout phase of the competition. And so far, we've seen a variety of skill sets, game plans, ambition levels, even if you want to go that far. 315 goals scored in 110 games yesterday. That bodes well for today. And we want to say a massive hello and welcome to you all, wherever in the world you are joining us from. We are delighted to have you with us for this, the day 2 of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. My name is James Thurgood. I'm delighted to say alongside me is my good friend, Alex Chaffer. Alex, what a day 2 we have on our hands. This is the knockout phase. This is where the winners are really made.
Yeah, this is where it all really starts. The group stages, we need to answer so many questions, actually. We all have all those questions before the tournament, and, the group stages where we start to figure out which guys are going to be the ones to look out for in the tournament. We figure lots of those things out, and we see who obviously is going to go up against each other in the knockout rounds. And this is where we decide who's going to, make it away to Sunday. This is the big day. This is where everyone, either is going to go home or carry on and see us again at the end of the weekend. So there's a lot to play for today. And we've got a lot of games to go through yet again.
We do indeed. Now, we started the tournament with 24 players, 24 of the elite from German esports and on the FIFA 20 scene. We've been cut down now to just 16. And by the end of play today, we will have 4 players from both the PlayStation and 4 players total, PlayStation and Xbox combined, before on Sunday we have the semi-finals of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final and then the final as well to crown our cross-console champion. And it has to be said, the reigning title holder, Alex, has really set the standard after day 1. We thought he had got off to a terrible start. He lost a game against Dulan Mike 3-1 over the course of 2 legs. That game was actually moved forward because Dulan Mike needed to complete his end-of-year exams yesterday. Quite a roller coaster day for the young 18-year-old. But Megabit responded to those 2 losses, Alex, and after that he won 8 individual matches in a row to top his group, and that was quite a marker that he set for everyone.
Yeah, the mark of a champion. It's not how you start a tournament, it's how you finish one, of course. Megabit knows that as well. He's got the experience from winning it last year, and this is what he wants to do. He may have had that rough start with Dulan Mike, getting the win over him in the first game, but he bounced back superbly, and to go unbeaten through the rest of the group stage just sets him up perfectly for the knockout rounds. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on how he gets on, because obviously he is the defending champion. We don't know if we're going to see a new champion crowned or whether Megabit can defend his title. So that's going to be a big story for us to look out for today.
Absolutely. He was one of 4 that topped his group. Of course, there were 4 groups made up of 6 players each. 2 groups for the PlayStation bracket, 2 groups for the Xbox bracket. We are now down to the final 8 in both brackets, it's fair to say. And we do have the cream of the crop. We've got some great old names that have been around the block for ages. I mean, amongst the table toppers, those that finished their group, we have 9 combined German championships between them, not to mention 4 world titles as well. So we have a fair amount of pedigree on show in the guys that top their group, but don't rule out any of the underdogs that finished 2nd, 3rd or 4th, because in this type of tournament, and we have seen it in the past with the virtual Bundesliga, anything can happen. We had some great wins yesterday as well, some really great storylines. We only covered 5 of the 110 games live. We're only human at the end of the day. We can only do so much. We're going to have a better selection, or a higher percentage of this selection on show for you today, but there were some standout results. Hakuna Matata over 2 legs beating Dr. Ahano 9-1 was quite a shock. And then someone that we will see in action later today, Sakul, a 9-2 win on aggregate against Bene CR7X. Now, that was a Wolfsburg player that he helped knock out of the tournament. He's got one on the docket later as well in our second live game of the round of 16. That will be Sakul against Dulan Mike. And based on what we saw from Sakul yesterday, Alex, he is one to watch.
100%. Can he make it 2 from 2 now against the Wolfsburg guys? We can take a look back yesterday and see the group stages and how they ended up. His group 1 for you, just to give a refresh of your minds. We saw Detto finish top of that group with a resounding performance, actually, and across his games scored plenty of goals and dominated most of his outings there. Lefty from Leipzig finishing in 2nd, Harsfeld Leon in 3rd, and P. George of Werder Bremen coming in 4th.
Of course, he'll be in our first featured game of the day today, Detto. We didn't see him in action yesterday, but he will be taking on Fabio, who finished 4th in Group 2. And that's it. It's 1st against 4th, 2nd against 3rd, and vice versa to mirror the 2 groups. That's how we've broken it all down in the knockout stages.
Exactly. And that means, obviously, that Mo Ober, who finished top of his group. He actually was named the player of the day yesterday by the voters on Twitter because of his performances that saw him come into the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals and finish top. One of those playoff winners who shined throughout the day through his performances. We can move on to see Group 3. Megabit there finishing top of the group. He had that rough start and came through the end to finish it without suffering a draw or defeat in the rest of his games. Alex Chappie as well of Leipzig having an impressive day. And Dula Mike, of course, who got that big win over Megabit and impressed us throughout, to be honest, through the rest of the day, and Impact rounding up that group. And then onto Group 4, we can see that another of the couple of big performers from the day, Fenomeno of Cologne, right up there with 12 points as well. He's a name that we have to keep an eye on. And so is Sakul or Lucas that we mentioned beforehand of Bayern Munich. He got some impressive performances. Not the best way to end his day yesterday, suffering that big defeat, as you can see, to Bassinho, who went out. And Yannick of Augsburg and Der Gaucho of Gladbach are the ones that rounded up the rest of the results. And we can look now at how the knockout phase will start today. Obviously, we're going to start with the PlayStation rounds, and we're going to be looking at Detto and Fifabio, of course. It's not really the round of 16. It's sort of the quarterfinals of each, console, but then it all adds up to later on, and we'll be able to see those quarterfinals of each console, which will then lead us to how Sunday will set up.
Yeah, we're talking about it as a round of 16, but that is only when you look at the whole bracket, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One combined. What we are really talking about today, if we break it down console to console, is, yes, the quarterfinals and the semi-finals of each bracket. And to be honest, yeah, Detto, Fifabio, they are the teams and the players that will get us underway in our live coverage today. And it'll be great to see Detto for ourselves, because we were wondering exactly how he fared yesterday. We caught up on some of the highlights here and there, but you can't really gauge where a player's at until you can watch them play a full 90 of FIFA. And Detto, after a very impressive virtual Bundesliga season with Bayer Leverkusen, he is the oldest player in the grand final, the only one repping the over 30s, which I'm distinctly proud of him for, strangely proud of him, I think, for. But he is flying the flag and taking on one of the new bucks that, again, had a very impressive virtual Bundesliga season in Fifabio with Greuther Fürth, who finished second. So this is a second versus third battle in the solo realm, and I think a great way to get our action underway. But I mean, Mo Ober is, of course, when it comes to the PlayStation bracket, the one that everyone wants to beat.
Of course, he's going to be one of the ones in the PlayStation bracket that everyone wants to beat, as will Megabit in the Xbox One. And one of the other reasons I'm really excited for this matchup between Detto and Fifabio is that Detto was one of the ones who actually scored the most goals yesterday. I think it was 20 that he scored across his games, while Fifabio actually scored the least amount, but also conceded the least amount. So Fifabio's games having a lot fewer goals, a lot more of a defensive and controlled approach from him, able to usually dominate the games and dictate that play. It's going to be really interesting to see who can take control of this opening game that we'll be watching. And we always talk about the opening goals and that they can make a huge difference. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing who can open the scoring in those games, because if it is Fifabio, I'd like to think that he'd take control and make their life very difficult for Detto, whereas if the Leverkusen man can get the scoring on the way, who knows how many he could get if he can open up Fifabio's defence.
Yeah, Detto, a three-time world champion himself and three-time German champion as well. But I have to say, in that PlayStation bracket, the other game that's jumping out to me is Lefty against Hakuna Matata. They're kind of two of our left field wild cards in the PlayStation bracket, but they had some stonking results yesterday. I mentioned that win for Hakuna Matata, a 9-1 win on aggregate against Dr. Ahano, who, let's be honest, is one of the big hitters in the German esports world when it comes to FIFA. And so that really sends a statement. And so I think those two, it's a very even playing field between them. And I think they could be ones to watch out for. Mo Ober's got to be careful in the next round who he gets as to whether they can play to that wildcard status that we're talking them up for. But when it comes to the Xbox bracket, Alex, who's jumping out? Which tie's jumping out at you?
I mean, I really like the one that we're going to be able to see, Sakul against Dula Mike. Two of the guys who, Dula Mike has a reputation. He's still one of the youngest in the competition, if not the. And, he made a big splash yesterday by beating Megabit to start off, whereas Sakul, came out of not nowhere, but surprised us a little bit with how well he performed. So I'm interested to see that one. And of course, another one that I'm really interested in seeing is Alex Chappie against Yannick, because Yannick has been one of those guys who, a lot like Fifabio, is one of these controlled players who can really dictate a game and make sure that the opposition's attack doesn't have as much fun as they're used to having, perhaps. And he's coming up against Alex Chappie, who yesterday finished, in a really nice way and was scoring plenty of goals. So another one like Detto and Fifabio, I'm very interested to see who can really, make the most of their way of playing. They stamp their authority on that game and, come out victorious to then go through to the next round.
Yeah, and what we noticed when it came to the 24 players that qualified for the grand final, 12 came from the virtual Bundesliga season itself, 22 teams in that league, and the top 6 then provide 1 player per console for the grand final. The other 12 come from the virtual Bundesliga playoff. And what we noticed yesterday is there was a trend that the playoff players definitely seem to be faring better. And this was the interesting question, I think, for both of us, Alex, coming into this tournament, was when it came to the fact that there was a hiatus. This was meant to take place in the New Yorker Dock 1 in Köln back on March 28th and 29th. And it was who was able to use the hiatus and still stay sharp during that period. And we saw a lot of very good performances yesterday. I mean, Megabit winning 8 in a row after losing his opening 2 games against Dulan Mike really, for me, does set the standard. And he has set the bar that everyone is going to be climbing towards today. And let's be honest, when it comes to the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, the bar was already set quite high.
That's it. It doesn't get much bigger than this as well. We've had that hiatus, we've had that time, but this is where the guys really need to make their voices heard and make a huge splash in the game. Obviously, this is the last chance for them. This is the last couple of days where they can really, get themselves a grand final win, become a virtual Bundesliga champion. It's all down to this. We've had all this build up, we've had the length of period without play, and these guys have been obviously preparing themselves for this, and all that preparation, all those meetings they may have had with coaches and discussions with teammates. It all comes down to these days. So I'm expecting to see big things from the experienced guys, and hopefully one of the young guys can show fearlessness and make their way through deep into the rounds.
Yeah, it was a different environment. We knew that yesterday when we started this whole thing, it wasn't going to be the same as a big event hall that had 1,000-odd people in there, cheering everyone on. These players would ultimately have their team and their clans around them, maybe a trainer here, there as well to kind of, egg them on throughout the tournament, maybe give them tips that they've noticed in terms of weaknesses of their games that they need to, improve. And I think we saw that happen on an individual basis with some of these players yesterday. I'll be intrigued to see where the tweaks come in today when, let's be honest, they are working with a lot less. They've got 2 games to save themselves, put their place in their ticket to the next round. And if that's not the case, then of course we will be saying goodbye to them in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And it is also worth noting we are playing with the 85 game mode. This is, as I said, it was meant to be in one big event hall. So it was meant to be an offline tournament, but it is now online. We are depending on the wireless connections of the players at home. And while we saw them in a very familiar and comfortable setting, Alex, it didn't seem to detract because this is what they do in, day out. What we did see really have an impact on proceedings was the 85 game mode.
Yeah, that's it. It's one of those modes which not a lot of FIFA players are totally fond of, but they do get to have a lot of experience with it in the virtual Bundesliga. That is, at least, it brings all the players onto an 85 level in the game. Your defender might be slower than an attacker, but there's very small variations. So it really does come down to the basic skills of each FIFA player, so that we can make it a level playing field, even if sometimes a Greuther Fürth of the Zweite Bundesliga, the second division in Germany, is going up against Champions League chasing Bayer Leverkusen. It might seem on paper like it's a no competition game, but the 85 mode brings all those guys to a level playing field, and that's what we're seeing in our first game between Fabio and Detto in just a couple of minutes' time. Obviously, we've seen Detto perform really well yesterday and using the guys like Leon Bailey and Lucas Alaria as well. Kai Havertz is someone actually that's quite interesting in the 85 mode. He doesn't get used as much as obviously you would expect him to be used. He's the key man for Leverkusen in real life. But that's what another aspect of the interesting side of the 85 mode is that a lot of other players from the squad get brought into the team. We've spoken about the the historic figure that is Nick Woltemade at Werder Bremen, and he's someone that's only just made his Bundesliga debut on the real pitch in the last couple of months, and he's a cult hero for Bremen in the esports world, just because of the 85 mode and what he brings to the table. He has a strong, weak foot. He's strong and physical, and so we're going to see different players on show again today for Detto and for Fabio, and we can see the teams now. Actually, it looks like Kai Havertz is in that number 10 role, so he's back in to start for Detto as well. He's getting his headphones ready in the last couple of seconds before we start this game. Both guys going with a 4-2-3-1 formation, so no differences there between these two.
Yeah, that's it. You were just talking about Nick Woltemade, one of the players that was credited with Werder Bremen's title win in the league season. So the team part of this competition, the virtual Bundesliga, and ultimately, these are 2 players that finished as runners-ups and in third place in the team portion of it. They're hoping to go one better for Fabio and Detto in the solo portion of the competition. And this opening game, the first leg of the knockout stages, is going to be very important for them to set their stall and give themselves a foundation to work with in the second leg. We didn't see many comebacks yesterday. That was one of the rare things. Only 6 goalless draws as well, which is something that we're very happy about, it has to be said, Alex and I. And we are now underway in our opening game of the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. It took 88 days of waiting for us to get the tournament kicked off yesterday, but it was well worth the wait, and we have whittled it down from 24 players down to 16, 8 players per console. We're in the PlayStation bracket right now with Fabio and Kai Detto Volin of Bayer Leverkusen going head-to-head for a spot in what would be the PlayStation semi-finals. Of course, it will be a cross-console winner that is crowned come the end of it. But as we mentioned, Greuther Fürth finishing second in the virtual Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen finishing third, both behind back-to-back winners Werder Bremen. But now when it boils down to the individual portion of the game, Fabio and Detto are out for themselves. They're representing their teams, but they wouldn't say no to taking home the individual crown. They'll give Megabit and Dr. Ahano the team crown. The solo one is the one that everyone wants, isn't it, Alex?
100%, 100%. Detto almost gets himself a cheeky little goal to start the game there. But as you said, this really is a huge game to get right at the start, the first knockout round. Mistakes like that from Fabio might come back to bite him if he is not careful, but to have these two blockbuster guys who really are the leaders of both their clubs, to have them come up against each other in the first knockout round is a fantastic spectacle. So I'm expecting big things from this. Detto trying to work his magic around the edge of the Greuther Fürth box.
Oh, he's done well to win it in Volland with the chance. Well, Detto starting on the front foot here, certainly. Burkhardt with a very important save early doors. Havertz with a nice turn to get away from his man. Not a lot of space to work with in that Greuther Fürth box. And those are the areas in and around the edge of the area where we really do see the elite separate themselves when it comes to creating chances and being able to find and fashion space. It was a big feature yesterday, and it will likely be a big feature again. As part of the 85 mode is that everyone is capped at 3-star skills. It does mean that the basics come out a little bit more, but if you can work those basics to your advantage, then you've really set yourself up well for success.
Yeah, you've got to be able to work with the limitations. Yesterday, if Fabio was doing that, he might have finished 4th in his group, but he only conceded 9 goals across his 5 games. He may have only scored 8 himself, but to actually concede that few amount of goals and get yourself through on those points, it's a huge thing. So for Fabio, he wants to be doing what he is doing right now, having control of the ball, dictating the game. Doesn't want to make silly mistakes and allow Detto to break or counter-attack in any way. But we have to pay respect to Fabio and his strength in defence. He's not someone who concedes too many goals in singular games. So Detto will have his work cut out as well, even if he was himself actually one of the top scorers in yesterday's games with 20 himself.
Well, that's it. There were only a few players that broke the 20-goal mark, although there is an asterisk next to Detto's name, purely based on the fact that he was in the group with VfL Zander 1848, who unfortunately had to drop out of the competition due to illness. We, again, wish him a speedy recovery on his way back to full fitness. But as a result, everyone in Group 1 got an automatic 2-0 home win and a 2-0 away win against Zander. So technically, Detto only scored 16 times instead of 20, but still one of the most impressive scorers in the group stages. It was actually Basinho who got knocked out of the whole competition, who was the top goal scorer with 21 goals, Alex. And yeah, he finished bottom of his group, so it didn't really get him very far, unfortunately.
So you may be good at scoring goals, but you've got to be able to keep them out as well. And he just wasn't able to do that enough to make the most of those goals that he scored. Quite disappointing. And he actually scored most of those in his final game with that huge blowout win of Sakul. So very interesting stuff.
Yeah, you can score 21 goals, but if you can see 24, you're going to be in trouble at this level, aren't you, unfortunately? And he was very much the player that everyone enjoyed playing against, because all of a sudden goals came flowing freely. But you are right, Fabio is a player who very much likes to keep things tight. We actually saw him lose our first featured game of the day yesterday against Mo Ober, one of the favourites in the PlayStation bracket, with that 2-1 loss on aggregate. The interesting thing was he did actually pick up a 1-0 win in the second leg there against Mo Ober. So showing that he can take on the best of the best in this competition, picking up that win. It wasn't enough for the aggregate victory, but his encounters were low-scoring affairs. He works with very few chances, but tends to be clinical, Fabio, and he's trying to carve one out here. Hagota goes down in the area, and Kai Detto Volin with a clumsy challenge, it has to be said, for a man of his experience, Alex. And a chance here for Fabio to open the scoring from the spot. Oh, it's saved by Hradecki. Detto makes up for the earlier error. High drama in the early stages here, though.
We've only had one shot, and it came from the penalty spot in these opening 35 minutes, but Detto, as you said, redeemed himself in his challenge. He's got more work to do here, though. Big block from Jonathan Tah right on the edge of his own 6-yard box. A couple of dangerous minutes here for Detto. He just needs to calm this down now before the end of the first half, but fantastic stuff for him to choose the right way and make that save with Lukas Hradecki in the Bayer Leverkusen goal. It would not have been the right way for him to start if he had gone 1-0 down in this first half. We spoke about Fabio's ability to go into the lead and give up very few chances for the opposition to actually go ahead in after that. And that would not have been the way Detto wanted to get started in the knockout rounds. He's struggling here, though, at the moment to just hold the ball in the Greuther final third. He's not having much joy. It's all for Fabio, actually, really, with his defensive work on top.
Yeah, you can see an element of frustration creeping in for Detto, and that's maybe a lesson to learn from yesterday. We did see when players really let the emotions get the best of them, especially in those later games when, let's be honest, we weren't quite 100% sure what the full story of their tournament was up until then, but those that had let the emotions get the better of them tended to struggle more. And right now, Detto letting a little bit of frustration creep in, but he has survived an early scare, and he proved in the group stages that he's more than comfortable in front of goals, scoring himself with those 16 goals that Alex mentioned. There's some big wins in there as well against P. George 7. Not to mention victories over Lefty and Leon, two of the younger generation who are definitely seen as underdogs in this tournament. But I think wildcard really is a better description for them because we're not quite sure what we're going to see from them. We know they are incredibly talented on the joysticks, but they are simply not as well established as someone like Detto, who is twisting and turning in the box there. Bellarabi trying to find Tapsoba, and that will be the end of the action from the first half. So goalless through 45 minutes, but a very intriguing encounter so far between two players from opposite ends of the experience spectrum here, Alex.
Yeah, I think it favours Fabio for that start. We spoke about how comfortable he is even when it's a low-scoring game. He'll obviously be disappointed to have not put away that penalty, but for it to still be 0-0 here, he knows that he's been able to nullify Detto's impressive attack and sort of bring the game into his way of playing. And so far, he has been in more control. Very few chances on offer so far. These guys trying not to take as many risks as they may have done in the group stage phases, knowing that they had a few games to sort of figure out where they would end up in the standings. This is the knockout rounds, though. This is all business. So they don't want to be making those sort of risky plays now. And we'll just have to see if Fabio can maintain this control. He's starting well early in the second half, but I don't know if Detto is going to want to risk it so much because he knows that there's a second leg to come as well.
Yeah, right now not breaking out of his shell too much here. Detto, who was a two-time world champion in 2011 and 2012, not to mention the PlayStation world champion in FIFA in 2017, to go with the 3 German championships that he collected over the course of his career. But it's fair to say, with this switch to Leverkusen he made in the summer, enjoying somewhat of a renaissance in the esports scene. And if he were to be successful in this tournament, it really would mark a remarkable revival for him.
He says he can be the FIFA world champion again. He says he has the potential to do it. So these are the sort of occasions where he has to show that and prove it, and, you know, make his name known once again in the sort of global stage and get himself onto that higher level so that he can compete with the likes of Mooba, someone like a Megabit maybe in the next FIFA E-World Cup, whenever it may be. Hopefully we get back to seeing those sort of occasions again in the near future.
Well, this is it. Of course, during the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, these guys will have been honing their skills at home, like many others who picked up the joysticks a little more regularly than I think they normally would have, Alex, when they weren't in lockdown or quarantine. For these guys, it is not really a change in rhythm. They're used to being home more regularly than not, sitting in front of their streams, chatting with their chats, engaging with their audiences, and ultimately playing FIFA. And really, it's been interesting to see that some have managed to maintain, the sharpness that you would expect to come at the end of a season when you've been honing your skills for an entire campaign. Mo Oba was talking about it himself, saying that when it gets to this stage, this is when he's playing his best FIFA, because he really has gotten to the pinnacle of where he's at with this rendition of FIFA. Detto moving it nicely there around the edge of the area, but it was snuffed out by Sarpai. And there was an element yesterday, I think, in some of the group stage games where we were seeing players find their rhythm again on the competitive scene, right? They'll have been playing against some of the best in the training for this, or just in friendly charity tournaments that have been taking place all over the world during the coronavirus pandemic. As we see Fabio a little frustrated there with his player running the ball out of play, but early changes being made here. And in the 85 mode, just to reiterate, we talked about it yesterday, Alex, but in the 85 game mode, fresh legs are so important.
Fresh legs are huge in the final 20 minutes, especially in attack. Both these guys will be getting new forwards onto the pitch in all those attacking positions, as we saw Fabio bring on a new striker, number 10, and left midfielder there, I believe. They just want to make sure that, in these final 20 minutes, they have someone who's got a full bar of energy, who's, able to get those reactions ahead of maybe a defender who's working with only half a bar of energy or something like that. It can make all the difference when you're looking to maybe get a first-time shot off from the edge of the box. If your attacker can get there before the defender, that's all that needs to happen for that goal to go in. It's all these fine margins that these guys are working with. As we see, it's still 0-0 here. The only shot on goal, on target that we've really seen has been that penalty that was saved in the first half. If you are just joining us, Fabio had a spot kick, but Detto and Lucas Radetzky kept it out at the other end. Now, first kind of a little bit of lag there just between these guys. We obviously spoke about it in the build-up. This is being played online now with the coronavirus ongoing. See how these guys can handle it in the final 20 minutes. Can someone get a winner, perhaps? Here's Fabio. Oh, fantastic last-ditch defending, though, from Detto. Jonathan Tah, again, is the man he relies on with that tackle. It's all for Fabio here at the end of this game once again. 15 minutes to go, though. Can someone get a winner, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, Detto's withstanding the advances quite well, it has to be said, but this methodical approach we see from Fabio, and we have seen so often, whether it be in the virtual Bundesliga season, whether it be in the Bundesliga home challenge, or now in the grand final, it's so methodical, but he has a great understanding of the game and how to create chances. And it really then comes down to whether he can be clinical in taking them. And right now he's struggling to do that, but another one brewing here. And unfortunately, the pass again behind the man, snapped up by Palacios. And a chance for Leverkusen and Detto to break.
He's so good at making the other player play the way he wants to play for Fabio. It's very difficult to really, get control of a game. Every game can be different. Detto could come out in the next game and have early possession and maybe get an early goal. But if Fabio has his way with it, he'll be doing very much the same thing as this, and he will not be worried if he comes away with a 1-0 win in the second leg. Neither would Detto, of course, but it's not the way he would want to play. He's much more used to attacking, and as you can see, shaking his head there. He's not quite getting the openings that you would want. The pressing is fantastic from Fabio. It's not allowing any movement in the attacking final third for Detto. Into the final 10 minutes here. This is when they want to have their concentration at the highest peak. No mistakes.
A lovely challenge from Tah just to quell any danger there that Fabio is looking to create. Detto having to have a rethink of his game plan, but that was it. I have to say, when Fabio, when I saw the results, I was surprised he struggled in the group stages as much as he did. But when you look at some of the results and some of his performances, you go, you know what, for the knockout stages, he'll be very well suited to that kind of style of play where it is all on the line. Things are very tight, a bit nervy here and there as well. And let's be honest, he's got a pedigree with him that's come from that virtual Bundesliga season with Greuther Fürth, where they really were the surprise package, finishing second behind Werder Bremen. Ex-Impact 10 is the other Fürth player that is still in the grand final, so two representatives for them. For Leverkusen, we lost Dubje yesterday in the group stages, so Detto the only man flying the flag for them now. And if it was a battle of the beards, Alex, he'd be winning comfortably. I have to say, that's a magnificent piece of facial hair that Kai Detto has fashioned over lockdown, perhaps.
That's it. Sometimes, the lockdown haircuts can go out of style, and not the way people want them to, but Detto has clearly been able to keep on his beard game. And here is his FIFA game as well in the final 30 seconds of the first leg. Outstanding from him. One shot on goal all game long. And he makes it count to get a first leg lead.
Oh, you got to feel for Fabio because he worked hard for that victory, and at the end of the day probably would have settled for a 0-0 draw from the first leg, knowing he had a second leg to go, and then to concede in that fashion, an OP near post finish, which we have seen time and time again with virtually the last kick of the game. I mean, Deto's frustrations were mounting, but there's relief come the end of it for him, and disappointment for Fabio. Similar tale to what we saw with him against Mo Oba yesterday.
100%, just he's been able to dominate these games, but Mo Oba, just like Deto, able to make the most of the very few chances he's had in that game, and now it sets up the second leg perfectly. Deto has that lead to work with. He's going to want to try and take control of the game, but Fabio may be forced to come out a bit more. We'll have to see what he's capable of in this second leg. He won't want to change too much because the reality is that he was in control of that game for 88 minutes or so, just had that one little moment at the end where he gave up a goal, and obviously he missed a penalty as well, which he'll be shaking his head about now. But if I'm Fabio, I sit back, take a breather, take a deep breath and say, hey, look, I really actually dominated that game. I don't need to change much. I have to trust in myself and be able to do what I want to do in this game. I can trust that I can beat Deto in this next leg. Maybe make the most of the chances if I get another penalty. But conceding one shot and conceding a goal is obviously not the way he would have wanted that to end that game. But to only concede one shot in the entire game was quite good work from him. Now he just needs to make sure that he gets a few more up the other end.
That's it. I wouldn't even necessarily classify that as a clear-cut chance for Deto at the end. It really was a half chance that he made the most of with Stanilovic, and I mean, very well done as well, because as Alex said, he had very little to work with in the final third. But maybe that's the sign of experience coming to the fore, which we have seen happen in this competition a couple of times already. But Deto, it was a tough ride to a victory in that first leg, but he got there in the end, and that is ultimately what matters, and a great way for us to kick off our live coverage today of the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final knockout stages. This the first of 6 matches that we will be covering today. We'll be taking one each from the PlayStation and Xbox bracket in the quarterfinals, and then we will be covering the semi-finals from both brackets, both semi-finals from both brackets, so covering all of them across the board, which we'll definitely be looking forward to. But Deto has one foot in that semi-final so far after that first leg victory. The man who has gone on a big health kick himself, it has to be said as well. He's working off the pitch as well as on it, but he really claims that health is a key thing for him. When you look after yourself, that ultimately you could produce your best performances. And right now we're seeing him reach the crescendo of his season and producing the best performances we've seen from him arguably in a long time. I mean, we saw it happen in the Virtual Bundesliga this season, but he's building on that, and that is a great foundation and a great thing to see him do, to build on that foundation into the knockout stages of the tournament.
This is where the experience is going to make things, work for these guys. If they can have that experience to stay concentrated right until the end of the game. He had to work so hard to just not allow Fabio to take full control of that and know that, he was going to have to work with very few chances. And being able to stay with that mindset, stay with that game plan. Obviously, it would not have been plan A, but to go with his plan B of allowing Fabio to have a bit more possession and trust that he would get that chance and to be able to then take it as well. Fantastic from him, showing his experience there, Deto. And now we'll have to see if Fabio can answer away from home. We're back at the Bayer Arena into this second leg. First leg score, as you can see, Deto with that late goal from Adrian Stanilovic puts himself 1-0 up. And now we'll have to see how Fabio can answer. Can Deto maybe take control of this one at home? Looks to try and do that in his first couple of minutes.
Well, that's it. I will reiterate, he is the man flying the flag for the over-30s in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final knockout stages. Kai Deto Volin, 31 years of age. And so the dream of me turning up on the final day on Sunday in a flamingo shirt, live on. I did make that promise yesterday. I'll stand by it. If he reaches the final, I will appear on stream. Oh, I've got to say, the final, I guess he has to reach the final of the PlayStation bracket.
That's true.
If he does, then I will turn up on Sunday in a flamingo shirt in honor of Kai Deto Volin. But right now, he's on the back foot early, and Fabio again carving out the chances that his methodical play looks to produce, but again, unable to beat Hradecky.
He did the hard part. He got the ball past Jonathan Tah, which he was unable to do in the first leg, but his shot just wasn't towards the corner enough, and Hradecky was able to make that save. Just snatched it a little bit there for Fabio. He's he's used to being someone like Detto, actually, in the first leg, who made the most of his very few chances in the game, but there he's snatched at it a little bit. This is where these guys have to stay concentrated, stay calm, don't get triggered by anything in the game. As we mentioned before, if you're able to stay composed throughout the 90 minutes, you may be able to take a chance whenever it may come. It might be the first minute, it might be the last, but if you're calm, you may be able to do that. Fabio is staying calm here. He's staying dominant in the first 10 minutes, but the wall, the Finnish wall of Lukas Hradecky is standing strong for Detto and Leverkusen.
Whenever I think of Lukas Hradecky, all I can think about is Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. His celebration after Finland booked their ticket to Euro 2020, which of course now is Euro 2021. Quite an iconic social media viral clip there of Lukas Hradecky. But right now, he is the hero for Leverkusen and Kai Detto.
I'm sure Detto, if he does get through to the weekend, not only will he thank you for the incentive of wearing the flamingo shirt, he'll be thanking Lukas Hradecky for his work in the Leverkusen goal. He's been fantastic so far, but that does sort of come down to how Fabio has snatched at his chances. Disappointingly so, the first time we see Detto come forward there, but well handled by the defence of Gortefurt. And, you know, Fabio, that's what he's got to do now. He's doing everything right in this game. He's keeping Detto away from his own goal. He's keeping control of the ball for the most part and staying in control of the game. Measured passes, not rushing too many things until he reaches the final third. That's where he's having his problems. He's getting into space, but his finishes aren't following suit.
Well, this is it. Fabio does bring a lot of real game experience into the esports world. He's a Regionalliga player with SV Heimstetten, so a fourth-tier side in Germany, which is not a bad level to be playing at for anyone, it has to be said. A former teammate of Borussia Mönchengladbach's Florian Neuhaus, who's plying his trade in the Bundesliga. They used to be in the 1860 Munich Academy together back in the day. But he is now being called Fabio Bavaria's best gamer. But he has talked about the fact that football taught him discipline and ambition. And he feels like the mental game crosses from FIFA and football. And there really is this crossover that allows him to tap into those qualities, those skills, and that mental mindset. And we were talking about it yesterday. While they are comfortable and familiar in their own homes and in front of their own cameras and in front of their own streams, there is a big mental game that's being played that normally they'd have to be focusing on this tournament in light of a big crowd behind them. Instead, they are now in the comfort of their own homes, but still needing to be at the peak of their powers.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes they might, you know, thrive off that atmosphere that's around them. Some players, you know, want to blur that out and concentrate fully on what they're doing as well. But, you know, the comparisons between virtual football and the real world, you know, in the real world, it's 90 minutes of intensity. But here, these guys have to concentrate, especially in a tournament like this, for, you know, going on 6 hours during a day. It's that concentration and the ability to stay focused throughout that time period across a day. It makes a huge difference. If those guys are able to do that, they can snatch a win right at the end of the day, and that can get them through into the latter rounds. We saw how Megabit is one of those guys that was able to do that. He started roughly, but ended smoothly with his performances and got himself into the knockout rounds. And it's what Detto wants to try and do, stay focused throughout the entire game, because he knows moments like this are going to be coming up against him. Fabio not having a great day in front of goal, and he's running out of time to make sure that he can right those wrongs in front of goal and finally find the back of the net in this tie.
Oh, the pain etched on his face, though, with every chance he misses and every chance he creates, and it goes squandered. It's just getting worse to watch, and it's a pain that many a FIFA player at home, and you and I ourselves, Alex, can certainly relate to. Some more than others, I'm sure. But poor old Fabio right now, he just cannot find that finishing touch in front of goal that will make all the difference and could get him right back into this tie. At the same time, he has to be wary of getting caught on the counter. He can't overcommit forward, especially like a player against Detto, who in the group stages showed that he's very comfortable finding the back of the net himself. And here he comes forward with Volland on the volley, but the angles that time were against him.
Yeah, Detto just doing some snatching of chances himself there at the other end. Not like we used to seeing from him. Both these guys just showing a bit of nerves, perhaps, in front of goal. Detto, though, you know, made the most of his first goal. He scored right at the end of that first leg, and he knows that It may come down to that sort of thing again in this second leg. Fabio is on top in this game, but Deto knows he can counter well and possibly take a chance. Still 1-0 though, so the next goal is going to be really crucial, especially with time ticking on. Can Fabio perhaps get one before the end of the first half here?
Oh, his press forced a mistake out of Deto initially, but the ball won back by the Leverkusen player. Here he is with Diaby. And right now, with time ticking away in the first half, he's certainly not about to rush anything forward. But he wouldn't say no to creating one final chance himself. It was late on in the second half that he scored the goal that has him in front against Fabio, one of the dark horses of the virtual Bundesliga grand final. But Deto's working it well here. Palacios, little ball roll. But in the end, the space is closed down quickly by Fabio, who is staying on top of his defensive work while still creating pressure. The problem for him, Alex, is that the pressure has not told in front of goal. He's kept Deto quiet in the final third himself, but that really counts for nothing at the end of the day if he's not going to be able to reward himself at the other end.
Yeah, neither of these guys are going to be satisfied with how they're playing so far, actually, I don't think, in this game. Fabio, on the one hand, has had most of the possession. He's had more shots on goal in both of these games, in fact. He's been the better player, it has to be said, but he's not been able to make the most of that pressure that he's built up, whereas Deto himself has obviously got himself the lead, but he's used to, you know, getting a bigger lead and scoring more goals. So neither of these guys will be totally impressed with how they've performed so far, but 45 minutes left to right those wrongs, and Fabio is the man with work to do. Can he find himself a goal in this second half to bring the tie level? We can tell you, of course, that this is the second leg of this tie, and if the ties are level across the two games, we will go into a third game, a decider, and that third game will be a golden goal affair. So first goal wins for those guys. Fabio may not allow it to get to that point, though. Fantastic, fantastic finish from Keita Ruel. Fabio loves it, we love it. Keita Ruel may have Fabio back in this game, and we have a right second half on our hands here, James.
And a full kit sighting there from Fabio as well. I wonder whether he's got the shin pad socks and all, but I won't ask him to pan his camera down too far. I think that would be a little bit risky, but Fabio, that is what he was wanting, and arguably what his performance so far over the course of the two legs has deserved. It really would have been a shame to see him go out without scoring when he had fashioned the better of the chances here against Deto. And now the question is, how does Deto respond? Does he break out of a shell and look to maybe get a winner here? But of course, with Fabio, the momentum on his side, you're risking it at that point to then push forward, potentially and get caught out at the other end and concede further and yourself get knocked out. And this is the precarious position these players are going to be in throughout today in these knockout stages. Yes, you can get a 1-0 win in the first leg, but now he finds himself level on aggregate, Deto, and really the momentum, as I said, is on Fabio's side, and he's got to somehow course correct that, swing it back in his favour, find a moment to change the game. He's doing a lot of things right, but in this second leg, like in the first, we haven't seen enough of him in the attacking sense. And it's interesting, you mentioned Kai Havertz not being the preferred player in this 85 game mode. And he came off at half-time for Deto. That was the half-time change. Ilario coming on in his place. It may be a different ball game if you were using Kai Havertz's 94 team of the season so far card, or maybe even his 90-foot birthday card. But in the 85 game mode, he's not quite the star that we're used to seeing in the Bundesliga, and he's one of the brightest that we've got in German football for now. Fabio with Hagota goes for the drill delivery. Tapsoba under pressure, not a lot of time and space to work with. But this is play out from the back that Peter Bosz would be proud of, Alex.
Very much so. The risk is there, but Deto seems to be able to handle that pressure. It's quite interesting when Fabio had the ball there for a good amount of time in the final third of the Leverkusen half. He almost had a 4-on-4, really. His wingers were pushed right up to go with the two forwards that it is now. Almost a 4-2-4 formation when he had the ball, really trying to press high against this Leverkusen back line. But Deto has let this game come back level. A good early goal for Fabio to get, and now with 25 minutes to go in the game, the next goal is going to be crucial if anyone can get it, or else we will be going to that golden goal third game that we spoke about.
Oh, I feel like we're already there. I have to be honest. I feel like whoever scores, if someone scores, and is it Detto? And he's going to take the chance that could be the person that goes on to win this. And it's game advantage again to Detto. And you have to say, once again, he's had very few chances to work with Alex. But when he's had those chances, he has been ruthless in front of goal.
Clinical stuff from Detto. You said it. He's not had any chances to work with in this game. I think that's the first shot on target he's really had. Just lovely composure. He could have even passed across goal there. There was a man waiting in front of goal, but he didn't want to do that sort of thing and finished it perfectly across goal. Great movement, great pass and move from Palacios to connect with the striker and move into the box and provide that finish. We're looking at Detto's tactical work, but it'll be interesting to see now what Fabio does. He needs another goal. He's come back once into this tie. Time is against him, though. Can he do it again with just over 20 minutes to play?
Oh, what a game we've had for our first opener of the knockout stages here in our live coverage. This is exactly the type of game we would have wanted. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd have taken a 4-3 blowout where it was a bit back and forth, but one where it really is on a knife's edge. It could still go either way. Detto does now have the advantage thanks to that goal from Bellarabi that has made it 1-1 in the second leg, 2-1 on aggregate. And he's made a few defensive tweaks to his system. Bellarabi, the goal scorer, coming off now as well. But the pressure and the onus is on Fabio. And this is the point as well, Alex, where it's worth saying the white flag is not raised. But now Fabio can go, you know what, I've got nothing to lose. Worst case scenario, I'm getting knocked out, but that's the way things stand right now. I might as well go for this, really push forward, try and get a second, send it to that third game, go into golden goal. But right now, he's coming up against one of the most experienced players, if not the most experienced player left in the competition. He's been here, he's done it before, and he's looking to put the game to bed, Detto. Unable to do so on that occasion.
He didn't go for the extra pass when he scored his goal. Didn't really need to do it there. The defender was in a good position, and he could have perhaps got another one of those shots across goal away. But as you said it, Fabio now really does have nothing to lose. He needs to push on. I spoke about how he almost was set up in a 4-2-4 formation when he had the ball earlier on. That's what he needs now, because Detto has that experience. He's been in these situations before. He knows more than most how to keep the ball away from your opponent. And, you know, if it's up the other end of the pitch, then that's the perfect place for it to be. So that's what he's going to be wanting to do, trying to keep the ball up the pitch for himself. Just changing a few things now, getting his defensive midfielders to sit back. They don't need to be moving anywhere right now, so we'll almost be seeing a six-man defence from Detto here in the final 10 minutes or so, and that's to be expected when you're dealing with a one-goal lead in the final 10 minutes.
Well, that's it. He looked to be buying very much into the Leverkusen and Peter Bosz philosophy of attack is the best form of defence, but we have seen a few tactical changes there that suggest he is definitely looking to keep things a little tighter than maybe the Dutchman does on certain occasions in the Germany top flight. And he has just over 10 minutes left to defend this lead and book his ticket to the semi-finals of the PlayStation 4 bracket in the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final by ING. This is tense. This is one of those moments where I do miss, Alex, the fact that we are not in a live event hall with the crowd behind us, because nerves would be frayed right now. Instead, both of these guys staying very calm. They're in very familiar surroundings.
It's interesting to see that Fabio has sat right forward on his chair. Detto sat right back. He's fine with this situation, as he shows, almost finding the goal. Offside flag is up actually against Kevin Volland. Shooting there on his right foot. Didn't quite get the connection that he wanted, but Fabio needs to make sure that, you know, in his quest for going for an equaliser here again, that he doesn't concede another one, which would end this game. But we are now in the golden hour, the final few minutes. Who can book their place in the quarterfinals of the PlayStation bracket? That's what we're here to decide.
I have great respect for him as well, not dropping too deep and going all-out defence in a bid to hold this lead. Of course, that does invite pressure, and Detto will be well aware of that. I mean, that would be my instinct in a moment like this. But then again, my FIFA level is not that of Detto or Fabio. I'll take a small fraction of it, to be honest.
I think you're being very modest there, James.
Oh, well, thank you very much, but we haven't played in a while, actually. We may need to change that, and then you'll reassess reassess your view. But that's it. I mean, my instinct would be to drop deep and try and defend and defend and defend. He's at least still creating chances. And as a result, that's actually making Fabio's life harder getting the ball forward where he needs it to be in order to create the chances that could potentially snatch a late equaliser. And I mean, what a story that would be. Detto scoring in injury time of the first leg to snatch a 1-0 win. And if Fabio can score late on in the second to snatch a 2-0 win and send us to golden goal, that would be quite a fitting storyline.
It would indeed. And how crucial that goal was right at the end of that first leg for Detto. It's what has him now with 1 foot in the next round. Saw there him dropping back his defence a little bit. But as you said, I think that is one of the reasons why Fabio has not taken full control of this, because if he had dropped right back, it may have proven costly for him if he'd allowed Fabio to control the possession and actually get more territory up the pitch. This style now from Detto, where he's actually still pushing on himself, makes Fabio have to work back for the ball and not have it all his own way. This could be where he makes the most of a good situation, a set piece now. He takes it short, and what can he work here?
Well, he's worked it well to Luveling, who had time and space to work with. He went for the low, powerful cross straight to a Leverkusen player. Exactly what Fabio would have been wanting to avoid in that situation, because Detto, if his game management is on point right now, he could see out the rest of this game without conceding another chance and without conceding possession. And I'm sure that's what he'll want to do. He's got to move it and break the lines a little bit to release the pressure. And that is a phenomenal long ball, it has to be said, from Edmond Tapsoba to find Leon Bailey. Bailey happy to keep this one in the corner.
That's the sort of pass that can win you a game now. There's less than a minute to go for Fabio to get up the other end of the pitch. Does he have time, really, to get another chance?
Well, he's got to do what he hasn't done all game, which is be direct. Instead of being methodical, he's just got to risk it for the biscuit. And he's trying to do that down that far side, but the referee is not going to give him a chance to snatch a late equaliser. And Fabio, just look at what it means to him. Unfortunately, getting knocked out. Disappointment for the Greuther Fürth man, who was hoping to go one better than his team did in the virtual Bundesliga season by taking the solo crown, but his dream has been stopped by the experience, the man flying the flag for the over-30s, Kai Detto Volin of Leverkusen. What a way to get our coverage of the knockout stages underway. Commiserations to Fabio. I mean, the poor guy. I just want to go give him a hug right now, Alex.
He is not in a good place right now. I feel for him as well, because across those 2 games, he has controlled the ball more often than not. He's had plenty of chances. There's the man who is really going to be haunting him in his nightmares tonight, Lukas Fedetsky, the saves that he made. And one of the biggest ones that he made was in that first leg, that penalty save. Fabio could have opened the scoring from the spot. Worth remembering, he fluffed his lines from 12 yards, and Detto made the most of his last-ditch chance right at the end of that first leg. And that is what crucially puts him into the next round. And Fabio will have to wipe away some of those tears that may have been following there. He did not look happy at all, as you said, James. And, well, Detto's name is in the bracket for the next round in the playoff side of things. Just, I think one last game is being finished up between Mo Ober and P. George, and then we will have all our selection of games to come. Can wait and see just exactly how that will set up. But for Detto, as you said, making the most of his experience, and as we alluded to earlier on, the Flamingo shirt life continues on. It lives on, James, for another day.
The dream 100% does live on, indeed, for the Flamingo shirt. But Detto, we've been talking about the new kids on the block, and in our first featured game, it's one of the experienced old hands who has been round the block when it comes to esports in Germany and the FIFA seed. Back, he was competing back in FIFA 2011. It's absolutely crazy, Detto, but really using all the qualities that he has learnt over the course of a sterling career to book his ticket into the semi-finals. So the experienced old hands are definitely making good work of it so far. And the PlayStation bracket is complete. We move on into the Xbox bracket with our second featured game. And to be honest, we knew that one between Fabio and Detto was going to be tight. We knew it was going to be hard fought. This one, I think, very much we've got 2 of the most exciting players in the game, 2 players that have proven that they can score goals at the highest level in Sakul and Doolan Mike. And really, we are very excited for the second featured bout. But should we maybe take a look at the bracket to see who has booked their ticket into the semi-finals of the PlayStation 4 bracket, because the games are now all over and we can take a look in.
100%. Yeah, we can see it may not have updated quite as we'd like, but Mo Oba clearly getting away with a second leg lead. We can check that now. There he is, in fact. And that's what we have in store for our games. Mo Oba dominating his game against P. George, a 3-0 first leg win, and then added that with a 5-2 second leg win. And Lefty coming away with a very tightly contested win over Hakuna Matata. Almost an upset, you could say, considering the way that Hakuna Matata played yesterday. He was the surprise package of the day, to be honest, with his group stage performances. But Lefty of RB Leipzig has upset the odds, you could say. But now he's got a huge task on his hands. One of the young guns, one of the wunderkinds of the esports world. Can he upstage the E-World Champion, the FIFA E-World Champion, Mo Oba? That'll be one of our games. And there we see up at the top, Detto. And he will be coming up against Lucas, who as well, you could also say in a very tightly contested game there, decided by just one goal, Lucas beating Haasfeld Leon, who was one of the highest scorers of the day yesterday. But he comes away with a hard-fought 2-1 win in the first leg, which was then met with a 2-2 draw in the second leg. And he goes through then to the next round, the semi-finals of the PlayStation, you could say.
Yeah, Lucas recreating his magical storyline, his Cinderella story, really, from the Foot Champions Cup event that was in Paris, Phase 4, earlier this year, when he really shot onto the scene. No one was reckoning with him, and all of a sudden he made it to the semi-finals, where he lost 3-2 in the end to Benfica's Zezinho, who went on to beat Mdosari to win the title of Phase 4 in Paris. But he went from rank 3,255th in the world to 13th, just in that one tournament, Lucas. And now he's doing the same again, where he was certainly on the radar, but setting himself up amongst the elite of German esports now. And again, this will be, I mean, it's the same old story for Detto. It's always going to be. It's going to be the experienced guy against the new kid on the block. But very much, Lucas is one of the newest kids on the block, one of the new generation that's looking to make their mark. Detto wants to show, hold on a second, the old hats. We've got a few tricks still left up our sleeve as well.
Well, it's interesting to see that both those games are going to be very much experience against youth. Can the experience pay off? It would be fascinating to see whether Detto and Mo Oba can come up against each other in that playoff final, perhaps, or the young guys, if they can come away with it. But obviously, we're going to move over to PlayStation in a second, where we'll see Dula Mike come up against Sakul in the next game of our day, our second game of the day so far, just coming off that win for Detto against Fabio. And looking ahead to Dula Mike against Lucas, it is, as you said, one of the games between two guys who came into this tournament with, you know, not the biggest names in the esports world, but a lot of high expectations considering their youthful ways, you know, dominant performances to get to this stage. Both of them, Dula Mike coming through the virtual Bundesliga and Lucas winning in the playoffs. I'm excited to see this because, you know, we come off the back of a battle between Fabio and Detto, which very much came down to thin margins, not a lot of goals. I'm expecting something completely different in this next game.
I think this is going to be a much more open, entertaining, you know, in the typical definition of the word. I think this one will be a little bit more entertaining. There was a lot that you could take from that game between Detto and Fabio if you are of a FIFA 20, you know, variety, and you enjoy watching those types of spectacles. And let's be honest, we've been involved in many of those types of games ourselves throughout our FIFA careers, whether it be FIFA 20 or earlier renditions. Whereas this one, I think we will see two guys really going for the jugular quite quickly. It won't be as methodical. That's what we've seen from Dula Mike in the group stages. And yes, Sakul is a bit more of an unknown quantity to us, but he is a member of the German E-Nationalmannschaft, so the esports side of the German national team. He is representing Bayern, who, of course, don't compete in the virtual Bundesliga on account of their association with Pro Evo, but it doesn't stop their individual players from competing and qualifying for events like this. And Sakul was our one representative from Bayern, and he's representing them very well. Some very big wins, and arguably one of the biggest winners, I think, it's fair to say, from the group stages.
Yeah, that's it. And he's, you know, on the other side to how Megabit performed yesterday. He actually had a really, really good start in his games, got away with a couple of wins. You can check out all the results from yesterday again on virtual.bundesliga.com. Go ahead and check out how all these guys got to where they are now in the knockout rounds. But I'm interested to see how Sakul handles this first game back, because he ended his day really badly against Basinho, suffered, I think it was an 8-3 aggregate loss. It may have been 8-2, I'm not 100% sure. But
4, you were close.
8-4, I almost got there, but I missed out on one goal for him. But to lose like that against Bassino, who ended up going out of the competition, is not how he would have wanted to end that first day for him. So for him to come back and have this huge game against Doolin Mike, he's going to have no time at all to try and come back and find his form again. It's going to be interesting to see if he can do that in this first game, because as we just saw for Fifabio, you can have a good game, but if you don't take your chances, don't make the most of the situation you're in, your day can be over very quickly. And Fifabio, woke up today having dreams of maybe getting into Sunday's semi-finals and final, but that's over now, and it's going to be over in an hour or so for one of these two guys. And
I think Fifabio had his eyes set on the title. I really do. I think all his talk before the tournament was about wanting to go one better than he did with Fürth in the virtual Bundesliga season. When it broke down to the solo competition, he had his eyes very firmly on the prize. And I think it showed in the emotions we saw from him after the game as well, how much it meant to him. Of course, how tough it is to go out in such circumstances when it really is decided by one goal. And it's interesting to see that in that bracket for the PS4, it was only Mo Ober's game that was a blowout. Every other one of them was tight margins in the home leg and the away leg and on aggregate. And what I'm wondering is whether with the Xbox side, we may see a different trend, because compared to the PlayStation bracket yesterday, the Xbox players were outscoring them quite comfortably, it has to be said, in their groups. They were Group 3 and 4. I think there was 93 goals in Group 3, 92 goals in Group 4. And they outscored the PlayStation players quite easily at that point. And that maybe suggests that there's a more expansive approach to the FIFA gameplay on the Xbox side than there is on the PlayStation side. It will make for a fascinating cross-console final no matter who gets there. But what we now need to see is how do these Xbox players judge the balance of risking it and going for the jugular, or maybe taking a leaf out of the PlayStation player's book and saying, you know what, I need to be a little more conservative at times too.
Yeah, because, being conservative can be the way to get through. As we saw, Detto not quite playing the way he usually wants to play, but in the end he comes out victorious against Fifabio, and possibly that's the way that these Xbox guys need to go. But, if I'm them again like Fifabio, I'm saying, play my own way, try and let myself play my own game. Don't let the opposition player dictate the game, and who knows what you're capable of. And I'm hopeful that we'll see more goals, but it is the knockout round. So these guys, they know what they're doing. They've got the experience of it, and they know that, they need to calm things down a bit and try and keep more control of the game, because you don't want to open up your own game to allow someone else to counter-attack and get some easy goals. So whoever can take the control early, as we saw in Fifabio and Detto's game, it's going to dictate the game throughout, but it doesn't always mean that they come out victorious. So it's going to be interesting either way.
Well, that's it. I mean, with these two, they are very much two of the new school variety. I think with Detto, we've got the experienced old hand who's obviously honed his FIFA skills over several years. Fifabio, who has that game plan and that style of play where it very much is a case of, I'm going to take what happens in real football and mirror it in the virtual world as well, where he is very methodical. He's biding his time. He's playing the possession-based style of play and then looking to pounce when he gets that one moment in front of goal. And it worked well for him at times, but fortunately wasn't able to take his chances. Now, with these two, I really think it's a case of they will look to score as many goals as possible. We saw that from them in the group stages. I mean, that win for Doolin Mike in his first game against Megabit was a great way to start it, but their group stage stories were very similar, as Alex mentioned. Both started out really strong and then tailed off towards the end of the day. In the end, it was actually Doolin Mike who needed a 3-1 win against X-Impact 10 to prevent himself getting into any danger in his final game of the day. And we didn't expect that to be the case when we saw him get off to such a strong start with that victory over Megabit. And then he followed it up with a win, a 7-3 victory over Dubje as well. Another of the players that had excelled during the virtual Bundesliga season, so came in with a lot of pedigree behind his name and a good reputation on his shoulders. He's unfortunately been knocked out. But then things turned a little bit. Bomber JNF, it was a 2-2 draw against him. Then a loss against Alex Chappie, who I think is a player who has underlined we do need to take him very seriously in these grand finals. And I'm intrigued to see how he fares against Yannick, who, as we mentioned at the top of the show, really does like to shut up shop and keep things tight. And then on the Sakul side of things, he picked up 3 wins on aggregate in his first 3 games against Der Gaucho, against Yannick, against Bene CR7X. That was that 9-2 victory. And then losses to Fenomeno, which I think is nothing to be ashamed of based on the way he's performed in this tournament. Again, like Chappie, and like Sakul, he is a player that really has underlined his status of I'm one to watch in this, and I can't wait to see how he fares against Impact 10. He is the favourite in that game. You'd expect him to get through, but that could set up a very, very tasty semi-final. And then it was that loss to Basinho that took us all by surprise at the end of the day. The highest scoring fixture of day one, an 8-4 aggregate win for Basinho. But at that point, Sakul knew he was through. He knew there was no pressure on his shoulders, and at that point, it allowed him to play freely. Unfortunately, freedom saw him concede a lot.
Yeah, well, he's one of those guys like Deto who, as you said, likes to try and bring the real world of football into the way he plays. And he spoke about that in the build-up to this tournament, saying that, you know, he looks at the tactics that Bayern use and the way that they play, and he wants to control games and score plenty of goals. And, you know, he started yesterday with an interesting setup where he did have Lewandowski up front, even if he's been reduced to an 85 rating. He had it up as a number 10, I believe. So it will be interesting to see what his setup is for this game, as we are ready to get things underway here at the Volkswagen Arena. One of the high-profile Bundesliga games in the real world. It's Wolfsburg against FC Bayern München. Another player that we'll keep a close eye on is João Victor for Dula Mike. He was heavily involved. We saw 3 Wolfsburg players involved yesterday, and João Victor, for 2 of them at least, was a hugely important part of them getting through to this level. Can he play a pivotal role here for Dula Mike, who is trying to get things underway with a bit of control in his passing movement around the pitch? Sakul, though, as I mentioned, someone who likes to have control of the game himself, much like the team he is controlling, Bayern Munich, the now confirmed Bundesliga champions who will receive their record 8th German title in a row this coming weekend. Will Lucas be able to join the team he is representing by clinching a title? He's got some defending to do though, as Dula Mike breaks into the Bayern Munich box and immediately gets the scoring underway. 8 minutes in, we spoke about it before, James, that this game was going to be one that had a far different way and style of play. Goals were on the cards, and we get one inside the first 10 minutes from Dula Mike.
Yeah, he needed the bounce of the ball to go his way, but it went his way indeed. And you have to say, at that point, he took the chance very well to break the deadlock. And I think we talked about it. The early goal here could be a great thing for the game, for the spectacle. I think we're going to have a very attractive FIFA game here, and it's going to put pressure now on Sakul to make things happen. We saw yesterday in our featured game featuring him, though, that he really can turn it on. It was against Dubje where he conceded first, and then he really proceeded to take control of the game and have it his own way. And the question is whether he can now do that against one of the more talented youngsters that we've got, 18 years old, Dula Mike, the man who finished his end-of-year exams yesterday in amongst all this. One of the 2 players featuring the grand final that were doing their end-of-year exams this week. But right now, maybe that little bit of rest and respite yesterday after finishing his final exam, booking his place in the knockout stages. Now he's ready to get back to the type of performance we were seeing from him in the early stages of the group stages yesterday.
That's it. He started his second day off as he started the first one with an early goal, and he started that day yesterday with wins over Megabit and Dubshot of Leverkusen. That's what he's going to be wanting to do so far in this one as well. He was unbeaten across his first 4 games in those 2 ties. Can he do the same here against Lucas? Got that early goal through Mai here, who's on the ball. One of those players we spoke about as well, who's not often seen in the Wolfsburg squad. I don't believe he's made his Bundesliga debut, in fact, the young defensive midfielder, but he makes a big pass there for João Victor. Almost gets his first goal of the day for Dula Mike. We spoke about how he was so important to these Wolfsburg players in yesterday's play, playing in that number 10 role behind Daniel Ginczek, preferred to Wout Weghorst for these Wolfsburg guys. He was important for Dula Mike himself yesterday. He's going to be a key man again here for him in this game, James.
Yeah, it was strangely one of the big lessons we learnt yesterday. We had 4 Wolfsburg representatives in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Mo Ober and Dula Mike were the players that were able to get the best out of João Victor, get goals out of him, get assists out of him, find space in the final third. They were the 2 that reached the knockout stages, and it was Bene CR7X that ultimately failed to get the best out of João Victor, and as a result, Salzor was the other one. And as a result, they got knocked out, but Sakul is not going out out without a fight here. And this is what I said. The early goal for Dulan Mike is going to force Sakul to break out of his shell. But that was a fine finish from Perisic.
What a stunning finish indeed from Ivan Perisic. Look at that tight angle. The former Wolfsburg man doing the goods, providing the goods for Sakul against his former team in the real world. Fantastic finish there from a tight angle across the goalkeeper. And we spoke about it before. This is going to be one of those games where goals are at a plenty. The control that we saw between Fifabio and Detto is not going to be the first thought in these guys' minds. They are going for goals in this game, and we've seen one apiece already in the early stages. How is Dulan Mike going to respond, though? Daniel Ginczek working his way into the Bayern box. Can he manoeuvre a shot? The teenager, though, staying composed on the ball. Trying to respond early as well. If he can get ahead, perhaps again in this first half, it will be huge for him. He has been described as the German wunderkind of the FIFA world by German sports magazine Kicker. And he's got the chance now to prove it here in this second day of play. João Victor again, the playmaker in control. But Lucas is doing well against his defence. He may have conceded that early goal, but with half an hour gone, he's looking composed as well himself, and trying to manufacture more chances of his own. But both these guys know that chances will come and go, and it's going to be whoever can take the most of those to be able to get themselves a lead in this tie.
That's it. Wolfsburg, they do have a wonderful esports setup. That's why they had 4 representatives in this. The grand finals as Lewandowski with the chance now. Big save from Lino Kasten, because it opened up nicely there for Sakul to take the lead for the first time in the game. We saw Lewandowski playing a big part in his success yesterday. Whether he'll be able to match the output again today is a big question. Always a go-to player in the virtual world or the real world, Robert Lewandowski. A man who has set another Bundesliga record. I mean, the guy has countless records in Germany's top flight, but the latest being the highest scoring season for a foreign player in Germany's top flight. And the accolades continue to grow. And let's be honest, when it comes to Wolfsburg and Bayern, he's got previous Alex.
He does indeed. A lot of people watching will be able to remember that incredible record that he made, where he scored 5 goals in just 9 minutes, coming on as a second half substitute during that half-time break. Scored 5 goals in 9 incredible minutes. You can go to the Bundesliga.com website to check those out if you want to. Just give it a search and reminisce in the glory that was Lewandowski's amazing world record number of goals in just 9 minutes. It would be something special if Sakul could replicate that here. He
just cannot be that good. That's the famous line from Phil Bonney, isn't it?
Famous Phil Bonney line. We're trying to maybe replicate that later on with some more iconic work. There's Dulan Mike and Sakul. Lewandowski, of course, was important for Sakul yesterday in his play. He hasn't got himself on the score sheet so far, but at half-time, these guys will be happy with how things have gone. We've had chances for both. Dulan Mike enjoying more of the possession there, but neither of these guys making mistakes. It's been their own attacking work that has allowed them to score so far.
Yeah, that's it. Sakul will be a little disappointed the way he conceded a kind of bundling ball into the box for Ibu Mai there to open the scoring. Dulan Mike won't mind one bit, but it's just so clear to see that there's a different pace to proceedings here between these two, and I don't want to necessarily boil that down to PlayStation 4 against Xbox One content and gameplay, but there's a noticeable difference in the fact that they are just moving the ball a little more swiftly. The combinations are a little more fast-paced. There's a few more one-touch passes in there as opposed to, you know what, I'll hold up the ball, I'll take a few touches back to goal, try and link up the play that we were seeing from Detto and Fifabio. And I wonder whether that will be like almost a clash of cultures that we're going to get when we get to our final on Sunday, and it does go cross-console. For now, this is turning into a very entertaining game like we expected it to be between two of the new kids on the virtual Bundesliga block, but two that are really making a name for themselves in Sakul and Dulan Mike. And Sakul is threatening again.
First chance there for Lewandowski with the pass from Arp, getting him his shot away. And as you said, these are 2 young guys, but Lucas has a wide range of experience in the FIFA world. He's been competitive in the esports world since FIFA 17, and said that his first FIFA that he played was way back in 2002. So he's definitely one of the guys who's been a FIFA man for his entire life so far. He may be only 22 years old, but he does have that experience. And
that's it. Wouldn't he have only been 4 years old? I read that article and I went, sure, like, I feel like it's like the kids that go on the, the talent shows. Oh, I've been a singer since I was 3 years old. You're going, did you really play FIFA since the age of 4?
He must have had a FIFA playing dad or mum that...
or brother.
Or
maybe.
brother. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I got myself into gaming from my brother getting his first Xbox. So I can definitely expect the sort of relations between that and Sakul's life, perhaps. But definitely, it is funny to say that he is an experienced guy, trying to not make mistakes here as Daniel Ginczek is lurking. He will win a free kick here for Dulan Mike. What can he work from the set pieces? It's gonna be Daniel Ginczek who's teasing us with a nice through ball, but well read though by Perisic and Sakul. A cheeky bit of work there from Dulan Mike trying to work his way through, but Sakul has the experience to read that and expect those sorts of tricks from Dulan Mike to come, the young guy who's wanting to try new things in the FIFA world and bring different ways of playing to the game. He's someone who's had experience on the Foot Champs World as well. He finished 3rd in the Bucharest Foot Champions Cup, the youngest winner of that, and it was said it was strange to go back to school after that. He's obviously been in school in recent weeks, finishing his studies this week, in fact, so it's been a huge week for him.
Yeah, that's it. If he wins this one, he won't have to feel strange going back to school, because he won't be going back to school, Dulan Mike,
that's
at the age of 18.
Yes, that's the advantage that he has now. He can concentrate fully on his esports gaming, and what a way it would be for him to, come from the back of that to finish his school and to win the virtual Bundesliga grand final. It would be a perfect way to set up himself to then go into the professional esports gaming world if he does want to go down that path.
Oh, especially building on that Foot Champions Cup win as well. Because like we talked about Lucas, the Stuttgart representative who did it in Paris, only getting to the semi-finals, Dulan Mike went one better, winning the entire thing. And if you then add to your reputation by saying, you know what, I came away with a very strong performance in the virtual Bundesliga grand final as well, when right now there's not a lot of competitive FIFA going on and the E-World Cup has been cancelled for the time being, then it's going to be a huge feather in the cap of someone of the age of Dulan Mike, who's 18 and is automatically going to immediately become one of the hottest prospects in the esports world. I'm sure there will be agencies and gaming clans really after his talents if he does manage to really set a marker here as well.
Yeah, Wolfsburg will be looking to hold on to him. Obviously, they won't have Mo Ober for the virtual Bundesliga next season as things stand. He's only here through winning the playoffs. So Dulan Mike is the man for Wolfsburg, and they can look to hold on to him as he is looking to hold on to a possible lead, and it could have been that. In the final 15 minutes, what a chance that was at the back post. Ooh, fantastic low cross from Daniel Ginczek, I believe it was, and it found Renato Steffen at the back post on his favoured left foot, but it cannoned back out off the post.
The frame of the goal played a big part in some of our featured games yesterday, and based on that, Dulan Mike is going to make sure it features again heavily today. What a chance that was for the youngster to reclaim the lead. And those are the types of chances, as much as this has been a more expansive game. Clear-cut chances have been few and far between. Sakul has had more of them. That was definitely the best of the second half we've seen for Dulan Mike. And unfortunately, he hasn't been able to put it away. And as a result, he immediately brings off Renato Steffen. He's not happy with that. And I wouldn't be either. That was basically an open goal for the Swiss international to hit. And somehow he finds the one piece of aluminium in between him and a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it looks like an open chance, and Dulan Mike's not the kind of guy who's going to sit and allow his players to make those sorts of mistakes in front of goal, immediately subbing him off. He's got Wout Weghorst now as well out on the right flank, as well as Joshua Zirkzee at the other end now up front. Fresh legs for Lucas as we approach the final 10 minutes of this first leg. A reminder that we will go to a second leg as well, so 1-1 at this stage does leave us wide open for the next game. Can we get maybe a winner for this first leg? It is Dulan Mike pushing the ball around, but he can't quite get the control he wants without Weghorst. As you said, James, it has been a quite open game in comparison to what we've seen already between Fabio and Detto, but chances have been few and far between. But could it be a similar case to that first game we saw, where someone sneaks a late goal?
I wouldn't say no to that. It would set us up very nicely for the second leg, it has to be said. And I think this is a case of, yes, the goals came early, And if the finishing had been a little better in the final third, we'd have had more goals since then. It really has been a case of either the frame of the goal has come to the rescue or a goalkeeper's been tested and forced to produce some sort of denial in front of goal. But the fact is the chances have been at a premium, but they've been very good chances when they have come.
Have indeed. Just a couple of minutes now left, though, for these guys in the first leg to try and get themselves a lead for the second leg.
But this is, again, a bit like the first game, our first featured game. I don't want a blowout. I want a game where we're going into the second leg with it all still to play for. So 1-1 for me is a brilliant scoreline to work with, because at some point, one of these guys is going to have to take the risk. He's going to have to break out of his shell, roll the dice a little bit and see what he can come up with. Now, Dylan Mike could make things a little easier himself, but again, right now, maybe Sakul learned from yesterday and learned that Joao Victor is a man that you do have to close down. When he took on Bede CR7X, it wasn't really Joao Victor's day, so he did well to keep him quiet then, and he's doing well to keep him quiet in this one.
Very much so, and as you said, it's nice to set up the second leg with either a one-goal advantage for either player or a very minimal advantage. And here, in the end, we're seeing just one goal separating these two sides. We saw in those games between the PlayStation boys that only one of them was separated by more than one goal going into the second leg. And that's the case here between Dylan Mike and Sakul. 1-1. The first game score as we look ahead to the second leg.
Well, that was it. In the PlayStation bracket, Mo Oba was the only player to score more than 2 goals in a single game. He did it in both games. He scored 3 in his first with a 3-0 win and 5-2 win in the second leg. So in the Xbox bracket, we've only had one scorer over 2 goals in a single game. And I have to say, Alex, it's the most surprising person of the entire lot.
It is indeed. We can tell you we've got the scores in front of us here at the moment. Yannick, the man who we have built up as this esteemed guy who's, you know, controlling games and working with low scores. He has got himself a 3-0 lead against Alex Chappie in that first leg. Outstanding work from him to take that advantage into the second leg. Not what we expected at all, especially with Alex Chappie's performances. He was sort of earmarked as one of the favourites for this competition. We did say it was going to be one of the more fascinating ties, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Alex Chappie can respond. We see there as well, Fenomeno and Impact locked at 2-2. Much like Sakul and Dylan Mike, and Megabit as well with De Gaucho. They have got themselves. He's got himself a 1-0 lead from his first leg. Can he work with that in the second leg? But just like the PlayStation games, we're seeing very few open games, very few high-scoring games. Just the one from our Xbox One games with Yannick getting a 3-0 lead. A reminder, I'm Alex Chaffer, and this is my good friend and colleague James Thorogood bringing you the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We're in the midst of the knockout rounds, the first of the knockout rounds. We are in the Xbox One bracket side of things. We have just got our way through the first legs of the round of 16 quarter-final stages for these guys. And yes, as I was saying, low-scoring ones, tightly contested games. It means that it all adds up to what is going to be fascinating second legs across the board. And no more so than Dylan Mike and Lucas as we get into the second leg here in a moment.
Yeah, that's it. Megabit now 9 wins in a row, dating back to yesterday as well with that first leg win over De Gaucho, but at 1-0, again, still all to play for. And yeah, I'm just genuinely blown away by the fact that Yannick, who was the defensive specialist yesterday, has now somehow fashioned himself a 3-0 lead against one of the big wildcards in that Xbox bracket, in Alex Chappie. Now, I won't go as far as saying that one's done and dusted, but this one certainly isn't between Dylan Mike and Sakul. 1-1, and I think the second legs are going to be so pivotal. But it really will come down to who can maybe get a bit of breathing room. I'm starting to think, Alex, 1 goal right now isn't enough. It always gives someone a way in. But if you can take a 2-goal lead and really put them under pressure and then really maybe settle back into a more defensive game plan that is meant to, you know, threaten in transition and things like that, then that could be the way forward for victory here for someone like Dylan Mike or Sakul. The tricky part of that is scoring 2 goals uninterrupted.
That is the tricky part when you've got 2 guys who are so good in front of goal, as we saw in the first leg. Dylan Mike getting that lead, but swiftly replied by Lucas to bring the game level again. And as you said, we've seen it very rarely in these opening knockout round games where someone is able to get more than 2 goals behind one another to get themselves a 2-goal lead or more. And if one of these guys can do that, it may not, you know, certify their place in the next round, because we know how capable both these guys are at responding to those deficits and getting themselves back into games as Dylan Mike pushes his way forward with Mbabu, working his way to the edge of the box. Joao Victor as well, the danger man. He is into the box, but doesn't quite get the connection he'd want, and Manuel Neuer makes a huge save. Could have been the first goal we had seen from João Victor, the Brazilian finding space in the Bayern box. Sakul has some work to do here defensively. Dulan Mike starting this game well, piling on the pressure. Sakul, the best goalkeeper in the Bundesliga, the highest rated one. He's been back to his best on the real pitch, that is. He's started well here to make a big save there.
Now that's it. He may be capped at 85 in the 85 mode, Manuel Neuer, but he doesn't lose that ability to not have much to do all game. But when he does have to make a save, make an important one. And we saw him do that there for Sakul. And that was it. It was the point I was going to make, is that for me, it's Dulan Mike that has to change something. Over the course of the 90 minutes in the first leg, Sakul had the better chances and arguably maybe could have won that game. And so he really doesn't need to break from his game plan. I think he needs to do very much the same thing. And if he can then take the chances that he's able to create, then he could be on course for a victory here. Now, Dulan Mike, for me, has to change things because we didn't see him create as many chances, and we definitely didn't see him create as good a chances, but he's starting well here. Oh, beauty!
What an absolutely fantastic goal, and there he is, João Victor, quite possibly the star of the grand final weekend so far. He has done it again, and that is an outstanding finish from the Brazilian. Just finds that space, too much space for a player of his ability, and especially with someone like Dulan Mike in control. A nice ball roll to get him past the defender who had come out to press, and the finesse shot into the far top corner. That's something that even Manuel Neuer can't stop.
Oh, chef's kiss to that. I mean, my goodness. Dulan Mike, what a peach of a shot there, and it all came from exactly those areas that we've been talking about all tournament, ever since yesterday and coming into today. It is how you can establish yourself in tight spaces in and around the edge of the area. And it was one simple basic skill, the ball roll there, that just took him past a man, opened up the space, created the angle for the shot, and he picked up the top corner. He got the power bar spot on there, Dulan Mike. And the question now for me is, can he defend the lead unlike he did in the first leg? Because as I said, if you can take a 2-goal lead here, I think it's going to make a big impression on proceedings.
He's definitely started this game perfectly on the possession again here. And Lucas, you know, in his games yesterday, he actually learnt a lot from his first leg matches. In the first 3 second leg games that he played, he actually picked up 2-0, 1-0 and 5-0 wins. So he did start the day, you know, learning from his opponent and making the most of that first leg to then work better in the second leg. This time he has conceded early in the second leg, but as we saw in the first leg, he's responding well now. Going to push the ball up into the final third of the Wolfsburg half with Leon Goretzka now on the ball, but João Victor's work is not just up the other end of the pitch, he's doing some defensive work as well for Dulan Mike, making the most of things on either side of the pitch. But that's it, Dulan Mike, he's got this lead now, and if he can make it 2-goal lead, you'd like to think he does have one hand on a place in the next round. And this is what he needs to work for now. If he can sort of calm the game down and make sure that, first and foremost, he doesn't concede here, surely you'd imagine that a player of his quality in front of goal will work chances himself at some point. That is a given. And if he can take those chances without allowing Lucas to come back into things, we'll surely see him on his way into the next round. But Lucas will not let it go that easily, will he, James?
No, that's it. The more possession, the better for him as well, for Mike Dulan, at least, that is. Sakul has got to get the ball off him quickly and then make something happen with it. He cannot allow Dulan Mike just to tick off this many seconds off the clock without him impacting the game. Now, the thing is, he has shown that he can create chances, so I wouldn't worry too much. Good bit of defending there from him. But the pressure is on, and this is where we're going to see the nerves settle in a little bit for some of these players. And can Sakul, and you may be wondering why we're calling him Sakul and Lucas. Lucas is his real name, Lucas van der Heide. Sakul is his gamer tag, which, if you haven't noticed, is Lucas backwards. So that is the reason we keep switching between the names, just to clear that up. But he knows he can create chances, and then it'll be a case of can he take them. And I think for Dulan Mike, he's got to be very careful of not inviting too much pressure. Right now, he's doing a fantastic job of winning the ball back quickly and then having long periods of possession that are just taking more and more time off that clock, which will be agonizing for Sakul to watch happen. But there's so little you can do sometimes against a player that's proficient in retaining possession and just keeping you at arm's length off the ball. Those are if I'm honest, Alex, they're the players I hate to play against most online because they just know how to keep the ball away from me. I'm constantly trying to snap at their heels, but you never feel like you can get close enough. And there are tactics you can use and mistakes that can lead to openings like this, and Doolan Mike makes no mistake. You cannot afford to make mistakes like that at this level, and Sakul has to learn that the hard way.
He does indeed, and before the half-time whistle blows here in the second leg, Doolan Mike gets himself that 2-goal lead, that 2-goal cushion, making the most of the mistake, and an outstanding finish there from Daniel Ginczek. Challengers were flying in left, right and centre to try and block that shot, but he powered it past the defence and past Manuel Neuer into the top corner at the near post. Frustration on the face of Lucas there as he allowed Doolan Mike to get that goal, and we spoke about it before in the build-up. These mistakes, if you make one of these guys are so capable of punishing them. It's rare that you see a mistake like that go unanswered, and that's what Doolan Mike has been able to do now to get himself a 2-goal lead, and it sets us up for a second half where, you know, Lucas is going to have to step out of his comfort zone here. First and foremost, though, he has to make sure it doesn't become a 3-goal lead. Cross to the back post is dealt with, though, by Benjamin Pavard, and in the end, Lucas wipes away the sweat as he could have gone 3 goals behind. Not a single shot on goal in that first half, James, and lacking in possession. Doolan Mike certainly dominating the game. Do you see a way back for Lucas into this one?
I see a way back. I don't see a way of him winning this, especially unless something changes in the second half, because this was the perfect response from Doolan Mike after that first leg where he let the 1-goal lead slip, and ultimately, yeah, Sakul ended up having the better of the chances, and he has come out here and dominated the first half of this second leg. He has taken the game by the scruff of the neck, asserted his measure of control on proceedings, and it shows in the scoreline. And I really do think the fact that he's managed to fashion some breathing room with a 2-goal lead is going to be so crucial, because ultimately, yes, Sakul can get a goal back and it will make things interesting and maybe shift the pressure back onto Doolan Mike, but that breathing room is going to be so valuable when it comes to holding your nerve in this second half. The thing is, Sakul is going to push forward. We know that now, right? He's got nothing to lose. The knockout stages of the competition is where we're at. And if he loses today, he gets knocked out. But then at that point, he has nothing to lose when you're 2-0 down in the second leg. The question is, will we then see Doolan Mike grab a third, or does Sakul get the first goal of the second half to make things interesting? Because let's be honest, we're all human. Doolan Mike is as well. He's only 18 years old. And if a goal does reduce the arrears for Sakul, a few nerves are going to creep in, Alex. It's only natural.
That's it. The next goal will be huge in this game, because the reality is that Sakul needs 3 goals to get himself through. In this game, he needs 2 to bring us level again. And as we mentioned before, if we are level on aggregate through the first 2 games, we will go to a third game, which will be played on a golden goal basis. And if we do get to a golden goal game between these 2 guys, you know there will be a goal scored in that third game. No chance of any other formalities being needed, but the reality is Sakul needs to score 2 unanswered goals to get us to that potential point. And at the moment, Doolan Mike is not allowing that to be a possibility. Much defending there from Sakul. Needs to keep his composure. He does so with Sula. But again, mistakes being made at the back. It's not the sort of thing you need to be doing around a player like Doolan Mike, who, as we've seen already, can make you pay for those mistakes with his own composure in front of goal. We're already 15 minutes into this second half in the game. Just half an hour to play. Sakul yet to have a shot on goal here. Almost a perfect threaded through ball for Kingsley Coman. But Kevin Mbabu snuffs it out. But yeah, time is ticking on quickly. And as long as Doolan Mike has the ball up this end of the pitch, Sakul's going to have no chance of getting back into this game.
Well, this is, I think, let's be honest, Sakul is an experienced player, 22 years old. He has been competing at the top level of FIFA for a couple of years now, since FIFA 17, as you mentioned earlier, Alex. He is not unfamiliar with these situations, but what his experience, I believe, will have taught him is that he's going to have very few chances. He may even only have 2 from now until the end of the game, and it really comes down to whether he can take those 2 chances, but he's leaving himself very exposed at the back right now with these all-out attack tactics, and it's going to be potentially a third, but it's the woodwork again that's rattled. Second time in this 2-legged tie that Doolan Mike has hit the frame of the goal. But right now, Sakul is living dangerously as a result, and he's got to do that. When he's 2-0 down in the second leg, he's got to do that. But Doolan Mike has a chance to punish him more. And right now, with just over 25 minutes remaining of FIFA time in this second leg, it's still on a knife's edge to a certain degree, but Dylan Mike, it's going to take a lot to knock him off his perch here, I think.
It is indeed, because at the moment, Dylan Mike looks the most likely to find the net. If we are going to see another goal in this game, he's brought on the fresh legs now that we've spoken about. So vital in this 85 mode. If you can get attacking bodies on the pitch with full bar of energy, they can make the difference, as Felix Klaus breaks into the Bayern box, but just cannot keep the ball in play there by the byline.
That's the type of play we're used to seeing from Felix Klaus.
That is indeed not the perfect attacking play, as João Victor almost puts Karamoko in on goal. Lucas really needs to wipe these cobwebs off and get the mistakes out of his game, because at the moment it's still Dylan Mike looking the most likely. But can you imagine that if Lucas can get himself one goal, perhaps another will follow quickly? It's the sort of thing where if one goal does come, he gives him the confidence and also sends a shiver down the spine of Dylan Mike to think, oh no, I've got some defending to do here, and it makes the nerves creep up a little bit. But he does have a lot of work to do here, Sakul, if he's going to make that a reality as we enter the final 20 minutes here. And still, the Bayern Munich man is looking for his first real chances on goal. Cohen Castells untested, the Wolfsburg goal.
The urgency levels are there, Alex. That's certainly a good sign. He's moving the ball quickly because he knows he doesn't have a lot of time to work with here.
He's working it well into the box. He could have had a free kick there, but instead he gets himself a goal. It's Robert Lewandowski, the man you can count on in these decisive moments to find a finish. We spoke about it. Could he get a goal to make the final 15 minutes interesting? And here we are, 15 minutes to go. He needs one more to force a third and final golden goal game. Dylan Mike sits further forward in his chair. Can he calm the nerves and make the most of his lead here?
Oh, that really has put everything back into context here for this game in terms of the feeling that anything can happen. Dylan Mike would love an immediate response, and this is it. Sakul's still very exposed at the back. Chances are still there for both.
As he works the way into the box, but Bayern again snuffing it out. Again, mistakes, though, creeping up at this time of the game. That's not what you need when you are going for another goal, as Sakul is. This is what Dylan Mike needs to do. Just keep the ball a little bit, not force it too much into the Bayern box. He does well there, finds Wout Weghorst, his header. Just meeting the right foot of Niklas Süle. This is where Sakul could make him pay as well. We've got 10 minutes to go here, James. The ball is up at the other end with Fita Arp as he brings it onto the right corner of the Wolfsburg box. He worked it well with Arp into the box for Robert Lewandowski. Will that be a similar story here? It's Müller trying to work for Lewandowski. Müller off the bench here in the final 20 minutes. The Bundesliga's record assister this season, breaking the record, but Dylan Mike is looking to make his own records now. Felix Klaus, will he find one at the back post? Niklas Süle, though, making the decisive movement in his own box. 5 minutes to go here. Final changes being made. Do you see another goal coming for Lucas?
I won't rule it out. I can't say I'm seeing it coming, Alex, but I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, he just got saved by the go-go gadget legs there of Niklas Süle at the back. And I do feel like there's another goal in this, but I think it's, you know, there's every chance that Dylan Mike makes it 3-1 the same way Sakul, I think, will probably be going into all-out attack 4-2-4 mode in any moment now. Lewandowski, but the thing was, what we noticed there with the chance we just saw from Sakul is that Dylan Mike was just hovering with Ibu Mai, and the minute the ball was played into feet for Lewandowski, Lewandowski was closed down immediately by at least two players. You know, he's calling that second man as well, but he was ready with Mai to pounce. And I think he noticed, if I can stop the service finding Lewandowski, then I'm going to keep Sakul very quiet here in the closing stages. And the thing is, as much as he scored with 15 minutes left and you'd go, oh, normally that's enough time to work with. In FIFA time, Alex, that goes quickly. And we're now into the final two.
As we see, it does look like a four-man attack for Sakul in these final couple of minutes. Can he work his way into a scoring chance? Not with passes like that. And to be fair to him, Dylan Mike defending superbly.
He telegraphed that.
Telegraphed, read it like a book. And now he's going to look to keep the ball with less than a minute to go of added time. And this is what he needs to do. He's happy to run it back into his own half because he knows the time is ticking on. And Dylan Mike, evil play there at the end to get himself the victory, but across the two games, across the two legs, he did more than enough And he finds himself through to the next round, defeating Sakul across the 2 legs. And the Wolfsburg man books his place in the next round of the Xbox One bracket.
I have to say, I'm not a massive fan of running it towards the corner flag with Wout Weghorst in the dying seconds, but you're in the knockout stages of the virtual Bundesliga grand final. You have to do everything you can to win because we are losing big names left, right, and centre in these knockout stages. And if you want to stand any chance of booking your ticket to that final on Sunday and a chance to be crowned either the Xbox One or PlayStation 4 champion, or even go one better and be called the cross-console champion, I mean, you're going to have to bite the bullet and do things that maybe aren't the most popular, but will ultimately get you the win. I think that's a mindset we've all learned having watched the Last Dance documentary during the coronavirus pandemic. Michael Jordan really bring to the fore the mental side of winning and being a champion. And of course, this is only a drop in the ocean compared to what Michael Jordan went through here in the virtual Bundesliga grand final, but there's an element where you can take lessons from that and apply it to moments like this. And I have to say, Dulan Mike, 18 years old, he was one of the most exciting prospects in this tournament for me coming into it. For me, we were going to lose a big name either way in Sakul or Dulan Mike. Dulan Mike does come out on top. I'm delighted to see him do that and book his ticket to the semi-finals because I really think he has the potential to be someone that could go on and win this game and win this whole tournament. And he would be a new name on the championship, but I think we are guaranteed a new name on the title, Alex.
Well, as things stand, James, we may be losing our defending champion as he is struggling against Der Gaucho in his second leg. He went into that game with a 1-0 lead, but we can tell you that he is currently 2-0 down in the second leg to Der Gaucho. And X-Impact as well has got himself an incredible lead against Fenomeno. But as we've mentioned before, these games have really come down to fine margins. As we show you here, the scores as they stand, we'll try and bring you them as live as we can, but Der Gaucho with a 2-0 lead in the second leg. At the moment, he's going to be heading through and sending the defending champion Megabit out of the competition. Meanwhile, Yannick is looking like he's cruising his way past Alex Chappie, but some headline stories are being written here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals.
Oh, we thought the Xbox bracket may have a few more goals, Alex. What I didn't anticipate was it having a few more upsets. It seems to be upset central. Megabit, what a scout for Der Gaucho if he holds on to that victory. And this was the guy that yesterday booked his place in the knockout stages. He lost 2-0 in his first leg in his final group game against Fenomeno, who was playing phenomenal FIFA, it has to be said. No pun intended on the name there, but I'm sure that's what he intended by picking a name like that. But it was crazy then. In the second leg, he turned it around and won 3-0 to book his place with a 3-2 aggregate win. And that was how he clinched up 4th place. And then you're thinking, oh, finishing 4th place in my group. Who am I coming up against in the next round? Oh, no, it's Megabit. What a terrible result for me. But Der Gaucho, again, like he did in that game against Fenomeno, losing the first leg, turning it around in the second. And really, maybe that's a case of the first result forcing him to break out of his shell, take a few more risks against a player like Megabit, who, let's be honest, is beatable, but things have to go perfectly for you, and you have to hope a few things go wrong for him. That may have been what happened in that second leg. His first loss, he was about to break double digits. Megabit with 10 wins in a row in individual competitions and in individual games, and Der Gaucho stops him in his tracks and has now knocked him out of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And Fenomeno, again, a player that I was really looking forward to seeing today. We didn't see any of him during the group stages in terms of our live coverage yesterday, but you were watching the results come in from the group stages. And Fenomeno, again, you know, he's a young lad, but he's actually been in the esports scene for a very long time. He was one of the, the people that paved the way for esports pros to start joining Bundesliga teams. He was one of the first to do it despite his young age. He realized that he wasn't quite fully focused when there wasn't a lot of money in the game, but when he started realizing, hold on a second, I can make a living out of this, he really switched his focus into the esports area. He was on the books at Borussia Mönchengladbach. He then did something that I think a player in real life, Alex, would never do, which is move from Borussia Mönchengladbach to join Köln. That is like a death sentence to anyone out there if he tried doing that in real life. But he's made it work in the esports scene. And after his superb performances in the group stage yesterday, he's falling at the first hurdle in the knockout stages as well. I am genuinely blown away. And there we see confirmation X-Impact has indeed knocked out Fenomeno. We're still waiting on the final whistle to go between Alex Chappie and Yannick, as well as Megabit and Der Gaucho. But What a surprise. What a surprise in store.
It shows that, the group stages are one separate part of this competition. The fact that they're played on a different day is huge because these guys have to reassemble what they want to do. They have to get their mindset back right again because, yesterday's stories are yesterday's stories. This is a whole new day, and these guys can come in with different form and, different mindsets into this tournament and believe, at least I've got myself into this stage. Maybe I didn't play quite as well as I wanted to. Someone like De Gaucho maybe thinking, I could have performed better in the group stage phase. Okay, now I've got to come up against Megabit, quite possibly the toughest opponent I could have come up against. But look what he's done. He's come in with a positive mindset to think, even if I'm 1-0 down from the first leg, I can do this. I can get myself through. And it looks like he's done that.
And something we should point out as well, because it's a fitting storyline to all of this. It was Megabit last season in the semi-finals of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final that knocked him out in the semi-finals. So De Gaucho getting it done earlier, but it was Megabit. He won 9-2 on that occasion. So it wasn't just a win, it was a humbling. It was slightly embarrassing, I'm sure, for De Gaucho, who would have liked to acquit himself better at that stage of the tournament. What a way to rewrite that story and go, hold on, it was a low moment in my life, but I'm bouncing back and I'm taking back the crown. And now he's potentially going to knock out Megabit, exact his revenge. And it's a fantastic storyline that we only get in these knockout stages, right? The stories that come from the 2018-19 campaign all the way through to now. That's what makes these moments so great. And we are still waiting on confirmation, so I feel like I'm nervous. I can't imagine what Der Gaucho's feeling right now while he's sat at home in Borussia Mönchengladbach. But what a scout that could be. But I have to say, my expectations for the knockout stages, Alex, were open coming into today. I really was expecting a few upsets. I thought we were going to have a Cinderella story here or there, a few lovely storylines. Even with these expectations being open, they've surprised me today.
Totally, I'm exactly the same. I would have expected Megabit and Phenomeno to get, not cruise their way through, but to certainly get themselves into the next round. But I think the main storyline we're seeing from today is that these guys are taking this a lot more seriously than yesterday. The low-scoring games are providing drama right until the end, and I think that's what we can expect to see in the next upcoming games. As you saw just a moment ago, our next game will be between Detto and Lucas, the first of the semi-final games in the PlayStation bracket. And what is great about this stage of the competition, James, is that we'll be able to watch every single game. So no more drama of waiting on the other results. We will be able to bring you live coverage of every single game as it happens, the first of which will be between Detto and Lucas, before we then bring you Mo Olber against Lefty. The defending FIFA E-World champion will be going up against the Leipzig man for a place in the final on the PlayStation side of things.
Yeah, and you got to think Mo Olber will be one of the players that's going, oh, Megabit's out. Hello, This could be my year, because it was those two in the final last time around, the two Werder Bremen teammates in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Mo Olber won the PlayStation side of the bracket. Megabit won the Xbox side of the bracket, but it was Megabit who walked away with an 8-5 aggregate win in that final to lift the title last year. And we can now confirm we are going to have a new title holder in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final this year. Megabit has indeed been knocked out by Der Gaucho, 2-1 on aggregate. His winning streak comes to an end at the perfect time for Der Gaucho, but what a shock we have had on the cards there. And I think it's fair to say Alex Chappie has pulled a goal back against Yannick, but that is likely a foregone conclusion in the latter stages of that one. So the lineup for the final four in the Xbox bracket is also complete. It's Der Gaucho, Dulan Mike, and X-Impact 10. So two big upsets there. And interestingly, Alex, two fourth-place sides from the group stages, knocking out two players that won their groups.
That's it. These guys coming off the back of performances that they will not have been happy about, as I said before, coming in with a totally new mindset into this game, this day of play, and making huge splashes early on. And we're expecting to see more of those things come. As obviously, De Gaucho and Dulan Mike is going to be a really fun matchup in the semi-final on the Xbox One side of things, with two younger guys who, especially Dulan Mike, looking to make a name for themselves in this competition. And the simple fact is that now Megabit is out, we're going to see a new champion, as you said, and everyone who's left in this competition immediately thinks, I could win this. Megabit is out. What's going to stop me? If the defending champion has been defeated at this early stage of the knockout rounds, who can beat me? Everyone has to come in with that mindset now. You've got to think, if the defending champion is beaten, who knows what I'm able to accomplish.
Yeah, I would say don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. Like, we are getting right into the best portion of today's show. We knew the knockout stages were going to throw up storylines and a few surprises, but even we've been blown away by what we've seen so far. But heading into the semi-final stages in each bracket, I mean, we are set up so nicely. We've got Detto doing it for the old dogs. We've got the likes of Lucas and Lefty, Doolan Mike doing it for the new kids on the block. You've got Mo Oba, who would love to have his little moment of redemption in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals after losing at the final last season against Megabit. Der Gaucho, who obviously has something to make up for last season, but he has exacted his revenge on Megabit now to claim one of the biggest scalps that we've had in the knockout stages. Phenomeno, who was so phenomenal during the group stages, has fallen short against X-Impact 10, so he's turned it on when he needed it most. And Yannick is going to be someone that I think is very, very hard to beat, but it is tantalizing, it has to be said, the way this is all forming out. And really, right now, I think it's so open, Alex, and I don't think we could ask for more for this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Yes, Mo Oba will be looked at as the favourite with the players that are left, but you do get the sense this is absolutely anyone's game to win.
Yeah, that's it. I think you have to look at Mo Oba and Yannick as well on the Xbox One side of things. They're the only two guys who've really not dominated, but gone out and got themselves a big win from one of their two-legged games in the round of 16. So they're going to be the ones that a lot of eyes are going to be on. But if it keeps going the way that it is with these tightly contested games, it's anyone's for the taking. And we do now know that we're going to have a new champion. So everyone is there, and everyone is potentially going to be the new crowned virtual Bundesliga champion. And, you know, for Mo Oba, it would be fantastic redemption, not only for him to, you know, come back and win this, having lost last year, but to complete the double, you could say, of winning the FIFA World Cup and adding to that with a virtual Bundesliga championship. What an amazing achievement that would be for him to really put himself right at the top of the esports world.
Oh, we'll be calling him the champ. You know, he'll be busting out his own whiskey like Conor McGregor soon if we're not careful, Mo Oba. But yeah, it's one of those. It could be a wonderful accolade for him, and it would be this redemption story for Mo Oba to be able to be the German and world champion at the same time. I mean, yeah, you can't really ask for more in your field of profession, your field of expertise. You know, you've got to be happy with that. But I just feel like this is still wide open, and especially on the Xbox side of things, we've got with Mo Oba and Detto in the PlayStation side two very experienced hands that have been at the top level. They know what it takes to win tournaments like this. And we've got some of these young guns that are really cutting their cloth and working their way to the top of, of esports in Germany and in FIFA 20. And I think they are just as exciting prospects we can get behind in all of this. And I think the first game here, Detto Lucas, we talked about it being the storyline for Detto this whole time. He will have the experienced edge on everyone. But Lucas has proven he's one to watch. He's got to be really careful here, Detto, because Lucas he's just bursting onto the scene, but the potential trajectory that you can see for him in esports and in FIFA 20 it seems to be limitless almost.
Yeah, that's it. And Detto's just come off the back of beating one of the other experienced guys. So now he's got a completely different prospect where he's coming up against a Lucas who's beaten Hausfeld Leon, who those two guys are so attack-minded players, young guys who are sort of fearless coming into the competition. Detto has now got a completely different prospect to deal with how he plays his game, how Lucas wants to control the game. Detto's going to rely on his experience, of course. He's been in these situations before. He's going to want to lean on that and try and control the game and you know, take control of the game from the off. But as you said, looking across the whole bracket, especially in the Xbox One side of things, I think we've seen a lot of the big favourites go out early, which totally leaves it wide open for who could possibly win. At least the Xbox side of things, and then potentially the entire tournament. As we said, this will be the quarterfinal stages that we'll be watching now before tomorrow. On Sunday, sorry, we'll be watching the semi-finals and the final take place. And our next game coming up is the first of those quarterfinals on the PlayStation side of things. Lucas _1004 against Detto of Bayer Leverkusen. So VfB Stuttgart, who are on the brink of promotion from the Zweite Bundesliga in the real world to the Bundesliga, looking to get themselves back in the German top flight. Can they get themselves a man in the final of the PlayStation side of things in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final? Wouldn't that be a story to go with the on-field achievements of Stuttgart?
Yeah, I feel like that pre-match graphic as well just kind of underlined the storyline coming into this one. Detto with a full beard, and I don't think Lucas has a hair on his chinny chin chin. I'm not even sure he could grow one if he wanted to. It has to be said, but it really doesn't come down to how many beard hairs you have on your face when it comes to setting yourself up for success in the FIFA world. What it will come down to is tactics. And I have to say, it's very interesting, Alex, to see that the 4-2-3-1 is 100% the go-to formation for pretty much each and every one of these esports pros in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, and these two adapting it and adopting it again, I should say. Mario Gomez playing in the 10, the creative role. I may have to get the Mario Gomez button ready just so that you don't have to listen to Alex and I sing it again,
I think
like
our
we did
rendition
yesterday.
Our rendition
you know
was
what?
fantastic.
I'm never gonna knock our rendition of, especially of the cha-cha-cha moment. But I just feel like we may have lost a few viewers on the various platforms that we're on when we did that, especially seeing as we gave no warning whatsoever. But we are now underway. It is the first of the semi-finals in the PlayStation bracket of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. It is the untested youngster in Lucas _1004 up against Kai Detto Volin, the man flying the flag for the over 30s in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, and so far doing an admirable job of it as well. And we have talked about how important the opening goal could be. I think it goes without saying that rings true for the semi-finals as well. Who can set their stall early? Who can impose their style of play on the game? We saw Detto struggle with that in his last game against FIFA Fabio, where FIFA Fabio really was having the game the way he wanted. Detto still managed to come away with the victory, but an early chance here for Kalajic. And, well, it looked like it had opened up for a second there for Lucas. And then Tapsoba closed the door quickly.
He did indeed. Tapsoba and Tar looking to be the key man. Almost a mistake there, though, from Hradecki. Passing it out from the back would be ideal for either of these guys, whoever it is, to go ahead early on. We saw Dula Mike go ahead early in his game on the Xbox side of things and really take control of it from that point, even if Lucas did give him a hard time of things. First of our quarterfinals, who can make the first breakthrough? Detto being forced to work with very few chances in his last game. Might get a few more in this one, but at the moment, Lucas is the one starting with the front foot. He's the one controlling a bit more of the possession around the edge of the Leverkusen box. Trying to work the ball around and find a way through with Castro into Gomez and away from the Leverkusen defence.
Yeah, looking to play it out from the back. Combinations in midfield with Weiser and Ezequiel Palacios. Seems to be the go-to midfield pairing for Detto. Palacios and Stanilovic. Two players very much on the fringes of the Bayer Leverkusen first team. Stanilovic still waiting to make his senior debut for Leverkusen. Palacios signed in the winter from Argentina's River Plate. Here is Stanilovic. Those physical qualities that he brings to the table, so important in this 85 game mode that we are playing on. A reminder, all players are capped with their rating at 85. There is a discrepancy in certain statistics, i.e. a winger will always be faster than a centre-back, but the margin of difference has certainly been cut down by the 85 game mode.
Yeah, we won't see Kai Havertz quite threading through the through balls that we're used to seeing, but as we've seen with Robert Lewandowski as well in this tournament so far, that these guys who are, you know, given reduced ratings to what they're used to, it doesn't actually take too much away from them as long as the guy controlling them, in this case Lucas or Detto, can get the best out of them. And there's not many better players on the planet to know exactly how to make the most of their side's biggest performers than their professional esports players.
Well, that's it. It's pace, really, isn't it? It's pace. When you see someone like Timo Werner, for instance, we saw him yesterday with the Leipzig players. He doesn't hair away from his marker the way we're used to seeing on FIFA 20. That's when you notice the real difference. It's that, and it's the skill moves. It's the fact that they're capped at 3 stars, and we really are forcing these players to get used to and make the most of the basic skills, as opposed to maybe the flashier ones that they're used to producing in FUT Champions and things like that. Interesting, though, to see here. Detto's obviously not happy with something in the opening exchanges. He's got a pause lined up. We will wait to see exactly what he's got up his sleeve when it comes to making any alterations.
Yeah, we haven't seen him make an early change like this so far in the tournament. We've seen him play a couple of times, but obviously not happy with something. Might be a tactical change or maybe a personnel change. We'll have to wait and see. It might be the case where the ball does not go out of play now for him, but luckily he's on the ball as he's bringing it forward with Moussa Diaby down the left wing.
Oh, 2 to aim for in the box, but he couldn't get the cross in there with the young Frenchman who has had a brilliant debut season with Bayer Leverkusen since signing from Paris Saint-Germain. The French capital city club, I'm sure, will be slightly jealous of the progression and development he's enjoyed under the tutelage of Peter Bosz. And there are few better head coaches to be working under when you are a player that likes scoring goals, that you like getting forward, you like to take your man on one-on-one. Peter Bosz is quite happy with all those qualities, and he will encourage you as well to try and make the most of them. And Moussa Diaby, as a result, having a great debut season in Germany's top flight.
Detto will be doing the same as the Dutch head coach of Leverkusen, encouraging those wide players to get forward. They may have reduced pace in Moussa Diaby's case for sure, but he's still got the dribbling and agility to get past the fullback and work some magic. But as we've seen so far, these guys not relying on individual quality. It's much more of a team game at the 85 mode. You've got to pass your way through a opposition's defence and unlock the passages through into the box to try and work your way for a chance on goal. We don't see many chances on goal, but when these guys do get in front of goal, they do make the most of it. And as we said, actually, as we check at the clock, it's almost half-time already, and Detto's pause still not coming to him. I think he paused around the 20-minute mark in this first half, but we have to wait until half-time to actually make the most of that.
Well, it can't have been too pressing a problem then, because he did have chances to put the ball out of play himself. He opted to play on, and if he really had seen something where he's like, I've got to change this as soon as possible, I think he'd have been putting the ball out of play further down the pitch. Instead, he seems content to wait until half-time. Of course, it could be the human error of accidentally hitting the pause button when he didn't mean to, which has happened to the best of us, Alex, let's be honest, when it comes to thick thumbs on tiny controllers nowadays, depending on which variation you prefer. And there goes the half-time whistle. Detto, just as he was starting to build up a bit of pressure on the edge of the area, he is stopped in his tracks by the referee's whistle. But 0-0, and I have to say, we just saw the stats there, not a single shot on goal for either player. But Detto, compared to what we saw him do against Fabio, he is the one dictating the play here. And I think that's a good, promising sign for him.
100%, because he was on the back foot against Fabio and obviously got himself through that game. But it isn't how he would want to have played the game. He's always looking to have control of the game. You always are at this level of esports. If you're the one in control, you're the one more likely to score 99 times out of 100. For him as well, with his way of playing, he's able to produce a lot of chances. But so far, the defences are winning the day in this game. No shots from either side through that first half, but it means that we could still see some late drama like we saw from Detto in that win over Fabio in his first leg. Second half to come now, and either side are capable of opening the scoring, but it does look like one of those games where it's going to be tightly contested right through until the second leg. I doubt we'll see someone blow the other one out of this tie in this second half of the first leg. I think it's going to go right down to the wire.
Well, that's it. Even if you concede now, you don't need to risk it too much. It's not the do-or-die, all-or-nothing moment. As Kalajic with the chance, and again, Jonathan Tah standing his ground well there for Detto. But it's fair to say both of these two players, Lucas and Detto, I think the priority is clearly don't concede first. And as a result, we're not seeing many chances being created at either end, because in a moment like this, Detto's not putting pace into the game. He's happy to take pace out of it, a few sideways passes, not rush forward. Instead, just wait and bide your time. Allow play to progress naturally instead of forcing the issue. And you never know, a few slick combinations on the edge of the area in these tight spaces where so much is decided in FIFA. And here's Kai Havertz, the ball broke nicely to him. Folland on the turn, straight at Jens Karl.
First shot of the day between these two guys in the 58th minute. And as you said, I think it is down to the fact that if they had gone behind one of these guys, it'd be so difficult to get back into the game, just because both of Lucas and Detto are so capable at both ends of the pitch, both capable of taking the rare chance when they get it, but also keeping the other one out at the other end. Almost some perfect footwork from Mario Gomez, but he gets the ball back, recycling it well on the edge of the box and turns and shoots. And Hradecki makes another stunning save to keep Detto in it, tipping it onto the post. The attack is still alive, though, for Lucas, and again he hits the post, and again it's blocked away. Unbelievable here for the Stuttgart man. Detto shakes his head in disbelief. You can't believe he's still level in this game. What a couple of minutes that was for Lucas in front of goal.
I mean, he went from having 0 shots on goal in this entire game, Alex, to having 3 in quick succession, twice hitting the woodwork and having another effort blocked by Jonathan Tah. I mean, high drama of the highest order, it has to be said here, between Detto and Lucas, and somehow the ball did not nestle in the onion bag. That is a question that will be asked as to how that was possible. Detto, I mean, that's heart-in-mouth moments. I mean, you have caught your breath. You've got tingles going down your spine, and he's got to count himself as very lucky not to have fallen behind on the score sheets there. I had the Mario Gomez button ready to go. It was poised to be pushed.
I think the final chance is the big one. You know, the keeper had made a couple of a first save onto the post, and I think the defender blocked the next one onto the post, but the third one was almost an open goal, really, and you'd expect that chance to be taken. We've spoken about how clinical these guys are in front of goal, but for Lucas to only find the post with the majority of the goal being wide open, he'll be very disappointed with that. Another pause.
But this is it, that measure of control I was talking about in the first half at half-time that Detto had. He hasn't got it anymore, Alex. Right now, it is Lucas dictating the style of play, the pace of proceedings, and as a result, we've seen him fashion a couple of chances in quick succession there, but he's the one on the front foot. The momentum right now, for me, is on his side, and that may be why Detto's looking to make changes, because he'll have noticed that as well.
That's for sure, because with very little time remaining in this first leg, he knows, more than most, that a late goal can give you a nice cushion going into the second leg, and he's had to work with very little of the ball in the second half. He's getting a bit more of it in the final 5 minutes here, but will a change with some fresh legs be the difference maker for either of these guys? That's what's been proving key so far in this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final weekend. Reminder, this is the first of the PlayStation quarter-finals. Kai Havertz misplacing his pass there, but we'll see Mo Oba against Lefty up next after these two guys. Still a second leg to come into the final 10 minutes now. Can Lucas try and get maybe another shot away on goal and try and avoid at least hitting the post? Whether or not it goes in or not, I think he'll be very happy if he doesn't hit the woodwork on the next occasion he goes for goal.
Yeah, but he's not rushing into anything head first here, Lucas. Quite happy to play the ball about and bide his time in trying to create what would likely be one of the final chances, if not the final chance of this first leg. Here is Mario Gomez. On that 85 game mode, he produces hitherto undiscovered technical brilliance that we don't often see from him in the real world, but you gotta love to see it.
That's why the 85 mode is so fun, because it does bring them down to that basic level where a Mario Gomez can become a Brazilian samba star.
Well, Claudio Pizarro has pace again. He has more pace than he's ever had in his career, I think, the Werder Bremen man.
Yeah, some players will be happy that they're in the 85 mode. The guys who've been upgraded dramatically from what they're used to having. Got to remember that as well as the players who've been downgraded from their normal stuff. But they are closing in on a stalemate after this first leg.
Yeah, we only had 6 of them in the 110 games yesterday, but it does indeed end goalless in the first leg between Detto and Lucas, all even heading into the second. And, well, we talked about the fact that we like our featured games for there to be something to play for in the second leg. And once again, we've had our just rewards in that department. You can see there were a few more chances on goal in the second half. They all came in a flurry for Lucas, twice hitting the woodwork, and another important block from Jonathan Tah. Detto, again, a very frustrating game for him. And it's interesting because we didn't see any of his group stage games yesterday, Alex. He wasn't in our featured matches, Detto. But the 2 that we've seen from him so far today, or the 3 actually now, with this first leg in the bag between him and Lucas, is showing that he's a man that doesn't get a lot of chances in the game. And for him, it really comes down to whether he can take them as to whether he's going to be successful or not. easier said than done when you are picking up the wins and you're getting the goals that are getting you that advantage. More difficult when you're stuck at 0-0 against obviously a very talented FIFA player in Lucas, someone that has a bit of a different style of play, a different game plan. He's looking to take the game to you and make life difficult.
Yeah, that's it. And we've seen him have 2 clean sheets out of 3 now as well in this knockout round. So for him, fantastic defensive work that he's putting on show. But, you know, if he can try and sneak a goal, that would be the perfect way for him to get into the second round. But he can definitely rely on his defensive work so far because it's proving that it's working. Lucas came away with big victories against Hausfeld Leon, who is one of the highest scoring guys as well in the group stage. So for him, it was a perfect start, but he hasn't quite found the way that he wanted to start this quarterfinal or semi-final in the playoff bracket. But obviously a bit of luck on Deto's side as well, because those 3 chances, if they come back to bite Lucas and he does end up going out of this tournament, I mean, he's going to look back at that moment where those 3 shots really hit the post and think, how on earth did I not find a goal there?
Oh, but we'd be silly to think that there's not an element of luck that plays a part in this tournament. If you're going to go all the way and win the final, you're going to maybe have a few moments here or there that you could put down to luck. And especially in a virtual game, I think that's more prevalent than even in the real world. And these players are well aware that they can both be on the receiving end of it and benefit from it. It is a cruel double-edged sword that we all play with when we enter the virtual world. And these players are no different. But really, at 0-0, it's hard to know what to expect from this second leg. I feel like Deto has to break out of his shell a little bit more and be more ambitious, Alex, but I think he is playing a risky game if he tries to do that against Lucas.
That's it, because Lucas can now sit there and think, hey, I had my 3 chances on goal. Maybe luck will be on my side next time. Maybe this game will be the one where I actually get a couple of goals and where I'm the one who's, you know, able to get away with a few missed chances or take those chances and not hit the upright rather than smacking one off the woodwork. We will have to wait and see if he's able to do that, because it is Deto starting this game with the ball in the Bayer Arena. He's in the away kit for Bayer Leverkusen, actually in the grey, and Stuttgart are in the red for Lucas here at Leverkusen. Leverkusen used to wearing black and red at home, but they've got their away kit on today for Deto. Stuttgart, the famous Reds, who were relegated to the German second division a couple of years ago, but are on the brink of getting into the Bundesliga again. And Lucas is on the brink of opening the scoring here, but it's Lucas Hradecky, the other Lucas, who's keeping him at bay once again for Deto, making crucial saves. That time, Mario Gomez, once again, almost opening the scoring for the Stuttgart man. Here he is again on the edge of the box, working his way through ball, almost beat Stanojevic, but a crucial block from the midfielder snuffed out that chance. And just like he did in that opening game, Lucas has had early chances, but now it's Diaby for Deto, and Diaby for Deto is the perfect formula to open the scoring. He does not let those chances go away. Lucas is shaking his head. He is not happy because he knows he's had the chances to go ahead, but it's Deto who opens the scoring.
Well, my finger was hovering over the Mario Gomez button there for a second, Alex. Instead, we go straight down the other end, and it's Diaby, who unfortunately doesn't have his own song, that gets the opening goal. But that's exactly what we were talking about. Deto had to take the few chances he was going to fashion in this second leg, and he takes full advantage of his very first one when Lucas had started on the front foot. And that is such an important message sent by Deto to Lucas is, hold on a second, yeah, you might be able to create chances, you might be able to fashion all the pressure, but I'm right here and I'm ready to pounce when you give me the opportunity. And that's what can sometimes separate the players at the highest level. And Deto, this momentum he's been generating all tournament, he wasn't one of the favourites coming into it, is so impressive to see. And he has the bit between his teeth, looking for a second goal. Havertz, lovely flicks to Stanojevic. Well, it was silky, and it was enjoyable to watch, but it didn't produce the end product he was hoping for, which would have been a second goal.
I think he made the right extra pass there in the box from Stanojevic to then get the shot away, but just good crowding out from the Stuttgart defence. But I really think Deto just enjoys this way of playing, where he, relies on very few chances and relies on him being clinical in front of goal to take those few chances, while his defending at the other end is consistently good, keeping Lucas out. Even if the Stuttgart man is also providing pressure, it is this way of playing that Deto does enjoy, where he's working with very few chances, but the clinical ability he has in front of goal, whether it's with Diaby or Volland or anyone in the Leverkusen attacking line, he's able to find the goals when he's got the opportunities.
These are the types of qualities, you know, we're looking through the lineup, we're looking at the games that we've seen, and you're trying to find the qualities of a champion, of someone that is ready to win the title. And I have to say, Deto has a lot of those qualities, and his games may not be the most open, most goal-filled, but those qualities could serve him well, as Gonzalo Castro coming to the rescue there for Lucas at the back, with Deto again looking to carve out another chance in the final third.
I said it in the build-up that it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Deto is proving that, you know, he's taking his time to learn how his opponent is playing. He measures them up well in the first leg and then comes into the second one and tries to make more control. We saw it against Fabio. He got himself a late goal, but for most of that first leg, he was on the back foot. And then in the second leg, he had much more of a attacking approach and was able to end up getting a draw to send him through. And we're seeing it here again. Lucas has had chances, but it's Deto who's on the ball for the most part in these 25 minutes in the majority. And I like that way of playing. I like that he's able to, you know, realise, hey, I've got 2 matches here. Let me take the first one to really figure out what my opponent's doing, what he enjoys doing with his FIFA play, and I'm going to match up to him in that second leg. I can rely on my defence to keep him out in that first leg, and then I'm going to make the most of my learnings in the second leg. And we're seeing that come to perfect fruition for him. He almost conceded a goal there at the other end and quickly countered. And Diaby was the man who finished off and took his chance. And so far, that way of playing is working for Deto.
Yeah, it's a great effect so far, it has to be said, but here is Mario Gomez for Lucas. Doesn't have many options to work with, forced all the way back to Sosa. Now back into feet for Mangala. 2 around him, trying to crowd him out and cover all the angles. And in the end, it's Palacios who makes an important interception at the back. But that is it. That goal for Deto has, again, it's given him control of proceedings. He's the one dictating play now. And it's interesting how that side of this game in particular, this head-to-head between Deto and Lucas, has swung back and forth. And the question now is whether Lucas can get it to swing back in his favour. Can he re-establish an element of control on this? The problem is he is in that pressure situation of knowing he has to make something happen. Deto's not. Deto isn't going to kick his feet up and go, you know what, I can coolly relax for the rest of this, because he needs to be on point at all times. But he gets a second goal here from Kai Havertz, and that could be that for Deto. But like we said at the beginning of this second leg, he was going to have to make the most of the few chances he had. He has done that to great effect, and Kai Havertz even busting out a few breakdance moves to celebrate.
That was such a difficult chance. You see, pass across goal, a really difficult angle with the defender right behind Havertz, but fantastic first-time finish at the near post. Superb from Deto. Both of these guys are relying on using very few chances at the attacking end of things. They're relying on their ability to score from those few chances, but only one of them is really doing his job so far, and that's Deto, who's had 2 chances on goal so far, and he has got 2 goals, and now he has a 2-goal advantage. And we've seen that in this knockout round so far. Players with more than a 1-goal advantage are in a very comfortable position. They're in the driving seat, and a man like Deto, with the experience he has, when he's in form like he is on the joysticks, he's definitely enjoying himself today so far. It's hard to get him out of the fun form that he's in. He's almost got himself a 3rd goal here. Fantastic turn and finish from Stanilovic. Deto loves it. Leverkusen love it. And that could well be game over for Lucas before the half-time whistle blows in this second leg.
Deto is flying the flag for the over 30-year-olds. He says, move aside, young buck. Lucas, you've got nothing left for me. A 3-goal lead now, and, well, you have to feel that could be game, set, and match for the Leverkusen man. The most experienced player in the competition, a player who believes he has what it takes to win a German title once again. It has been a while since he got his hands on silverware, but he is getting stronger and stronger as this tournament progresses. He is showing the qualities that we are looking for in a champion, and right now, Lucas, I think, is learning that he's on quite a steep learning curve at the highest level of the game. But the fact is he's so young, this is only going to benefit him further down the line. Right now, though, you have to say, I mean, the first leg to the second leg is night and day. It was so tight and tense in the first leg. But right now, on account of taking that 3-goal lead, Detto has managed to release all the pressure on himself in this game, and now he can start having fun with it a little bit.
Yeah, we said one goal could open it up, you know, and we didn't know when it was going to come or who it was going to come for, but, you know, Detto has made the most of that and opened the scoring, and then, you know, the pressure builds, and Lucas knows he has to come out of his shell and try and push it forward a bit more, and it allows maybe some lacking of his defensive work, concentration at the back, and the guy of Detto's skill with that sort of a drag back turn from Stanovic in the box and the finish to boot as well. It's impossible to stop, to be honest. And the reality is now for Lucas that, barring an incredible second half comeback, this is going to be a learning curve for him now. He's got to make the most of this experience now while it's still lasting and say, hey, I'm going to learn from this and make the most of the situation I'm still in. But he's going to have hope. There's no reason to push him out now and say that the game is over fully. If he can get an early goal here right away, then who knows what can happen.
Oh, we've seen stranger things happen in FIFA 20 and in real life, let's be honest. You really can't rule anything out when it comes to results in German football. But Detto will be absolutely delighted with what he's putting on show here. It does seem to all be coming together for him at the vital time. The 85 game mode is something he's very well versed in, having been so successful during the virtual Bundesliga season as well. But right now, it really is a feeling of things coming together for him right when he needs it most in the grand final.
It's the mark of a champion, as we spoke about. He's kept 3 clean sheets of 4 games so far, and now he's finding his scoring touch to push us forward. Oh, we will be disappointed that he didn't find another goal there, or perhaps a penalty, but good defending in the end from Lucas to just push Diaby out of play on the byline. But as I was saying, he's now on course for 3 clean sheets from 4 games so far in this day of knockout rounds. And now that he's being able to find the back of the net, Detto will be disappointed that the semi-finals and finals aren't getting played today. This is his last game, of course, before probably going into the next round of fixtures that will be taking place on Sunday. If he can maintain his form, he's got to be seen as one of the favourites to try and get into that cross-console final. He'll have to play against one of Mo Oba or Lefty, which will be our next game coming up. The other of the semi-finals on the PlayStation side of things between the defending FIFA E World Champion and Leipzig's young gun Lefty. But for Detto, there's no reason to think he can't go on and do more in this competition with the form he's in. Right now, though, he's got some defending to do at his near post. Lucas just can't find a way through.
One turn too many. Just overthinking it there at the vital moment, Lucas. And you can understand that when he's 3-0 down, he's looking for that golden opportunity, the one that he thinks is that 100% chance that he can't miss. And Gomez is a great person to have the ball at feet for in those moments. But in the end, that second turn that was, you know, had sold his defender, ultimately made the angle too difficult to convert for Mario Gomez. And this is it. Lucas is not waving the white flag. We saw him switch to a 3-man back line. He threw numbers forward. Detto will be looking to exploit any vulnerability on the counter like he is now with Volland. He's got a runner through the middle, but Volland couldn't break the press there from Holger Badstuber.
I think, you know, he's scored 3 goals, but what I'm most impressed about is Detto's defending. He's been able to snuff out everything that Lucas has thrown at him. He had that luck in the first leg. He hasn't needed the luck on his side in this second leg so far, but every time, as you said, Lucas has gone forward and, you know, he's gone for that extra drag back, the extra move, because he knows he hasn't got enough space that could really have a clear-cut shot, and that's a credit to Detto's defending. Having enough men behind the ball, around the edge of your own box. We've seen he's had 3 or 4 midfield players right around the edge of his own box. Makes it so difficult for an attacking player, the opposition, to find a way through that. And so far as well, with the powerhouses of Tapsoba and Tar in the middle of his defence, he's enjoying himself here. With 20 minutes to go, he's on course for yet another clean sheet in the competition. And, of course, a place in the semi-finals.
Well, this is it. A lot of people have said that there is an age range where it's certainly an age range that you can thrive in when it comes to being on FIFA. And traditionally, Detto at 31 years old would not be in that age range. But he was talking about it coming into this tournament, saying he feels that esports doesn't have a classic age limit, and he feels like FIFA is getting increasingly professional. And I think what we're seeing here from him is a very professional performance. I think that's a great way to describe it. He hasn't blown Lucas out of the water. He's picked his moments and made them count when he's needed to. But at the same time, it hasn't been flashy FIFA, but it's been incredibly productive FIFA. And you have to admit, it's been lovely to watch at times. But for now, I thought he was going to concede. I thought Gonzalez was surely on there to make it 3-1, but that is the story of the day for Lucas against Detto, is that chances have not gone his way.
I was just going to say the same thing. You took the words right out of my mouth, James. The story of his day, an outstanding through ball there for Gonzalez, but the finish is lacking for Lucas, and that's what's separating these guys as Bellarabi goes for the finish at the near post. This time, though, a rare miss from Detto, but he will not worry about that, having already scored 3 goals. But it really is the story of this game for Lucas, just not taking his chances. He's had so many, especially in that first leg. He's really going to be scratching his head at how he didn't find the back of the net with that chance that saw him hit the post on 2 or 3 occasions in the space of just a couple of seconds. And now as we enter the final 10 minutes, still needing 3 goals to force a third and decisive game, it's looking difficult to imagine that he's able to do that with the way that Detto is defending. We could have our first name in one of the final spots of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Will it be Detto to face either Mooba or Lefty in the final of the PlayStation bracket? Can he seal the win here? Kevin Volland is away, the keeper is out, the chip is on point, and Detto's name is etched into the final of the PlayStation bracket. 4-0 here now against Lucas. And Detto, you are going to Sunday's virtual Bundesliga Grand Final.
Wrap it up, put it under the tree. That's the victory in the bag for Detto. And what a way to cap it off. A classy finish. Jens Graal off his line. Kevin Volland making no mistake. Those are the types of risks you have to take when you're in Lucas's shoes. But those are the types of moments that you can exploit when you're in the shoes of Detto. And he is now cruising to a very comfortable 4-0 victory in the second leg. It was tight and it was tense after the first, but Detto has well and truly swung this tie in his favour to put his name in that PlayStation 4 bracket in the final. And what a moment for him. We've mentioned the fact that he feels he's got the qualities that can win him a title once again as Mario Gomez crashes another effort off the bar for Lucas. And I do think that'll be the big thing that he takes from it, the youngster, is that sometimes things just don't go your way. Graal again off his line, Diaby first to the loose ball. 6s and 7s in the Stuttgart back line, and Kevin Volland makes it a 5-star performance for Detto to book his place in the PlayStation final. And he hasn't just booked his place, Alex. He has sent a strong message that he is one to be feared in this competition.
Statement made from Detto. We were questioning which one of these guys would come out and dominate this tie, this difficult tie to call coming into this game. And again, after the first leg, 0-0, it could have gone any way in this second leg. We've seen both guys had chances, only one more shot for Detto than Lucas, but 5 goals, the difference that takes him through. And he will be back on Sunday to face either Mooba or Lefty in the final of the PlayStation side of things. And, you know, he's the first name in that Sunday bracket of things. He's the first name we know will be coming back. Does that make him immediately one of the favourites to go and reach the cross-console final?
You've got to think he's in a strong position. And right now, okay, if we're going on paper, Mooba will be his opponent in the final. That's what he would anticipate as well. But I wouldn't rule it out that Lefty can cause a surprise in that one. And then Detto, I mean, you've got to think, not only will he have experience of coming up against Mooba, I'm sure those two have clashed in the past as well. They've been, around the same circuits for so many years that there'll be that experience that he can draw from. And the fact is, right now, he has every reason to be confident. He's putting together a great run of performances, unbeaten so far today, 1 draw, 3 wins, to go along with a fine group stage record where he did top his group 1, and came out with 16 goals to his name over the course of those 5 games. And you have to say that the momentum is on his side, and there is this feeling with Detto that things are coming together. I keep saying this, but I do feel like that is what we're seeing. We're seeing things come together in a way that you need things to come together in a tournament setting to come out on top and claim the title. And he really is, I think, as well, using all the tools in his toolbox that he has fashioned over this long career in the esports world that has brought about success before, that has produced titles, and he really seems to be effectively using every tool he has at his disposal.
Yeah, that's it. And one of those tools is his defensive work. It's one of the things that's so difficult on FIFA 20, especially. We've seen it in all the competitions across the esports world. If you're able to keep someone out, you know you can rely on your own attacking ability to find the back of the net. The hard part of this game is to keep goals out. And that's what Deto's been able to do, especially today. 3 clean sheets from 4 games. He's given himself the opportunity to then go and score goals. And we saw 5 of them in one game there in the second leg against Lucas. He hasn't needed that many to actually get him to this stage, but he's doing the main job, and that's keeping goals out at his end. And then he can go on and score goals at the other end. And, you know, it's a huge statement for him, and he can look ahead to playing either Mooba or Lefty and say, hey, I know I'm in a strong position. I can keep goals out. Why should I have to fear these guys?
But you made a great point earlier, Alex, in terms of the break now. We're going to have a 2-day break before they pick up the joysticks again. Admittedly, I'm sure they'll be playing at home. There'll be a bit of training in between the finals as well. But it's who can maintain that momentum and stay sharp over the next couple of days coming into it. And right now, Deto definitely has momentum on his side. The challenge will be maintaining that sharpness on the joysticks that we've seen from him all day today. And so far, definitely, having not seen any of his group stage games, I have to say I'm very impressed with what we've seen from Deto in this tournament, and I think he has certainly made himself one to beat, and understandably so, given the fact that he is now in the final of the PS4 bracket, and we await to find out who his opponent is. You can see there at the bottom of your screen, it is Lefty up against Mooba in the second semi-final, and well, I think after what we saw in the first one, yes, I don't think the 5-0 scoreline over 2 legs tells you the full story of that game, but it's certainly a very convincing win for Deto. And now we wait to see whether Mooba or Lefty can rise to the challenge that's been set by the Leverkusen player. And let's be honest, Mooba certainly has a tough task on his hand, but he is still the favourite coming into this, the man with that eFIFA World Cup title to his name, looking to become the champ and add the German title to his collection as well, because given the fact that the FIFA World Cup has been cancelled for 2020, he's going to have that title for 1 extra year. He could add the second to it later on this weekend, but his first hurdle is Lefty, and underestimating Lefty, Alex, would be a very bad idea.
It would indeed, especially with what he's done today, beating Hakuna Matata as well. It's already a huge statement. Hakuna Matata, after yesterday's performances, it came in as more of an unknown quantity. We didn't really know what to expect from him fully, but he was one of the biggest shocks of the day yesterday in the group stage phases, one of the surprises of the entire day's play. And he came into this day, and I expected him to probably go through against Lefty coming into it, but the Leipzig man came out on top in one of those tight games. But now he is coming up against Mooba. We've spoken about him so much. The qualities he has is so clear, and he's one of the guys who's found the net so often. In this day already, he's scored 3 goals and 5 goals in his 2 games already today, which he played against P. George of Werder Bremen. So will he be able to find the net again against Lefty? It's going to be the big question mark, because Lefty was able to keep Hakuna Matata out, but can he keep Mooba out? And if he can, he could get himself a big upset, because we've seen a lot of big names go out already. Maybe Lefty will be one that shocks the world and sends Mooba out of the competition to set up that final with Deto. Who knows?
Well, that's it. Hakuna Matata's problem-free philosophy wasn't enough to get the better of Lefty, but that, in a way, I feel like is exactly how Lefty has to approach this game against Mooba. He's got nothing to lose. He knows he's the underdog in this game. He knows he's coming up against one of the best in the business when it comes to German esports pros in Mooba. His titles, his accolades, they precede him. And so at this point, he has nothing to lose. So go in there with a problem-free philosophy. You know, have no worries. Take the Hakuna Matata style of play into this game. And I do think Lefty can cause a surprise. And, you know, I'm sure there's a joke to be made about the Lion King being knocked off his perch as well. But you can, of course, check out all the results. I'll refrain from making it. Instead, I'll plug you towards the virtualbundesliga.com website, virtual.bundesliga.com. You can go find out all the results there, see exactly how the games broke down from the group stages through to the knockout stages, where we find ourselves now Get in touch on social media. Your platform of choice, twitter.com/VBL_official is the one we're plugging. But whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are watching, we're delighted to have you with us. And thank you for joining us. Let us know where in the world that you are watching from, because I'm sure we've got a pretty worldwide audience from here, our lovely home in Cologne that we have made for ourselves over the last couple of days. And we will be here again on Sunday to bring you the coverage of the final couple of rounds where we will crown a new champion, because, Alex, for anyone that's just joining us, that is the big headline of the day. The reigning champion, Megabit, has been knocked out.
That is the headline of the day so far. No matter what's happened, no matter that Detto is already on his way to a Sunday appearance, Megabit is out, the defending champion of the virtual Bundesliga, who defeated Moeba last season. He's been knocked out already by Borussia Mönchengladbach's Der Gaucho in his Xbox One quarter-final game, and so we're going to have a new champion, and we've got one more game to go on the PlayStation side of things before we head back over to the Xbox One side of things to see how they fare. But a new champion is going to be crowned in the virtual Bundesliga season today, this weekend. And, you know, after the long wait that we had between the end of the season and the grand final taking place, we had to wait a lot further than we expected. It would have taken place across the 28th and 29th of March. We've had to wait another 3 months for
88 days.
88 days to be exact. We've had to wait. These guys have had to wait as well. And, you know, at the end of the day, it was a little bit too long for Megabit to wait. He had a fantastic season, helping his side to finish top of the standings through the virtual Bundesliga campaign. But he's gone out at the first hurdle in the knockout rounds after providing the goods in the group stage. And again, that's the thing we've learnt as well, that this is a new day and it brings new dawns for all of these guys. You know, expect the unexpected in the virtual Bundesliga grand finals, because we are sat here shocked to say that Megabit is already out. He's not the only one who's been knocked out early on, of course. So check out the standings, how they are sitting. But we are getting ourselves ready for Moeba against Lefty. And will we see another shock? That's the question mark that has to be answered now.
I have to say, I was wondering when you were first going to bust out the expect the unexpected phrase that you coined so well during the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It finally came out on day 2.
And now I have a reason to call it.
So appropriate and exactly the time, because you are right. We should expect the unexpected in this. And I think this is a wide open competition, which makes it's brilliant for us. The entertainment value has been through the roof from the moment we started coverage yesterday. And as you said, yes, an 88-day wait for this. But the wait was worth it in the end, based on the performances that we're seeing these players produce out on the virtual pitch, some of the upsets we've got there, and the storylines that are being produced as well. And right now we can get our teeth stuck into another one, because yes, Moeba comes with a whole lot of prestige, but Lefty should not be underestimated. He is making a name for himself in this competition so far. And as a result, I think Moeba's got a pretty tricky test on his hands with the man who represents RB Leipzig. Eleftherios Ilias is his real name. He's an MW Gaming representative, 22 years of age. And it's interesting because he did formerly play under the gamer tag of Leftinho and was on the books with Werder Bremen as a backup to Moeba when Moeba was playing in individual tournaments that were outside of the virtual Bundesliga. Lefty would step in and play in his stead. And now the two former teammates go up against one another. And this was it. Moeba talked about Lefty as well when they were on the books at Bremen. And he said that if Lefty didn't focus as much on real football, he could be even better at FIFA. Now, the question is, in the year since they were on the books together at Bremen, has Lefty focused more on FIFA to maybe spring a surprise here against his former teammate?
It's another storyline that adds to the drama of this. The apprentice against the teacher, the Padawan against the Jedi Knight, if you are a Star Wars fan. Lefty going up against his former colleague and teacher in Moeba as we get things underway here at the Red Bull Arena. Leipzig from left to right in their home strip, and Wolfsburg in the full green, going from right to left with Moeba in control. Can Lefty cause a shock and send the FIFA E-World champion out of the virtual Bundesliga grand finals?
Oh, chance was opening up there, and just at the vital moment, Bias lost his footing. Timo Werner back to Kraus. The early pressure being generated by Lefty, but Moeba very proficient at keeping things tight at the back, but the pass out wasn't as proficient.
One thing that's interesting that I didn't expect, and we've picked up this season as Mooba sends the ball in behind. Daniel Ginczek is in on goal. Can he make the most of the chance? A save at first, but João Victor is there. The rebound goes in. We are 10 minutes in and we have an early goal for Mooba. He is 1-0 up against Lefty.
Well, we had to wait almost 100 minutes for the opening goal of the tie between Detto and Lucas. We have had to wait very little time at all, and just when Lefty was generating all the early pressure, it's Mooba who breaks down the other end and opens the scoring, Alex, and very much like our opening game that we featured yesterday in yesterday's coverage, Mooba does not seem to be coming into this tournament with his possession-based style. He seems very comfortable, direct play in transition, and right now, I don't know whether the opponents he's coming up against are expecting it to go other way, but I say that, and Werner levels the scores for Lefty. One chance at either end, and we've got a goal apiece so far. And this is maybe it. We shouldn't draw any other conclusions in this one. Let's just see how this plays out, because this could go any which way, but what a blistering start to proceedings here.
Expect the unexpected, James. I called it before, and here we see it. What a fantastic goal that is from Lefty, working the ball down the right flank with Josef Paulsen. He saw Timo Werner in front of goal, in behind the Wolfsburg defence, played that perfect low cross, fantastically weighted and timed. The finish was there as well to go with it on Werner's left foot. 15 minutes in, we've already got a goal apiece here. Both these guys capable of scoring plenty of goals. And that's it. We have learnt our lessons from these first games, and we are not drawing any conclusions here. And especially between these two guys. Starting off in this way, expect big, dramatic moments and plenty of goal-scoring opportunities.
Yeah, certainly not a bad way to get the action underway between Lefty and Mooba here. But Mooba has been through it all when it comes to the FIFA competitive gaming experience. I don't think there's many things that he won't have seen or experienced himself. Taking an early lead will be nothing new. Concealing an early setback will be nothing new. But now he comes forward with Weghorst. Looking to turn provider. I have to say, it's one of the weirdest facets of this whole tournament for the Wolfsburg players that we've seen in action, is the fact that for all of them, Wout Weghorst seems to be the ideal winger of all things, as the corner is worked short to Ginczek.
That's the point I wanted to make before these guys rudely interrupted me with their goals, is that the guys are going for the strength and power of taller attackers on the wings rather than through the middle. We expected them to start, of course, because it makes a difference. As Mooba is trying to make a difference here with his attacking move, but Lefty snuffs it out once again. But for both these guys, the taller players are on the wings. It's Schick and Poulsen for Leipzig, and Weghorst and Ginczek are both starting in attack for Mooba. Clearly a tactic that these guys have learned from yesterday to try and exploit. Long balls maybe towards those guys and getting some power up front, while you've then got some guys like João Victor and Timo Werner in support, some more technical players who add a bit more agility to that. But the strength and power of taller players on the wings on show there with Patrick Schick. It's clearly a tactic these guys have learned coming into this grand final weekend.
Yeah, proving your point perfectly there. The way he just bounced off the challengers, was first to the loose ball, Patrick Schick for Lefty and Leipzig. And I have to say, the combination play from both of these players has been fantastic to watch, very eye-catching. Every now and again, it just changes, and they seem to up the dial in the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden, it happens that much faster. That is what can set these players apart at the elite level. Here's Weghorst looking for Ginczek, and Schauner. Strong one-handed save at his near post there.
It's fantastic from Mooba again with a long ball across to Wout Weghorst. He's clearly got it on for his wingers to go in and get in behind the Leipzig defence, because he waited for that pass. It was Yannick Gerhardt who played it long over the top of the Leipzig defence. He just waited for Weghorst to make that run, and then the cross was perfectly timed and almost a perfect goal for Mooba. But he is enjoying this way of playing, and it's working for him, so why change things? He's going for those long balls over the top with the strikers who are playing out on the wings, getting in behind the Leipzig defence, and for him it's working perfectly.
Well, this was the question, sorry, just to interrupt you, the question I was going to ask before Lefty scored was, do you think Mooba's different approach, the fact that he's not as possession-based, is actually catching opponents off guard?
I think so, because it's not something that anyone else is doing. because, you know, these guys allow the other player to have possession when they're in their own sort of midfield area because it's not threatening. They're allowed to sort of build up play from there. But Mo Oba isn't trying to do that. He's trying to build up play by sending it over the top quickly, and that's not what these guys are expecting, especially not when you're used to seeing control-based play. So Mo Oba is catching people off guard here for the most part. Maybe it's something that the guys on Sunday will be able to pick up more and more, but Lefty is picking up where he's leaving off with some fantastic footwork from one of the big boys, Patrick Schick, on the mark just before half-time. Fantastic drag back, turn and finish. Mo Oba's tactics have got him the opening goal, but Lefty has responded, and he is going in ahead at the break as things stand.
Right now, the apprentice is getting the better of the grasshopper. And it didn't look like it was going to be going that way, but Lefty, before half-time, has completely changed the complexion of this game, and it is now Mo Oba, the favourite coming into this, that will feel the pressure against his former teammate, the man that used to play as backup to him at Werder Bremen. And it is 2-1 to Lefty at half-time. A wry little grin on the face of Mo Oba. He knows he's up against it here, Alex.
What a storyline this is, as you were just saying. Lefty goes in to this game as the apprentice going up against his former teacher. He goes behind 1-0 early against Mo Oba, but he doesn't get flustered. He remembers his game plan. He remembers that Mo Oba is going to allow him to have the majority of the possession, and that is going to allow him to have chances on goal if he can take them. And he's done that so far superbly. 2 big chances on goal. He has taken them both. And that's what Mo Oba needs to be careful of. He knows that Lefty is on form now. He's hit a purple patch in front of goal. Mo Oba has to be careful to not allow too many more chances because Lefty doesn't look like he's going to let them slip. And if he can keep producing those chances for Leipzig, then he's going to keep on scoring goals against Mo Oba here. But we can't count him out either, the Wolfsburg man. He's got the experience, he's got the achievements on the shoulder, on his mantelpiece there behind him on his player cam. You can see the trophies that he's won. Is his experience going to help him to overcome his former apprentice? But Paulsen is working his way again into the Wolfsburg box as Lefty is enjoying himself here against Mo Oba with a 2-1 lead.
Still hasn't tidied up his bed though, Mo Oba. I'm slightly disappointed. I noticed that yesterday, and it looks like his solution today has just been to turn off the lights and hope for the best and hope that no one notices. But dear old me, I guess we can't expect these guys to prioritise making their beds when they are competing in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals for prestige and prize money in equal measure. Right now, Mo Oba combining well, but Daniel Ginczek closed down quickly there on the edge of the area. Now Campbell bringing the ball forward for Lefty, but there is no onus on Lefty to force the issue. He's got a 2-1 lead in this, the first leg of his 2-legged semi-final clash in the PlayStation 4 bracket with Mo Oba. And we have lost reigning title holder Megabit already today. Knocked out by Borussia Mönchengladbach, Der Gaucho. As things stand, and there's still a fair way to go. We've got half an hour left in the first leg, and we've still got the second leg to come. But as things stand, we might be losing the second finalist from last season as well. So Mo Oba may have felt like the door opened for him when Megabit got knocked out. Right now, though, he's 3-1 down because Lefty is making no mistake with the chances he's creating. And it's Hartmann who has grabbed a third to put Mo Oba well and truly with his back against the wall.
Mo Oba will be regretting all those lessons he taught Lefty a couple of years ago when they were working together to get Bremen a title. And now it's Lefty who has come back to haunt Mo Oba. And we've said it in the build-up, a 2-goal lead is so difficult to overturn at this stage. If anyone can do it, though, it is Mo Oba, but he has some work to do here because Lefty is looking very good indeed. He's defeated Hakuna Matata in his quarter-final game, and he is looking good here in the first leg of his semi-final against Mo Oba. what a storyline this would be if we lose both Megabit and Mooba before we reach Sunday's grand final day. Can Lefty be the next to take a huge scalp in the virtual Bundesliga grand final?
He is well on his way. And this is the interesting thing. We haven't seen many of these first legs be so open. A lot of the first legs have been very tight, decided by a single goal more often than not. Mooba's not going to be able to pull or reduce the arrears with passes like that. And a lot of his passes, I have to say, have gone astray in this game. He's been looking for ambitious build-up play at times, which has proven costly, whereas Lefty just seems to have kept things a little more simple.
Yeah, he's not been his fluid self as Mooba in this game, and that has to be given credit to Lefty because he's sort of disturbed Mooba's way of trying to play. But you know, this is crucial now with 20 minutes to go. If it is a 2-goal lead for Lefty, he can say that, you know, I'll be able to try and control the game and win that second leg with a 2-goal lead. But if Mooba needs to really get a goal here in the final 20 minutes, if he's to stand a real chance of progressing through, at the moment it looks unlikely because Lefty's defending has been outstanding so far, giving up very few opportunities. There is one now though for Wolfsburg and Mooba.
Wout Weghorst into the box. The angle was quickly closed down there by Lucas Klostermann. You can see there Mooba getting frustrated with himself. Gilavogi with the chance, he's got one back, it's 3-2. Just what the doctor ordered for Mooba. The smile is back on his face. He knows he has a lifeline in this first leg and a lifeline in this tie, just as Lefty was starting to run away with things. And it came from a set piece, and it's the Wolfsburg captain, Joshua Gilavogi, who gets the goal.
I'm not surprised to see Lefty so distraught at that. Just as I was speaking about how vital a 2-goal lead would be going into the second leg, he gives it up to Mooba here. A huge, huge goal in the final 15 minutes, and we've still got 15 minutes to play in this game. This is not over now. It's 3-2 and very much game back on. Just as we threatened to disregard Mooba and say that he could potentially be going out, he answers back superbly, but now he has to make sure that Lefty doesn't get back in lead.
There were plenty of times throughout that FIFA E-World Cup winning campaign where people wrote him off, said he didn't have it in him to get himself back into games, and he proved them wrong time and time again, and he might be doing the same here with the pressure on. But sometimes when the pressure is on, it's when you produce your best performances. It can sometimes separate those at the elite level. But Mooba's got to be a little more careful with some of the passing out from the back because he's giving Lefty these openings that he can't afford to. Meanwhile, he's throwing caution to the wind going forward as well because he had his back well and truly up against the wall. At the very least, he's been able to make his situation a little more comfortable, but the fact is he's still got work to do in this one.
The only worry that Lefty will have is that, you know, he's been the far better player in this game, but Mooba still scored 2 goals with the very few chances he's had. Just proves how good Mooba is in front of goal when he's got nothing to work with.
Yeah, Lefty does seem to be struggling to read and anticipate what Mooba is going to try and do in that final third. Got some defending to do here. Paulsen making the run. Roussillon saw it well and was across to cover quickly. But this was it. Mooba was talking about it before the grand final got underway, saying that at this stage of a season with FIFA, it's all about mind games, and he feels like that's when he tends to win. He feels like he's got the mental edge over some of his fellow competitors. The man who raised just over 13,000 euros for coronavirus charities during the pandemic with a 24-hour Twitch stream. Very impressive, it has to be said. During that Twitch stream, him and his partner on the stream both went 30-0 in the weekend league. So not only were they testing themselves mentally by going 24 hours non-stop streaming, but they were doing it at the toughest level of FIFA in FIFA Ultimate Team, winning that weekend league, going 30-0. Stuff that you and I could only dream of, Alex.
That's very true. And now Mooba has a real mental test because it looks like he's going to be going into this second leg with a 1-0 deficit to try and overturn against Lefty. Not what he would have wanted from that game, but how crucial will that late goal be? He found the back of the net, coming from 3-1 down to get a late goal and get one back. Will that set him up for a huge comeback in the second leg? He doesn't look too happy with his performance, but he has to take the positives from it and know that a 1-goal deficit is so much better than a 2-goal deficit.
Well, that's it. I think if you're lefty, you've come out with a first leg win against Mobo. You've got to be happy with that. But he, I think rightly, during this little break in between games, will be lamenting the fact that he had a 2-goal cushion and he let that slip. And that 2-goal cushion could have been so precious against someone like Mo Oba with the experience level and success level that he does bring to the table. And I mean, this is it. He scored 3 goals in the all-pro clubs all-star clash between him and Megabit. They did that with the draw of the group stage for the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. They played a head-to-head on pro clubs, 11 against 11, using some of the best in the business that are from this tournament. Mo Ober actually scored 3 goals in that game. So he really sent out the earliest message to all the competitors that he was someone that was in form, that had found his groove in FIFA 20 and was ready to make a tilt at that title. But right now, there is an upset on the cards in the second semi-final of the PS4 bracket in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Kai Detto managed to hold on to the role of favourite in the first semi-final up against Lucas. But right now, Mo Ober staring defeat in the face. He's got work to do. He's the one that's got to turn it around here. And Lefty, for me, Alex, is still very much in this comfortable position of, I've got nothing to lose.
That's it. He's got the advantage. He's got the advantage to take into the second leg. We can give you a little reminder, if you want, of the bracket so far of the day's play. Detto there sat comfortably awaiting his opponent for Sunday's PS4 final. And as you can see, Mo Ober has that second leg deficit, first leg deficit to try and overturn in the second leg. The Xbox One semi-finals also set up. We'll be going to those very shortly after this game. Der Gaucho against Dulan Mike and Impact against Yannick. And now, swiftly, we are ready for the second leg. Mo Ober looks like he may be changing a few things from his first leg team. Of course, you'd expect that, having lost 3-2. He knows that he has to do something a little bit different because clearly things didn't work out how he had planned. But important that he has got those plan Bs or plan Cs up his sleeve. He's an experienced guy. He knows that it's not always going to work out as he plans. But the important thing for him, I think, now is he has to get the first goal. He got the first goal in the first leg, which was huge, of course, but it then saw Lefty bounce back and produce a fantastic comeback to then get the 3-2 win. If Mo Ober now gets level straight away, he'll have scored the last 2 goals in this tie and will be level at 3-3, and then Lefty's maybe lack of experience at this level might crop up, and Mo Ober then says, hey, I'm level on this now, I'm level in this tie, I know what I need to do in the final, however many minutes it will be. What are we awaiting to see here at the Volkswagen Arena? Wolfsburg from left to right in this first half. Leipzig going the other way. Mo Ober going towards goal immediately. João Victor getting the first shot off.
Just get the ball to João Victor. I think that's the game plan for Mo Ober, right? He is the go-to man and has been on more than one occasion in this tournament. Arguably one of the players of the tournament because he's constantly stolen the headlines in a variety of matches, not just for Mo Ober, but on a regular basis for all of the Wolfsburg competitors, of which we have now lost our fair share, but we are down to 2 out of the 4. Mo Ober would like to keep it at 2 as well, with Dulan Mike still in the Xbox One bracket on the other side of things, but he's getting himself with a positive start here, and it's exactly what he wanted to do. That pass was a little slow in coming, but it's found its way to João Victor. It's found its way to Arnold, now the chance, and he's found the top corner. Lefty frustrated with the fact that he has conceded early, but Mo Ober, look at how important that was to him. He shows it in his reaction. And it really is now game on.
That's a tough one to concede because you just saw it there on the replay. It was a nice drag back from João Victor, and the pass to Arnold was fine, but Arnold's turn was a bit not as he would have planned from Mo Ober.
It wasn't clean, was it?
Yeah, it was a clumsy one, and I think it was Konate who was there defending it for Leipzig, but he just couldn't get his foot in. I don't think Lefty went for the tackle. He wasn't expecting the ball to be there. He was already going towards where he thought Arnold would move, but Mo Ober gets himself that crucial first goal. How can Lefty respond? He's trying to get forward, but I do get the feeling now immediately that Mo Ober's experience is going to help him here. He's got the early goal we spoke about. We're back level already in the early stages of this second leg. Can he now go on and try and get himself ahead for what would be the second lead of this tie, but the first since the opening minutes of that first leg?
Yeah, I was just looking at Lefty's results from yesterday as well. And before the start of this tie, he'd played 12 games in the grand final. He'd only scored 3 goals on 2 occasions. So to do that for a third time in a game of this great importance against a player like Mo Oba really does say something about Lefty's ability. But the thing is, what he's done is he's forced Mo Oba to turn the switch on. And that may be a very dangerous thing, because this is what sets the best apart in these elite competitions, is can they turn things on when they need to most? And right now in this second leg with a goal deficit coming into it, Mo Oba is very much in these opening exchanges showing us that he can definitely take the game by the scruff of the neck. He can definitely impose his will on it, and he can make life miserable for Lefty. The early goal is a huge, huge help to him. The fact that he hasn't gone a few chances that haven't been taken, I think, will fill him with confidence as well. And now he really has got to push on. And I think the more breathing room he can fashion in this second leg, the better for him. The thing is, he's got to fashion breathing room while stifling Lefties, and a chance is going to fall here. Oh. Well, the chance was there for Yannick Gerhardt. Mo Oba has to settle for the corner. Work to the edge of the area. Arnold's pass cut out. Joao Victor trying to scrap away and win it in an advanced position, but doesn't come away with the ball there, Brazilian.
Lefty was just frustrated with himself there again, because he's allowing Mo Oba to get shots away. It's something he was stopping in the first leg. He gave him those 2 opportunities that he scored from, but now we've already seen Mo Oba has had a couple in the opening 30 minutes here, and against someone like Mo Oba, you know how clinical he is. You cannot allow him to have too many chances on goal, because he will find the net again and again. Something Lefty has to improve on immediately. I doubt he will have changed much from his tactics from the first leg, of course, having won the game, but Mo Oba's come into this now with new tactics, a new way of playing, and he'll have a fresh mindset into this game. Lefty, though, needs to figure this thing out quickly, because at the moment it's Mo Oba who's dictating it with half an hour gone in this second leg of the PlayStation 4 semi-finals, the second of those. Who will win to meet Detto in our first console final, which we played on Sunday here in the virtual Bundesliga grand final weekend. Mo Oba against Lefty, 3-3 on aggregate. It's all set up for a dream second leg.
Yeah, this is it. We've had no foregone conclusions in our featured matches so far. And to be honest, I guess when you get to this stage of a competition, the semi-finals in each of the various console brackets, you aren't expecting there to be blowout victories. You're expecting it to be tight with so much on the line. And the ball there coming in from out wide from Mo Oba. Unfortunately, it was behind the players that had made the runs in the box. But that is something that I've noticed in the opening 37 minutes of this second leg, and Mo Oba seems to be doing a very good job of it. When Lefty is trying to anticipate a ball into the runner, he's taking control of the game with the player on the ball. And when Lefty's then coming close to close down the player on the ball, Mo Oba's finding the runners. And that's something that I think may just be a case of, again, like we said, with Detto, the feeling out process from that first leg. You really do find rhythm. You see the trends. You see their preferences when it comes to when they're in this position. They like to do this with the player, or they prefer to do that. And Mo Oba seems to have had a better read on Lefty in this second game so far, both in an attacking sense, but also in reading his defensive anticipation. And if you can read that, then that's when you are going to be able to carve out chances for yourself. That is why Mo Oba, I think, is having the better of the play in this first half, though he can't afford to give the ball away sloppily like he just did there with Weghorst, because it invites pressure. It invites Lefty to carve out one final chance in this first half. Here is Angelino on the ball with that full head of hair that we were marvelling at yesterday, and I'm sure the Spaniard himself will marvel at if he's watching on from home. What he'd give for those graphics to be real. For now, Campbell, the run's been made. Oh! Diaz is in behind, he's bent it wide. And Lefty cannot believe it, it's a head-in-hands moment. Alex Trafford's got his head in his hands as well. He can't believe it wasn't in.
I really can't believe it, James, because that's the one chance he would have had. Mo Oba as well. Can't quite believe that hasn't gone in. Fantastic passing and moving from Lefty. The first time we've really seen him in this second leg carve open a proper opportunity on goal. You expect him to take that, but you can see his reaction. He knows he may not get another chance like that. The only shot of his first half. It could be one of the only ones he gets. And to go on from your point, James, that you made just before the break, it is as much about learning from your opponent's way of playing as it is from looking at how you performed in the first leg. That's what it's all about. An interesting tactic there from Lefty. It looked like he put Patrick Schick at left back there.
It did, Alex. I saw that as well. And I'm sure there may be a tactical tweak where maybe he goes into attack mode and maybe Weghorst, maybe that position changes for Patrick Schick and gets him further at the pitch. Because the thing is, it's interesting to see him make those changes at half-time. I don't feel like he has to risk it yet. Because one goal for him and it puts him right back in the driver's seat of this game, Lefty. But it's crazy how the complexion of this whole tie has been changed, given the fact that the second leg is going so differently compared to the first leg, where it was a lot more even. There weren't many chances, but both players made the most of them. Whereas right now, this is a dominant second leg from Mo Oba, and he is the one dictating the pace of proceedings. He's the one that has a grip on the game. And right now, it's up to Lefty to break that grip. But that's easier said than done against Mo Oba.
That's what Lefty needs to do. He needs to take a deep breath and think, hey, it may not be going the way I wanted to, but I've had that huge chance and I know I can produce another one. He needs to not get flustered by missing it and instead take a positive from it and think, hey, I can do this against Mo Oba. I'm capable of this. And I know I've got another 45 minutes here where I can carve open another one of those chances, because he just needs to make sure that he takes the next one. And as long as he can keep Mo Oba out at the other end, that sort of chance being taken, we'll see him go through into the final of the playoff standings. But that's where experience comes into it so much, because Mo Oba knows these things. Lefty might not be thinking about that right now. We saw his passion on show. He could have a chance here, though, if he can work it the right way. Doesn't quite get the ball that he wants, but that's where experience can pay, because if Lefty takes that positive mindset and thinks, I can do this, that's what I'm capable of, then he can do it. But instead, he's shown passion and shown frustration. Hopefully it doesn't boil over for him.
Yeah, composure. It really is. It all comes down to composure. And Mo Oba has years of experience in the tank that he has been able to use to build up a foundation of composure that he can call upon. Oh, improvised effort from Lefty. I wasn't expecting him to shoot from there, Alex, and it almost produces one of the goals of the tournament. They have to settle for the corner here, Leipzig, which does go short to Bias, who had that wonderful chance at the end of the first half that was squandered in the end by the Leipzig player.
I don't think Lefty was expecting himself to go for goal there in the way he did. Don't know why he did that, but in the end he almost got himself a dramatic levelling goal in this game, but goal to go ahead across the tie. As you can see right at the top left of your screen, it is 3-3 now on aggregate. And if we do have a tie at the end of this game, we will go to a third deciding game where it will then be golden goal in that third game. And I think it's fair to say we'd expect one of these guys to find the back of the net in that third and decisive game.
I wouldn't say no to a bit of a golden goal experience in this Bundesliga virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, Alex. It's part of the experience, you feel, that we haven't been able to appreciate just yet. I'm sure the players would want to avoid it, but we as casters, we thrive in those situations, actually.
We love the drama.
Oh, Lefty trying to thrive here with Yusuf Poulsen drilled across the face of goal. No takers, but the ball breaks to Werner. And that is the goal to retake the lead on aggregate that Lefty was so desperate for. It comes in horrible circumstances for Mo Oba. The chance looked to have gone. It looked like the cross hadn't reached its intended target, but the loose ball, Timo Werner, poacher's instincts on display in FIFA 20.
The FIFA world champion cannot believe it. He's out of his chair. He's away from the screen. He cannot believe that he's conceded a goal in that way. And as things stand, Mo Oba is heading out of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. He's got 20 minutes to change the story, because Lefty has, as we said that he needed to, composed himself, calmed himself down. He knew that that chance would come. It didn't come the way that he was expecting it to. Had to force his way past the goalkeeper right at the last minute. But he got the chance in the end, and Timo Werner took it. And Mo Oba is not returning to his desk quickly. He's taken a moment to calm himself down after conceding that goal, but he needs to get back to his screen quickly, because with 20 minutes to go, he's got some huge decisions to make now. He's 20 minutes from exiting the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. We've seen Megabit go out. We've seen other big names drop out that we expected to do well. Group winners like Fenomeno and Megabit have already dropped out of the competition. On the PlayStation side of things, will Mo Oba be the first huge name to drop out? Will it be Lefty to clinch that PlayStation final against Detto on Sunday? Continues to push forward now. With 15 minutes to play. Fresh legs are on the pitch for Mo Oba. Time is ticking on. He might only get one or two chances to get himself back into this game. It could be that sort of player from Daniel Ginczek, and Karamoko! It's there for Mo Oba. The equaliser again across the tie. The golden goal is on. We could be heading to a third game, and Mo Oba is not saying no to this game.
This is what knockout football is all about. This is what we came here for on day 2 of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, and Lefty and Mo Oba are putting on an absolute show here in the second semi-final in the PS4 bracket, and we could not be asking for more. Mo Oba, he walked away from his screen. He took a second to draw on that composure and experience we were talking about, and he came back fighting. He got the goal that he was so in desperate need of here, and once again, we are all level on aggregate, heading to a potential golden goal situation. But Alex, the way this tie has gone, I'm not ruling out a late goal for either here.
Oh no, neither am I, because who knows what's going to happen at the end of this game. It's been such an awesome, epic tie across both legs. We've seen everything. We've seen dramatic goal line clearances. We've seen scrambles in front of the goal. We've seen goals of all order. And that was lovely movement again from Mo Oba. Pass and move with his fresh legs on the pitch. Karamoko finding that inch of space in the Leipzig defence. And now we're entering the final 10 minutes. Will we see a late winner perhaps from one of these two guys? We are level, it's 4-4 on aggregate. Are we heading to a golden goal, or are we going to see a late winner to match with Detto in the final on Sunday of the PS4?
I was just thinking about that. Detto's got to be watching on, going, oh, no, I've got a tough task on my hands. Whoever books their ticket against me in the final on the PS4 side of the bracket. And it really makes Detto's 5-0 win over 2 legs against Lucas 10-0-4 all the more impressive with how comfortable that was and how clear-cut that victory and the margin of victory was for Detto, because he really sent a message with that victory, whereas right now, I'd be watching on as Detto and going, you know what? They're both proving fallible here. You know, both Lefty and Mo Oba have shown vulnerabilities at the back. But the way Detto's defending was on point, that could come to the fore for now. Mo Oba, is there a late winner in this? Joao Victor, he couldn't get the shot off on the turn. Close, but no cigar for Mo Oba. But there is going to be at least one final chance left in this second leg.
This is incredible. What a way to end this game. Are we going to see a late winner now? Final minutes ticking on. It's all with Mo Oba, though. He's the man who looks most likely to find the back of the net. If he can find the right pass, though, will Lefty get a counter-attack goal? It's going end-to-end now. Neither can really take control and dictate the game these final minutes. As we approach the 8.5 minute, though, Mo Oba is going to work his way for the final chance. Could this be the one that seals the deal?
It could all come down to one moment for Mo Oba in this, the second leg. He's had to fight his way back from numerous setbacks to avoid being eliminated from the competition. The referee's going to let play go. Ginczek trying to find Victor. It's moved quickly. Moved nicely by Mo Oba. And now for Gerhardt, back to Joao Victor, but he couldn't get the shot off. The man of the moment for Wolfsburg. What that means is that Mo Oba is still alive in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, but we are going to a golden goal situation, Alex, for the first time in the PS4 semi-final side of the bracket, and it's all to play for between Lefty and Mo Oba.
This is what we came here for. The drama is palpable. It's been a must-watch from start to finish. If you have blinked, you will have missed it. Do not go anywhere, people, because we have a golden goal to come. A third and final decisive game in the second semi-final on the PlayStation side of this grand final weekend. 4-4 the scoreline across the two games. Mo Oba coming back from 3-2 down with a 2-1 win there in the end. We are setting ourselves up for a third and final decisive game. Who can get the golden goal? And that's the point now that we have to emphasize. It's golden goal. The first scorer wins. Both these guys have shown they are capable of scoring goals. Both these guys are more than capable to start the show. The reality is, though, that Mo Oba scored the opening goal of the first game in the opening minutes, and he scored the opening goal in the second game. Can he continue that trend for the third game and get a hat-trick of opening goals? And of course, this opening goal, in the end, would seal his place in that final on Sunday against Detto on this PS4 side of the grand final bracket.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it bodes well. And that is the thing with golden goal. It doesn't matter whether the first goal comes with the first chance of the first game, where really your opponent hasn't even had a chance to have a shot on goal himself. That doesn't matter. That will count. That will be enough to book a ticket in the PS4 final against Detto. And I can't imagine the range of emotions these two are going through now, the range of emotions they've gone through throughout the 180 minutes of their two-legged tie so far. I mean, they've both had to bounce back from setbacks. They've both had leads slip through their fingers as well. And now they will both know that one goal will make all the difference. It's the match winner. Whoever scores it, it doesn't matter. Joao Victor would be arguably the bookie's favourite, I think, to be the man that gets the goal if you're looking at Mo Oba's side of thing. Whereas for Lefty, I think his goals have come from a range of sources, and this was it. At this stage of the competition, last season, it was Sudemi of Greuther Fürth that was providing opposition for Mo Oba in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. He did manage to overcome Sudemi to book a place in the PS4 final. That time it was against HSV Lyon, who was knocked out earlier today on the PlayStation side of the bracket, interestingly. Mo Oba has stayed, has seen the best of the best when it comes to what the PlayStation 4 has to offer, both last season and this season. And right now, I'd go as far as saying Lefty's giving him one of his toughest games of the whole entire Grand Final so far, because in the group stages, I mean, Fabio was a tough test in our first featured game of the day yesterday, it has to be said, but when it came to his goal-scoring exploits, Mo Oba was one of the outliers in the Bundesliga, in the PlayStation 4 bracket. I mean, it was Hakuna Matata that scored the most goals in Group 2, but you've got to say, Mo Oba faced some tough tests, but this, so far, the toughest of the lot.
100%, because, you know, he actually came away with only a couple of draws across the two ties in his group stage phase and got himself 3 wins across those ties. And this is the first time where he has had that huge test. He's obviously had those ties in other games, but this is the knockout rounds now, and this is where, you know, the decisive moments will send you through. And I was going to suggest that both these guys may make changes to their tactics, considering the fact that it is a golden goal, but I don't think they're going to change too much, other than the fact that I think we can see Lookman there is starting on the left side of Lefty's attack for Leipzig. I don't think that was happening in the first couple of games. Looks like he's happy to do that, though. And Joao Victor is out on the right wing for Mo Oba, with Daniel Ginczek and Weghorst up front, and Mo Oba doing more laps of his bedroom there. We saw him do that during the second leg. It helped him to get the equalising goal in the end and get the goal that sets up this tie. Will he be the one to get the golden goal? This is what it comes down to, James.
Maybe he's just tidying up his room a little bit in the meantime, you know, trying to take his mind off it. Not let the pressure get to him too much, because the pressure is on. This is golden goal time in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. It's taken a while for us to get here, but first time today in the knockout stages of this esports classic between Lefty and Mo Oba. Their two-legged tie went back and forth and back and forth. Mo Oba led, Lefty led, Mo Oba led, Lefty led. In the end, it is all square after 2 games, and it comes down to this moment in this, the third match. Whoever scores first wins it, winner takes all. And with it, a place in the PS4 final against Detto on Sunday. Heart-in-mouth moment already here. Advantage played by the referee. I'm not sure what was going on there, because Leipzig had the ball and the foul has gone Wolfsburg's way. A shake of the head there from Mo Oba. He doesn't even know what's going on.
The reality is, this has already been a Grand Final classic, and I think either of these players would deserve to be in the final. It's a shame that one of them is going to have to go out, because this would be an amazing PlayStation final, and it makes it all the better that we have an extra game to go on the PlayStation side of things. One of these guys has to come up against the informed Detto, But both would deserve their place in the final. Whoever can get it, just all comes down to who can find the back of the net to open the scoring in this game. But it has been an instant classic already as Lefty brings the ball forward. Snuffed out though by Mo Oba's defence. He's had some defending to do in these opening 10 minutes so far.
There's some serious tension in the air, and I mean, we're just sat here in the studio by ourselves. This ultimately means nothing to us in a certain respect, whereas for Mo Oba and Lefty, and it better not be on a goalkeeping error, that would be the worst case scenario for either of these sides.
He almost... Sorry, I got a bit excited there as Castiles dropped the ball and passed it across. I didn't expect him to do that. Mo Oba is giving me a heart attack, let alone Lefty.
We are living and breathing every second of this. As I said, you know, ultimately we get nothing for a win here for either player. Completely neutral in the stakes, but the tension is there as Mo Oba. First time effort from Daniel Ginczek. This is it. Every time they get into the final third, it's a heart in mouth moment, Alex. Everything, you're tensing everything up. It's a bit of clenching going on, I'm sure, in the bedrooms of either of these two pros, Lefty and Mo Oba. Quickly, a bit of hydration there for the reigning world champion, who is looking to enhance his glowing reputation even further here in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Meanwhile, Lefty is looking for the greatest scalp of them all. I mean, Der Gaucho got a big one earlier with Megabit, knocking him out of the competition, the reigning title holder in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final in the solo event. Mo Oba was the finalist against Megabit last season, was looking to go one better, and he has had the door open with Megabit being knocked out of the competition, but Lefty is now looking to match Der Gaucho with another scalp, and here's the chance! Oh, he's put it wide! Kevin Campbell had the winner on his tiptoes and somehow fails to find the target. Mo Oba is living dangerously. It has to be said in this third game, the momentum that he had generated in that second has not continued, Alex.
No, it has not. I was going to say, it's interesting that Lefty had started Lookman, but has taken him off already in this first half. Hartmann coming on for him. He almost got that chance to open the scoring, but will Mo Oba get it at the other end? Schauner is the one, though. Comes out, snatches the ball first. Unbelievable tension about this game. Both these guys so capable of scoring that first goal. It's been Lefty who's looked the most likely. He's had the better of the chances, but 25 minutes gone. If you're not on the edge of your seats back at home, then I'm not sure you're in this game enough, because this is an unbelievably tense affair between these two sides.
It's either that or we're not doing a good enough job, Alex, but quite frankly, I think we're overselling it right now, it has to be said. But there's a reason to oversell it. And this is the thing, right? These guys are tested in terms of their mental fortitude throughout the two legs that we force them to play in the home and away style fixtures in this, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. But this, I mean, you are tense from start to finish of this golden goal situation. And for all these players, no, they could be doing this for 90 minutes in FIFA time. You know, they could be doing this for a whole match. We may still go to a penalty shootout, but Paulsen is looking to nip that in the bud. It's a 3-on-3 break here for Lefty. Back heel to Werner and Babu. Well, he had to make the interception out the back, but he does so admirably well. Brekalo looking for an early ball. The run of Weghorst in behind. He's got Ginczek in the middle. Oh, the sweaty goal for Mo Oba, and he does it! Mo Oba has avoided the upset against Leipzig's Lefty, and it is Mo Oba who is booking his ticket into the final against Detto in the PS4 bracket. In the end, the world champion made it count when it mattered most, Alex.
That's the point, James. So often in this tie, he has looked on the brink of defeat. He came back late in the second game to earn his third and final game in this tie, to earn his chance at a golden goal. And that experience, the pressure of dealing with this situation, is what takes him through. In the end, a simple chance for him to score, but unbelievable work from Mo Oba to come back. So often he looked like he was heading out of that tie, but poor old Lefty of RB Leipzig is left shaking his head. Missed opportunities and missed chances. He started this tie so superbly with that 3-2 win and had chances in that decisive overtime game, but in the end, he's heading out, and the defending champion of the FIFA World Cup has a chance. Again, he will be here on Sunday to face Detto.
Back-to-back PlayStation 4 finals for Mo Ober. But if you're lefty, I mean, you've got to walk away with this with your head held really high. I mean, you've just given one of the toughest players in the tournament the run of his life to make sure that he had to literally pull out everything in order to get to that PS4 final against Detto on Sunday. And I mean, at the that's the least you can want against a player like Mo Ober. If you're coming into this like Lefty was, yes, we talked about it being the apprentice against the grasshopper, you know, and this was it. I mean, these former teammates, Lefty looked to have his number. But this is the thing. We talked about the qualities we're looking for in our champion or a potential title winner. And Mo Ober being able to make these moments count when they matter most, those are the types of qualities that set him up so well to potentially clinch the title that he came so close to winning last year.
That's it. He's saying he came so close to winning it last year, and now he's done what he couldn't do last year, and he's made that decisive play in this semi-final of the PlayStation side of things to overcome Lefty. And I've said it before, just at the end of that game, he looked like he was on the brink of going out. We were speaking about it. What would it be like if Mo Ober left the competition at this stage? But we can't write the guy off. Absolutely outstanding. He took his moment there. Really important as well to remember that when he'd conceded that goal in the second leg, he went away. We don't know what he did in his bedroom while he went away. He was there for a good 40 seconds or so.
I mean, I'm screaming into a pillow if I'm him. I'm not going to lie.
I think it may well have been the same from Owen, but whatever he did, it worked. It's that experience. He knows that he can take the game and pause it and, you know, think, I need to do what I need to do in this moment to compose myself. And, you know, in the end, it gets him that moment. What an incredible moment of drama and tension. And the first golden goal we've seen scored in the virtual Bundesliga grand final weekend. Hopefully and surely not the last that we see, but drama right until the end between Mo Ober and Lefty. And a huge, you know, clap and applause for Lefty. He's been superb in this competition. And as I said, he would have been deserving of his place in the final of the PlayStation side of things if he had got it. But in the end, golden goal is a cruel mistress. And, you know, you have to be the first one to find the back of the net. And in the end, Mo Ober was the one who got the job done.
Yeah, but he gave him such a good run for his money there, Lefty, and that's why I do think, in the end, yes, there's a traditional loser and winner, in this case, Mo Ober going through, but I don't think there were any losers in that. I don't think the fans watching at home from wherever you are in the world, I don't think you guys were losers in that either. That was tense to the very last. It had us on the edge of our seats. If we had switched to this camera during those last 20 minutes, we were very hunched up. We were all over the place. We were staring at the monitors. We didn't want to take our eyes off the action for a single second there, and rightly so, because that was FIFA of the highest quality. And let's be honest, we've had two very different experiences in the semi-finals of the PlayStation 4 bracket. We had Detto come away with a 5-0 win over 2 legs against Lucas 10-0-4. And that was after a very tight and tense 0-0 draw in the first leg. He then turned on the style in the second and really let his experience show to then pick up a 5-0 win in that second leg. The Mo Ober Lefty game was a lot more back and forth. It could have gone either way. Lefty looked like he was going to take the win at one point. Mo Ober's experience and ultimately his composure in those high-pressure moments is what told. And as a result, we saw a golden goal from him. But the bar has been set now as we move into the Xbox side of the bracket, it has to be said. And given the fact that we've had two very different experiences in those two semi-finals in the PS4 side, I'm wondering where on the spectrum we're going to land here, Alex, with the Xbox results as well.
Yeah, I think we can take a look at the bracket just to let you all know exactly what has happened. We can see it there. The PS4 side of things is sewn up almost. Detto and Mo Ober will return on Sunday to face each other in the final of the PlayStation 4 side of things. We are not done for today's play. We will move on to the Xbox One side of things. And first up, we will have Der Gaucho of Borussia Mönchengladbach against Dylan Mike of Wolfsburg, before we then go on to face impact between Yannick Greuter-Fürth against Augsburg, with a chance we could see a cross-console final between two Wolfsburg players. That still is a possibility. Check out virtual.bundesliga.com to see this bracket and make sure that you're up to date with all the scores as they go in. You can check out all the scores as they fly in with each of these final games. The great thing is that, of course, we can now cover every single game live as it happens. That is what we will be doing in this final few games.
I love the fact that Mo Ober gets a little GG under his name as well, which is, of course, you know, it's gamer speak for good game, but he gets it for golden goal. But essentially, he gets a GG on his 3-1 win there at the end against Lefty, which is a nice little tag, I'm sure. And you can put some GGs in the chats wherever you are out there, I'm sure. If you're watching on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're joining us from, we are delighted to have you with us. The action is certainly not leaving us wanting. The entertainment value is high, as we come to expect in virtual Bundesliga circles and in German football circles in general. But while we did have Bayern win a title in the real world for an 8th season in a row, I am getting the impression here with the virtual Bundesliga grand finals, Alex, that they are very much mirroring what the rest of Germany's top flight was like in terms of being very unpredictable. And in the PlayStation side of the bracket, with Mo Ober and with Detto, I think we did have 2 clear favourites going into each of those semi-finals. Yeah. And therefore, we were looking at upsets for Lefty and Lucas. In the Xbox side of the ties, I have to say, Der Gaucho, Dulan, Mike, an impact against Yannick, I don't see clear favourites. I think it's anyone's to win, and I think that makes this side of the bracket very exciting for us and those watching at home.
I totally agree, because, you know, you're coming into this day, the first knockout day, and Dulan Mike had made such an impressive group stage pass through to this stage, whereas the Gaucho had struggled, you know, he'd not quite fulfilled his full potential through the group stage. He scraped through, finishing 4th in his group to go up against Megabit, of course, who finished top. But then you come into today and De Gaucho beat Megabit 2-1. That in itself puts you on a pedestal. It means that you're right up there again. He may have struggled yesterday, but he is in form now. And he's coming up against a guy in Dulan Mike who, you know, didn't quite hit the heights that he saw yesterday in his games in the group stage, where he beat Sakul by 1 goal margin in his quarter-final game. But I'm totally with you, James, that these 2 ties, we have got no favourite between them whatsoever. It could go either way in both games. So we know that you will have been excited by the end to that Mo Ober and Lefty game. But settle yourselves back in, because we are now on the Xbox side of things. And we are now getting things underway at the Volkswagen Arena again. We've seen so many games here from Wolfsburg's players. We'll see another one here as Dulan Mike and Der Gaucho get the first semi-final on the Xbox side of the grand finals underway. No real favourite can be called upon to start. Who will make the first move in this first semi-final?
Yes, the Wolfsburg team are the ones we've certainly been most comfortable with and become most familiar with over the course of the grand final. They have been regularly featured in our featured games. But on top of that, they had good representation in these knockout stages. Mo Ober has booked his ticket. Dulan Mike looking to do the same here. João Victor is off the post, but he's going to get a second chance. And João Victor, as he has been so often in the virtual Bundesliga grand finals, is the man to unlock any backline. And he is the man to open the scoring here for Dulan Mike. João Victor getting the job done in front of goal once again.
Dulan Mike absolutely loves the Brazilian. He had his head in his hands after that first shot that went back onto the post, but luckily his star playmaker was in position to be on the rebound, and 6 minutes in, we've already got our first goal of this game. De Gaucho has something to answer to. Dulan Mike coming out of the blocks very quickly here, dictating the play early on, and João Victor, it is good for him to see that he is back in form again and shows no signs of waning on his performances, which we've seen so far in the grand finals. He continues to be his key man in the Wolfsburg attack. Will De Gaucho have a way of stopping him? He needs to find one if he can find a way to stop Wolfsburg.
Oh, what a goal! What an absolute stunner from Dulan Mike.
There is no way you can stop that. Absolutely remarkable stuff. I cannot wait to see the replay of this, because Daniel Ginczek has pulled off something absolutely incredible. The flick from the German forward is out of this world. Flicks it with a first-time touch from the edge of the box over the Gladbach defence to meet Victor's run, and the finish is perfect as well. We have found ourselves, James, the goal of the tournament so far.
Take a bow, Dulan Mike, and take a bow, João Victor. I mean, if you thought the first goal was all right, I mean, it's on the rebound, he hits the post, he gets the second shot in. There was nothing scruffy about that second goal. Ginczek, I mean, that's one of the most unrealistic moments we've seen in this whole tournament. Daniel Ginczek pulling out a pass like that. It has to be said, Alex, but in this world, the virtual world, we don't care. We don't care, because that was sensational from Doolin Mike to double his advantage. Now, the thing is, Der Gaucho is someone that we should point out. You cannot rule out, Alex. Yesterday, we saw him do it against Fenomeno. He was 2-0 down after the first leg. He won on aggregate 3-2. He did it earlier today against Megabit, but now he is 3-0 down early against Doolin Mike, and this is going in nightmarish fashion for Der Gaucho. Meanwhile, Doolin Mike, he's in dreamland.
We said there were no favourites coming into this, James. We're 18 minutes in, and Doolin Mike has a firm foot already in the final of the Xbox One bracket. 3 goals in 19 minutes. Daniel Ginczek and João Victor providing all the goods for him. And at the moment, Der Gaucho does not have an answer for the teenagers. Perfect play.
God, he's turning it on in magnificent fashion, it has to be said, Doolin Mike. And he's been a bit patchy throughout this tournament. But he was one of those players, I'll be honest, when I was looking at the bracket, I thought he could go far. I thought he could be one of those dark horses that maybe people would underestimate at their own peril. And that is proving to be the case. And the thing is, he's having to beat big names on his way through here. He's already picked up the scalp of Megabit in the group stages. He knocked out Sakul earlier today, one of the favourites after the action yesterday, and someone we thought could go very far and potentially all the way in the Xbox bracket, and Doolin Mike took him out. And the thing is, those were 2 very tight games against Sakul. 3 goals in the opening 20 minutes here against Der Gaucho, the man who knocked out Megabit, the reigning title holder. I mean, the storylines are so perfectly intertwined. You cannot write scripts like this sometimes, Alex. And Doolin Mike is writing his own here. João Victor on for a hat-trick. This time, the save made.
Doolin Mike's pulling out all the flicks and tricks here. Der Gaucho has no answer, but we can see here he's going to change things up, and he has to quickly before this game gets totally away from him. 3-0 is going to be a difficult scoreline to overturn, regardless of whether we're in the second leg or not. But we are still in the first 30 minutes of this first leg, and Doolin Mike is dominating this game. Der Gaucho now needs to answer back quickly, because if more goals come for the Wolfsburg man, there's going to be only one name in the final for the Xbox One side of things, and that is going to be the second Wolfsburg star. What a way he has started this game. We expected him to come out of the blocks quickly. We know that he has that capability. But as you said, Der Gaucho had just beaten Megabit. What is he thinking now? The defending champion knocked out by Der Gaucho, who's now 3-0 down early on. Can he answer back? Because, as you said, James, we can't rule him out. There's still so much time left to play in this game. 3-0 is a strong lead for Doolin Mike, but not one that is impossible to overturn for Der Gaucho. He can look at trying to get a goal back early, maybe here with Neuhaus. He needs goals in this game for sure before it gets too tricky for him in the second leg. Is he able to do that before half-time even in this first leg? Raphael now on the ball, trying to produce some trickery. It's a good moment for us to say that Raphael, who has announced that he will be leaving Gladbach at the end of the season. I'm sorry, do you want to do this, James?
No, I'm going to need a therapy session if you bring this up, Alex. It's breaking my heart that he's leaving the Brazilian. One of the most graceful players we've seen in the Bundesliga over the course of the last decade. And, I mean, his tie and connection with Borussia Mönchengladbach, it runs really deep. And the thing is, I think the club would want to do everything they can to keep him, but let's be honest, I mean, he's, 36 years old now, I want to say, the Brazilian. He's not quite up to par in the top tier of German football, and while he is a lovable character and a great person to have in the changing room, it is a shame to see his time come to an end at Gladbach. I mean, it was him and Max Kruse, one of the most wonderful attacking partnerships the Bundesliga's seen in the last 10 years. Genuinely, those two just had an effortless grace about them, but it's nice to see him pop up in the virtual Bundesliga scene. Raphael.
I was going to say he's only made probably enough appearances to count on one hand this season in the Bundesliga, but it's nice to see that Der Gaucho is trusting him in the big moments here in the virtual Bundesliga. Can he trust him to perhaps get himself a goal before the break, maybe with a last chance before the half-time whistle blows? And Bolo bustling his way through, and a pass across goal. I think it's Florian Neuhaus who went for goal. A deflection takes it behind. Oh, that could be crucial, James.
Oh, you could see it on both players' faces how important that chance was. Doolan Mike was duly very relieved with his goalkeeper coming to the rescue there. De Gaucho, that was his one and only shot of a first half, where he now finds himself 3 goals down and staring at an exit from the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final in the face. And this is it. We see it happen in the Bundesliga time and time again. A plucky, smaller club, and I'm not saying that's what Gaucho is in comparison, but if you follow the analogy here with me, that a plucky, smaller club will beat one of the big boys in the Bundesliga, and the very next game, their performances drop off. They almost seem to get ahead of themselves, and maybe focus just shifts in a manner that allows performances to drop off. And after taking the scalp of Megabit, after pulling himself back from a goal down in the first leg to win 2-0 in the second leg, and all the qualities that Der Gaucho would have had to call upon. Right now, all that hard work will be for naught if he lets this moment slip through his fingers. But a chance for Raphael. He was slow to pull the trigger there under pressure from a Wolfsburg defender that was back to cover for Doolan Mike. And we saw it in the first leg of the second semi-final in the PS4 bracket. It was Mo Ober losing 3-2 to Lefty. And there is a sense where you feel like Der Gaucho's got to at least get maybe 1, but probably 2 to stand any chance of turning this tie around. But he has been the comeback king of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final so far. Right now, though, Doolan Mike is creating the biggest mountain he's had to climb so far, the Borussia Mönchengladbach Esports Pro. And the fact is, Doolan Mike was going to be one of the harder opponents to beat at 0-0, let alone when he has a 3-goal lead to work with. A man who did a pack opening with Mo Ober on his stream earlier this season, and they actually pulled an icon on Mo Ober's account. Doolan Mike not happy that he didn't do it on his own there, but that's understandable. But he is really underlining his dark horse status, Doolan Mike. End of year exams done and dusted yesterday. The final one he had to take care of saw his first game shifted. Kasten makes a good save. Embolo wasn't the cleanest of connections with the shot, given the fact that he had defenders in and around him. Poor play out from the back, though, from Doolan Mike, has given possession straight back to Der Gaucho, Felix Neuhaus.
He does have to trust Der Gaucho that he does have plenty of time to work with still here. But I did say at half-time he needs a goal in this game, really, to give himself a decent enough chance.
Do you think 1 is enough?
In this game, I
Yes.
think it is, yeah. I think 1 is enough to give himself good hope of you know, pulling out a big comeback in the second leg. We've seen how different the 2 games can be in the first and second leg. Detto, of course, getting a big 5-0 win in his second leg game after a 0-0 draw. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if Der Gaucho can bring something back with him for his home game at Borussia Park. But if it is 3-0, I tend to not hold out too much hope for him. It's a huge deficit to overturn in 1 game.
We're not seeing a lot of wins by 3-goal margins either, are we?
Exactly. They're coming very rarely in this grand final tournament. And, I mean, when it is a 3-goal advantage from the first leg, I think Doolan Mike will have the confidence and the know-how to see that game out quite comfortably. But at the moment in the second half, it has been all Der Gaucho, really, pushing forward. He hasn't had too many goal chances, but he's definitely had the territory and the possession on ball.
I think it's clear to see Doolan Mike's priority is not to concede, right? He's not fussed necessarily about getting a 4th goal. He knows a 3-0 lead after a first leg is a commanding lead in this tournament. But the problem is, with that, and you've got, what, just over 15 minutes remaining, you are going to invite pressure. And all it takes is 1 chance to open up for Der Gaucho, and he could be right back in this tie. But this is it. It's so funny how these storylines develop over the course of a tournament like this. Just when you think Der Gaucho has exercised his demons from last season, he's knocked out Megabit, the man that handed him a 9-2 loss in the semi-finals to knock him out last season. He now must be having flashbacks of that semi-final against Doolan Mike here, going, I've conceded 3 early, please don't make it 9-2 again.
If it does turn out to be 9-2, then Der Gaucho is going to be...
Here comes number 4, Alex.
Here comes number 4.
Get ahead of myself.
João Victor, it is on the edge. And there is the finish. We spoke it into existence, James. De Gaucho will hate us. Dula Mike will love us. And with 12 minutes to go in this first leg, a hat-trick perhaps that is for João Victor, I think. And he definitely has a firm foot in the Xbox One final. And João Victor has been the key man once again.
When you get the best out of João Victor in the 85 game mode with Wolfsburg, you win. It really is as simple as that. I feel like that's the biggest lesson we're going to take from the whole entire virtual Bundesliga grand final, is that if you play with Wolfsburg in the 85 game mode and you get João Victor to work, I mean, it was Mo Ober who highlighted him before the tournament, saying that he is the, without a doubt, strongest player in the Wolfsburg squad. And I know we haven't watched all the games that have taken place in the virtual Bundesliga grand final. We were only able to feature, well, we had 5.5 yesterday of the 110 that took place because we dipped into a game that kicked off a little late involving Megabit yesterday as well. But we saw 5.5 games yesterday. We only saw 2 of the round of 16 ties in either bracket today. And now we are getting the chance to see all of the quarterfinals. And that is, well, I want to say it's a lifeline for De Gaucho. It's hard to talk about it being too much of a lifeline given the fact that he's 4-1 down, but that will annoy Dula Mike because he was looking on course for a clean sheet, and a 4-goal lead undoubtedly would have put him in good stead, and that will just give the glimmer of hope that De Gaucho may need to pull himself out of a slump here, put the result behind him from the first leg, and really come out attacking in the second.
I think you're completely right in saying that it's hard to call it a lifeline because it is a 3-goal disadvantage he still has, as long as he can hold on to it here with Dula Mike pushing forward right at the end. Karamoka with the ball to the back post. Well defended, though, by De Gaucho, but for him to score late on, it just gives him that glimmer of confidence, you know. He's struggled here so much. He conceded 4 and struggled to actually create any chances on goal, really, but he's found the back of the net. Now he can go into the second game and say, hey, I've scored against Dula Mike. He might have found the net 4 times against me, but I can do this. And, well, if he overturns this 3-goal deficit that he currently has in the second leg, then it would be the story of the knockout round so far. Maybe he can get another goal here just before the end, but Dula Mike's defensive work is on point. And the clock is ticking down. I don't think we expected this big lead for Dula Mike, but De Gaucho has that glimmer of hope. Can he make the most of it? That is the question as the first leg comes to an end. We prepare ourselves for the second one as João Victor takes the match ball. He'll be looking to get himself a second match ball in this second leg to come.
Oh, De Gaucho, he's another one that you just want to go and give a hug to right now. Truly up against it in this tie against Dula Mike, and he is going to have to break out of his shell. Now, the thing is, he is the comeback king of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final so far. He came from behind to beat Fenomeno in the group stages. He came from behind to beat Megabit in the knockout stages earlier today, and he is going to have to come from behind again. Now, interestingly, of his results so far in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, only 2 would be enough to overturn this second leg or first leg deficit against Dula Mike that he's picked up so far, to say. He picked up a 4-1 win in his second leg against Bene CR7X yesterday. He also picked up that 3-0 win in the second leg against Fenomeno that saw him pick up a 3-2 win after a 2-0 loss in the first leg. So he has shown already in this tournament that he can overturn a tie. This, though, looks like maybe it might be a step too far, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because I think De Gaucho is a player that has certainly acquitted himself well at the highest level. He's got a track record and experience behind him, but right now, Dula Mike, he seems to have the role. He seems to have the rub of the green, and he seems to be in this situation where everything's going his way for the most part. And when you score in the manner that he did in that first leg against De Gaucho, he's got to be confident of at least getting his name on the score sheet again in the second leg. And if we're being honest, if he does that, it's game over, right?
That's it. The reality is that Dula Mike is a man in real form so far. We look back on his results as well, and he's only suffered 2 defeats in his 12 games so far in this tournament. He's a man right in form, and when you're coming into a second leg with a 4-1 lead to defend as well, your confidence is going to be sky high. So De Gaucho has to produce something that he's been rarely able to produce so far, and something is going to happen to Dula Mike that we have not seen so far in this tournament if the Gladbach man is to upset the odds here in this second leg and book his place in they're placed in the Xbox One final. But at the moment, Dylan Mike has 1 foot in Sunday's final game. Will De Gaucho change the mould, though? Will he change the storybooks? Will he produce a performance for the history books here? That goal has given him a glimmer of hope, but he's still got Dylan Mike to beat in this second game again.
That's it. It would be so cruel for De Gaucho to fall at the semi-final stage for the second season running in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. An early goal will do him a world of good. He's trying to find it here with Alassane Player teeing up. Now Ibrahima Traore trying to curl one and ends up hitting Rafael Plush in the face. The Brazilian brushes it off in the virtual world. No need to go down like a sack of bricks there, but I think it'll be De Gaucho feeling the after effects of that shot being blocked, because it was a good chance, the angle was there, and it's always frustrating when one of your own players ends up blocking your own shot.
Not ideal at all for him, but a positive sign that he gets the first chance of this game, and at home at Borussia Park, he is starting this game better than Dylan Mike. He's having good possession. We rarely saw that in the first game. It was Dylan Mike who was on the ball most of the time until the final 10 minutes or so, but here comes De Gaucho.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's had to come back and produce comebacks already. I'll hold the thought, because the chance is brewing here. He's got a goal. The early goal for Florian Neuhaus has given him, and this I will call, a lifeline in the game for De Gaucho. The deficit is reduced to just 2 goals. He's got the first in his second leg, and Dylan Mike now needs to tread carefully.
That is game on, everyone who thought, us along with you, that Dylan Mike was confirmed already in that final spot on the Xbox One side of things. De Gaucho has another thing to say about that. He has got himself an early goal here to go with his late one in the first leg, and he is now just 2 goals away from levelling things up. Dylan Mike has to answer back now. Not as comfortable as he once was with that 4-0 lead that he had at one point in the first leg. What can he do now to respond here at Borussia Park?
I'm getting the impression as well with De Gaucho, he needs to start learning how to perform like this when he's not 4-1 down against Dylan Mike, when he's not 1-0 down against Megabit, when he's not 2-0 down against Fenomeno. It's great, the fact that he's able to complete these comebacks and show the mental fortitude to cope with setbacks, bounce back and come back stronger potentially. But he shouldn't be getting himself in those positions when he can play FIFA like this, like we're seeing from him, expansive attacking FIFA, where with nothing to lose, he's willing to take the risk. He's willing to show more ambition and have a gamble in certain 50-50 situations. And the problem is, if he did that early, he may not find himself in these positions.
Exactly. This is hopefully a lesson to learn for him if he can scramble his way back to a win here. But it's certainly not the way he wants to do it, of course. But you know, at this level of the competition, any means necessary to get through will be the way he wants to do things. He won't mind how it's done, just wants to get the job done. And for Dylan Mike, of course, he's been a man who's usually been in the lead in most of his games. So although he has conceded early here, he'll have no trouble with being ahead. He won't lose concentration or focus or panic at any stage, even if he is only 18 years old, a teenager still. He's got that experience at this level already to know that he just needs to keep focused for another 60 minutes in this game, and then he has booked himself a final spot. But can De Gaucho bring another comeback into the grand finals and, well, change history, really, for him?
It would be the crowning glory of all these comebacks, let's be honest. The others against Fenomeno, against Megabit, impressive. But if you come from 4-1 down in the first leg against Dylan Mike, who is now being seen by many as one of the favourites to win at least the Xbox bracket side of things in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, then, I mean, that really would be. It would be the crowning glory for De Gaucho. And ironic as well, perhaps ironic, that it's Florian Neuhaus that's got the goal in this game, a man who De Gaucho lost to earlier this season in a 2-on-2 back in December, playing FIFA against Christoph Kramer and Florian Neuhaus, the 2 midfielders on the Borussia Mönchengladbach books. And he lost 2-1 in that 2-on-2. But it's Florian Neuhaus who has got the goal to give him a lifeline here. And the fact is, he acquitted himself well in the virtual Bundesliga this season, 6th in terms of goals scored, 7th in terms of solo wins, De Gaucho. He's absolutely no mug when it comes to the game of FIFA 20, but he keeps getting himself in these precarious positions where he has to come from behind. Here's Dennis Zakaria. Dulan Mike doing very well to prevent any space really opening up for the shot. Here's Neuhaus on the turn. He's found Raphael. It's a 2-0 lead for Der Gaucho. And I'm starting to believe, Alex.
Start to believe, people, because we are 1 goal away from an almighty comeback for Der Gaucho. Just a moment of lapsing concentration there from Dulan Mike. His defender didn't track the run of Raphael, who sort of snuck in behind the Wolfsburg defence at the back post. Ideal for him, Der Gaucho, to find the pass that he needed to there. Very composed to not just go for goal with Neuhaus, as he had the ball in a promising position himself on the edge of the Wolfsburg box, but he looked up and found that free man. And here we go, James. We are heading into a second half in this second leg with just 1 goal between these two sides. We spoke about the comeback king that is Der Gaucho. He's producing it once again. Is he capable of completing the comeback in the second half? That's the question he's going to be answering.
Well, I have to say, I mean, this is why we were so excited to be able to watch each and every one of these quarterfinals or the semi-finals in both brackets on the Xbox One and PS4 side. And this is why, because Detto and Lucas set the standard with a very entertaining match. Detto coming away with a 5-0 win over 2 legs. Mo Ober and Lefty then raised the bar with their thriller that went to a golden goal result in the end for Mo Ober. And now Dulan Mike then set the stand on the Xbox side with a stunning first leg performance. And he's looking rocky, he's looking shaky, which we didn't expect. But I asked you in that first leg, will 1 goal for Der Gaucho be enough for him to get back into this game? You said yes. You're being proven right now, Alex.
That's it. Well, I'm going to go out and say that if Dulan Mike can get himself a goal in this second half of the second leg, that should be enough to see him through, even if it is just 1 that Der Gaucho needs right now. He was frustrated, as you saw at the end of that first half. He was pushing the ball forward there and didn't quite have enough time on the referee's watch to make the most of it. But yeah, it's true that late goal has proven so crucial, because I just feel like if Der Gaucho had come into this game with a 4-0 deficit rather than 4-1, then he just has no hope, really. You look at that and think, I need 5 goals to win this game. But he comes into this and has the mindset of, I need 3 goals to get level. And that 2-goal difference is so huge for the Gladbach man, to know that 3 goals brings him level, and they'll have seen what is capable of happening in a golden goal game between Mo Ober and Lefty. We saw Mo Ober producing a comeback of his own to then force that overtime game and score the winning goal in the 3rd game. 1 more goal will see Der Gaucho clinch that, but there's plenty of time in this second half for the drama to continue. And there's no reason why we shouldn't expect more drama to follow. 4-0 up. Dulan Mike was at one stage in the first leg. Now Der Gaucho is 1 goal away from levelling it up. The ball goes in to the box, but well defended there by the Wolfsburg defence, just bullying the Frenchman in attack, Alassane player there. Does Dulan Mike have it in him to get what I think will be a crucial goal, which would ultimately probably seal his place in the final? But at the moment, Der Gaucho is absolutely dominating this game and continues to pile the ball forward.
Oh, this is it. I mean, you're right. The wind is fully in Der Gaucho's sails, and a goal for Dulan Mike would certainly take the wind out of those sails significantly. But the longer it stays in these sails, the more you will start to believe. And Der Gaucho is doing a very good job of inspiring the believers out there and saying nay to the haters, you know, as you do. Everyone will have written him off after that first leg. We had started to write him off, I'm not going to lie. We did say that, of course, if he got the opening goal of the second leg, then it would be game on, and that's certainly what has transpired here. But you've got to love a good storyline, and if he genuinely does complete the comeback against Fenomeno, he was on the brink of being knocked out yesterday, Alex, Der Gaucho. 2-0 down after the first leg against Fenomeno, to then win the second leg 3-2 to scrape through in 4th place in his group. A chance here for Brekalo! Oh! And that could be that, though. Just as I was getting ahead of myself with Der Gaucho talking him up. Doolan Mike does what Doolan Mike needed to do, and he responds with a goal of his own in this second leg to restore a 2-goal lead.
What a pass that was in behind the Gladbach defence, finding the run of Brekalo. One shot he has had in this game, as we see there. One shot is all it takes for him to get a goal that should seal his place in the final, unless we see some late drama. And for De Gaucho, that is really frustrating because he had that pause waiting. He signalled for that a good 5-10 minutes ago in this game, but the ball didn't go out. Doolan Mike was able to work it forward and get himself a goal, and I think the changes that De Gaucho was going to make won't have changed too much. He still needed a goal, but now he needs 2 to just send us to that golden goal game. He scored 2 goals in the first half. Is he capable now of scoring another 2 in the second?
Well, this is it. He knew he had nothing to lose coming into this second leg. He'll still feel that way, but what he will take confidence from is the fact that he has managed to dictate proceedings a little bit more in this second leg. Raphael twisting, turning in the boat. Raphael, that was not far away. The white flag has not been raised by Borussia Mönchengladbach's Der Gaucho. But he does need a goal soon to keep those chances alive. And meanwhile, we've got to point out as well, he's got to prevent himself conceding again. That, I think, is one of the most obvious statements we'll make all evening here.
Especially against someone like Doolan Mike, who can end a game in the flash of an eye, as he's looking to do here with Felix Klaus into the box, towards the back post. Camacho was looking to put it in, but Oscar Wendt prevented him from doing so. But mistakes cannot be made like that against Doolan Mike. With time ticking on, you need 2 goals there, Gaucho. You can't be messing around with it in your own penalty area.
Klaus to the byline, 2 to aim for in the middle. Can't pick out either. Bensebaini in between the delivery. And this is it. He's leaving himself exposed at the back and leaving himself in very vulnerable positions with his back line, Der Gaucho. But he's got to do that. He's got to score 2 goals in the final quarter of an hour here, just to send it to golden goal, just to send it to a third game where the first goal wins it. It would be a stunning comeback. It was going to be a stunning comeback if he managed to turn it around after a 4-1 deficit, but after Doolan Mike has scored in this game, showing us as well, it's a very important quality when we're looking for champions in this virtual Bundesliga grand final, that he can score with few chances and he can score with a lot of chances as well. 2 different sides of the game being mastered by Doolan Mike. The young 18-year-old, here's Karamoko. Oh, it was almost silky. That would have been a fine way to cap off a brilliant performance over 2 legs from Doolan Mike.
At this level, James, you're right. You just need to be able to get the result that you need to get through. He's not had the performance he would have wanted in this second leg, Doolan Mike, but he's got his goal, which has made things so difficult now for Der Gaucho. He knew coming into this with a 3-goal lead that he just needed 1 really to set himself up for that final, and now he's pushing it on, and he's taking his time though. He's being composed. He knows he doesn't need to force it forward. He can allow himself to have possession and make Der Gaucho work for the ball, and with time ticking on now, it's becoming ever more unlikely that Der Gaucho can produce and finalise that comeback.
Yeah, that horrible feeling of just chasing shadows the whole time when you desperately need possession of the ball to stand any chance of making something happen. Again, one of those feelings that FIFA players around the world will be all too familiar with. And that is what Der Gaucho will be feeling now. I really think it was a case of if Doolan Mike didn't score and didn't pull one back in this second leg, I reckon Der Gaucho goes on to win it. But the goal from Doolan Mike took the wind well and truly out of his sails. Joao Victor looking to rub further salt in the wound. Ibu Mai, it's off the post! But the rebound is home from Weghorst. Big Wout makes it 2-2. Der Gaucho is crashing out. And 18-year-old Mike Doolan is booking his ticket to the Xbox final.
Absolutely outstanding from the Wolfsburg man. You said it, James. To score that first goal was huge, but he's gone on now, got himself a second goal, and he clinches his place in that final. Superb stuff from such a young guy to have the experience in your mind to think to come into this second leg and still get a result Absolutely superb from him. I'm still thinking about that goal he scored with Rekalo. The through ball was outstanding. The finish to go with it as well. De Gaucho is away from his screen. So disappointing for him, but
2 years in a row. 2 years in a row to fall at the semi-final stage. When you're that close to, at the very least, being able to have a shot at establishing yourself as the best FIFA 20 player on your console.
Yep.
Even if you don't win in the cross console, you could at least take that title home with you. And 2 years in a row, he's fallen at the Final Four stage. And that's got to be tough to take for De Gaucho. And I'm sure he will come back stronger. We saw him do that this year. He exercised his demons, knocking out Megabit. The problem is he then came up against one of the most talented youngsters in esports circles in Germany right now. And Dulan Mike, he made a name for himself with his performances in the virtual Bundesliga. He made a name for himself winning the FUT Champions Cup #3, Phase 3 in Bucharest, becoming the youngest ever winner of a FUT Champions Cup as well in the process. And his stock continues to rise. There is a reason that Kicker called him the German, or claimed that the German FIFA scene has a new wunderkind. And we're seeing exactly why. Because Dulan Mike, he's given us a full range of performances. Let's be honest, he hasn't had it all his own way. He hasn't been dominant like Megabit was, winning 9 games in a row. Megabit, of course, has fallen, so maybe Dulan Mike's doing it the right way around. But he's had to face adversity throughout this whole tournament as well, Alex. And he's coped so well with it. This was the latest example against De Gaucho. He had a nice, comfortable 4-1 lead to work with from the first leg, but the second leg was going against him, and yet he managed to find the mature responses that we wouldn't necessarily expect from an 18-year-old. But this is part of the new generation, right? They're breaking through. They're no holds barred, and they're going to take the game to you, and that's what Dulan Mike did, and in the end, it proved overpowering for De Gaucho.
That's what you need to show as well. If you want to get to the latter stages of this kind of tournament, he obviously came up against Sakul, had the first leg draw that they went through, and then he got the scrape. He scraped the win in the second leg, and now he blew out De Gaucho in the first game and was able to battle through and hold on to his lead. It's the mark of a champion if you're able to win from every possible way, whether he's scraping his way through games or dominating them. In this case against De Gaucho, not quite in the second leg as he would have wanted. He'll be looking to replicate his first leg performance in his final, which will be taking place on Sunday. We still have to wait and see who he'll be facing. That's our next game coming up. But for Dulan Mike, he's done everything to show that he has the capability of winning this grand final. He's proved it all the way through since his first game beating Megabit to now overcoming De Gaucho. Having gone 2-0 down and having a 1-goal lead, you know, he could have faltered under that sort of pressure. He's a young guy. This is the first time he's reached this level of a competition. It would be easy for someone like him to get worried about that situation and to crumble under the pressure. He went on and scored 2 goals from that position and got himself a 2-2 draw in the end in the second leg from 2-0 down. Remarkable performances throughout this competition for him, and he's got to be one of the main guys to look for. I know there's only 3 guys left, 2 of them from Wolfsburg as well, but for me, he's got to be one of the ones to be the favourite, especially considering the fact that he'll be playing against one of Impact or Yannick, neither of whom were the main favourites to really get into the final, both of whom have had good performances to get to this level of the competition. But for me, Dulan Mike stands out now as the favourite to win the Xbox One side of this tournament.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think he could have asked for much more from his participation in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. He made his way through the playoffs to book his ticket here and become one of those 4 Wolfsburg representatives. And you're right, Alex, that all Wolfsburg final. We had an all Bremen final last year with Mo Ober and Megabit. This year it could be all Wolfsburg with Mo Ober once again involved, strangely enough. But that's the way the cookie crumbles in the esports world as well. Contracts move quickly, and so too do players. And that's why Mo Ober is representing Wolfsburg this time around. But Dulan Mike, as I said, I had him as a dark horse at the start of the competition, and he's really underlining that fact. And the fact, I mean, these performances are even more impressive when you consider the fact that he's been dealing with the pressure of his end-of-year exams as well. On top of all of this, that's why his first game against Megabit got moved up. And yes, he really set the standard and sent a message to the rest of the competition with that win over the reigning champion. And it looked like it tailed off a little bit in the group stages, but he has been sharp when he's needed to be at his sharpest. And on top of that, as an 18-year-old who is still relatively experienced in the game at the top level, he's also sharpening his edges against against the toughest rhinestone he could. And I think that speaks volumes for his development with Wolfsburg, who are a very exciting esports team, but also his development alone in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, because as we mentioned earlier, his trajectory is pointing well and truly upwards.
100%, and what a week, as you said, it could turn out to be for him. Hopefully
Watch him fail his exams now.
I was just going to say, after all this, hopefully he's had a good exam, actually, because the pressure that he had on him to then, play that first game, have an exam, and then come back and play more games after that. What a day he had to get through the group stage. That in itself is a huge achievement, and now he's reached the Xbox One final. So for me, it's a Cinderella story for him, such a young guy, to be able to reach this level already. But I have no reason to say that he can't go ahead and reach the cross-console final on Sunday. So hopefully he can do that. But he's going to have a tough competition up against him with Impact and Yannick wanting to show that they are more than capable of matching him and beating him in the upcoming final that we'll see on Sunday. We still have to decide who comes up against Dula and Mike, though.
Well, I mean, you're talking about him establishing himself, this year. I think he's also setting the foundation to be one of the best in the competitive FIFA scene for multiple years to come. He could be a wonderful representative for Wolfsburg and the German esports scene, because he's having all the success at an early age. As I said, he is sharpening his edges against the toughest rhinestone. He's not coming up against easy opponents. He's taking on the best of the best, but he's done that in the FUT Champions circuit already as well. As I mentioned, with that win in Bucharest of the tournament, becoming the youngest ever winner of a FUT Champions Cup. And this is it. He's just building and building and building towards becoming one of the most formidable players in the competitive FIFA scene. And I think when it does really well and truly get back up underway next year, he'll be one of the names that people want to avoid, because they know the potential. And the fact is, he's still 18, so he's still got and he's only just turned 18, Alex. I mean, he's got so much room to grow into. And the fact that he's coming through this generation that have, they've grown up with PlayStation 2s, PlayStation 3s. I mean, they're used to all this. And we're wondering when the new generation would really start cracking through. Now, in the PlayStation bracket, it's still the old hats, and I say that. And Mo Oba, he's still, I want to say he's only 23 years old. So he's only a veteran by esports experience terms. And on those terms, Deto's an old fogey, basically. I mean, I don't mean to be too disrespectful to him, but he is as a 31-year-old. Whereas Dulan Mike, he is this new generation with this new style of play that we saw him execute so well against Der Gaucho there. It does mean that he concedes, but he's out to win. He's going for the jugular, and that will make life difficult for either of the players he comes up against in the final. But let's turn our attention to them, because for me, this is one of the more intriguing ones. X-Impact was not the favourite against Fenomeno, but he managed to knock out the man who finished top of his group in the group stages, courtesy of that 4-3 aggregate win, 2-2 in the first leg, 2-1 in the second. But Yannick, I have to say, was one of the ones I was most intrigued to see today, Alex. And this comes from the fact that we saw him pick up very gritty wins yesterday, lots of low-scoring affairs. And I thought for the knockout stages, that would set him up very well for success. Then the thing is, he broke out of his shell seemingly against Chappie and started scoring goals. So now I don't know what to make of my initial assessment of Yannick. But the fact is, I think he's going to be a hard nut for Impact 10 to crack. And I really think of the semi-finals, this is the most open of all four that we've had.
I agree totally, because, we've seen both of these guys not show exactly what they're capable of in the group stage phases. Neither will have been totally satisfied with what they produced yesterday. Yannick is the kind of FIFA player who, much like Fabio, who is the teammate of Impact at Greuther Fürth, really wants to shut out shop and keep his opposition from scoring goals more than he wants to find the net himself. He knows that he has the capability of getting clean sheets, which sets him up perfectly to then go and score goals and win games later on, whereas Impact himself has had struggles in this tournament so far. He lost the first 4 games of his tournament against Alex Chappie and Megabit in the group stages, and then he was able to get some wins together in his final 6 games, and only lost 1 of his final 6 games yesterday in the group stages, winning 4 of them. What can he produce now as we get our final game of the day underway? It's the final semi-final of the day here on the Xbox One side of things. It's Impact of Greuther Fürth against Yannick of Augsburg. What are we going to see in our final tie of this knockout stage day here in the Bundesliga, virtual Bundesliga Grand Final? who will be the last man to put his name on Sunday's bracket list. The final four are set to be complete. Will it be Yannick or will it be Impact to make their name known?
And Fürth or Augsburg, teams that aren't used to silverware or success, either in the virtual Bundesliga world or the real Bundesliga world, it has to be said. And this would be certainly a lovely moment for either side. Of course, ex-Impact 10 getting through virtue of Greuther Fürth finishing second in the virtual Bundesliga and putting up two players, one from each console. Fabio was the other. They made a dynamic duo, it has to be said, so hard to beat throughout the virtual Bundesliga season. And it's interesting to see that they have done well in the solo portion of this, but it was what we were talking about a bit yesterday, Alex, in terms of saying during that virtual Bundesliga season, they know if they lose their solo match, they can maybe rely on their teammate to pick things up, and then they've got the 2-on-2 as well to rescue themselves. They don't have that here. And ex-Impact and Fabio have performed well, but the lack of that security blanket, I think, has ultimately prevented them from going as far as in this competition as they would want to. And I say that, I mean, ex-Impact 10 could still get to the final here, so I shouldn't count the chickens before they hatch, it's fair to say.
Interesting as well that Impact did face Dulamark in the group stages. He got himself an aggregate win over Dulamark. He won the first game 3-2 and lost the second one. Oh, no, sorry, he lost the second one 3-1. So he did face Dulamark, though, in the group stages and has that experience of facing the Wolfsburg man, who we would come up against in the final. But Yannick is in his way, and we saw in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well that he's someone who performs well under pressure, and he's not someone who concedes many goals. So even if it is Impact who's having the brighter start, working the ball well into the box, he does find the opening goal. Just as I say, it's difficult to break through the Augsburg defence when Yannick is in control. Impact has the formula to open the scoring in this first leg.
Oh, what a turn by Stefaniak there, right at the vital moment.
Superb.
Yannick bit with Reece Oxford on the challenge. Stefaniak sold in the dummy. That opened up the space. That opened up the chance. And I think from there, he was never going to miss. But given the fact that we were talking Yannick up as being this defensive specialist to break the deadlock and score the first goal, so important for ex-Impact 10, who we should point out, he could actually set up an all end-of-year exams final in the Xbox bracket, because like Dulan Mike, he's been completing his final exams of the year. Last Thursday, he had his German one. On Friday, he had English. On Monday this week, it was maths. On Tuesday, it was business sciences. And then, of course, yesterday, it was the start of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. And so the perfect preparation it was not, but it doesn't seem to have made a difference, because when it, you know, the group stages were certainly, the bar was set, but you could scrape through the group stages even without having a perfect, unblemished record. And I think it's fair to say that ex-Impact proved that, given the fact they only picked up 2 wins out of the 5 on aggregate over 2 legs.
Maybe that's the secret to success on the Xbox side of things. Give yourself some more pressure by doing your end-of-year exams and couple that with the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, and you've just got a pressure-filled week, but pressure makes diamonds at the end of the day, James. So it's trying its best to do that on the Xbox side of things with Dula Mike and Impact taking an early lead here.
Yeah, and just strange that it really is the new generation that's thriving on the Xbox, but it's not the case on the PS4. That I find remarkably strange, that we're almost living in 2 different worlds here, Alex, in this virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. The PlayStation 4 world has its own culture, the Xbox One world has another culture, and this is it. We're going to have the clash of cultures in the cross-console final on Sunday, where that, I think, is going to be, I mean, understandably, it's the most intriguing match of the whole tournament. It's the final, for crying out loud. As I say that, there's a great chance here for Yannick, but the cross finds no takers. But it's going to be even more intriguing for me based on the way that this whole tournament has progressed from the group stages through to now.
100% agree. We've seen so much change. We saw at the start of all these games today that these guys were having more low-scoring affairs, and in the semi-finals of each games, we've seen the goals flow. We've seen 5 from Detto in one game. We saw plenty between Moober and Lefty, and again from Dula Mike and De Gaucho. The goals are flying in. We've seen an early one here from Impact, and maybe this is what happens. They settle into the knockout rounds in the first games there to start the day in the quarterfinals, and they don't want to risk too many things and settle in quietly, but now they've reached the next round. Now they want to find more goals, and it's good to see that both Impact and Yannick are going for goal, but at the moment, in this first half, it has been all with the Greuther Fürth man. He's scored the opening goal, and as we approach the half-time whistle, Yannick definitely has some work to do going into the second half if he does want to follow the trend and start opening the scoring here for himself.
The pressure on the Augsburg player now here with Marco Richter. On to Daniel Bayer. Eduard Löwen. He had so little time and space to work with there. Couldn't thread the needle, but he gets it back here with Löwen. A sloppy pass out from the back there by ex-Impact 10. Chance for Niederlechner. Went for the unselfish approach. He's won it back in a dangerous area. 1-2 with Finn Bogerson. Chance to level the scores, but Burkhardt quickly off his line. Niederlechner now, it's in the back of the net. And right on the stroke of our time, Yannick gets the equaliser. He's had so little to work with in front of goal this entire first half, Alex. But Florian Niederlechner, he's been an important man in the real Bundesliga, and he's important here for Yannick.
Superb there from Yannick to recycle that chance. He let the first one slip there, had a shot blocked from Finn Bogerson, well saved by the keeper, but it bounced back out to Löwen, and he did superbly to pass it back in, and you could just see it there on the replay. Niederlechner was the wrong side of his man, and in the end, made the perfect shot, curling towards the near post of the third goal, and a big fist pump from Yannick as well. Perfect for him to get a goal before the break to bring it 1-1 in this first leg. Hugely important, because going into the second half, he may have been forcing his way a bit further forward if he had still been 1-0 down. Takes a sip of his drink there. He looks composed and measured. Maybe got a coach beside him, giving him some words of wisdom, but vitally important for him to bring the game level before the second half gets back underway.
Yeah, that lovely setting at the WWK Arena in Augsburg, where he's basically sat, I believe, in the mix zone, where the post-match and pre-match press conferences would normally take place. We saw Augsburg use this setup very well during the Bundesliga home challenge, where I think it's fair to say they were one of the more enjoyable sides for us to get our teeth stuck into when it came to the action. And Yannick, one of the few people, actually, esports pros or professional footballers, that featured in all 4 weekends of the Bundesliga home challenge as well. One of the few that did that, and he had some very positive results as well. I want to say he won 3 out of his 4 games, actually, Alex, but don't quiz me or test me or quote me on that. I should know, seeing as we covered them all, but in fairness, that was a wild ride of 4 weekends in the Bundesliga home challenge. It was hard to get to grips with everything that went on by the end of it.
And we were in my living room rather than this professional studio that we're now in for the grand final weekend.
Yeah, slightly different setup, a little more professional, but I don't know. There was something very quaint about doing it in your living room and having blankets hung up on your wall to dampen the echo effect of a living room and whatnot. But I think we're quite happy here. Lights, cameras, action, everything in the ESL studios in Köln. Finn Bogerson, he had 2 men in the middle to aim for. The cross blocked well, but the momentum has shifted a little bit since that late goal in the first half for Yannick, and it seems to have shifted in favour of the Augsburg player, as I say that. Ex-Impact combining well, releasing Macklemore round the outside. Switch of player. Cost Yannick a yard there, but he did well to recover in the end with Rhys Oxford.
It's interesting, actually, that Yannick has Finn Bogerson out on the left flank, a striker out on the left flank, and I believe he has another, well, not striker, but Marco Richter is out on the right wing, who's another attack-minded player. He definitely doesn't have that much defensive support that you may expect from a guy like Yannick, who thrives off being a defence-minded player, but obviously doesn't need it. He has his way of playing, he has his team style, and it's working for him. He hasn't got the clean sheet that he's so often had in this tournament so far. It's Andre Hahn out on the right flank instead of Richter, in fact, but he's got 4 attackers, actually, really, on the pitch, and is still able to produce the defensive work that he needs. So he's working well at both ends of the pitch, both keeping pressure on the Fürth defence while doing well to keep them out at his own end.
Yeah, we've talked at length about the challenges that these players face in the competitive FIFA scene, and I mean, Yannick may only be 19 years of age, but to say that this youngster has a cool head on his shoulders, I think, is an understatement, really, when you consider some of the quotes that he comes out with. He talks about the fact that body and mind are both tested in esports and they have to hit elite levels just like the pros, game in, game out. I'll hold the thought here because Stefaniak is trying to create a chance. It's played across goal. X-Impact.
Oh, it's
not going to restore his lead because the offside flag is up.
I got excited there, James.
Bit of an anticlimax there.
An anticlimax indeed. I was ready to celebrate Impact going ahead again, but offside.
There was a hint of it. It was Keita Ruel in the middle that was in the offside position as the build-up was being produced by X-Impact, and I did question it, but I was going to let it go. It's one of those as commentators, you don't want to react one way or the other too much because you end up making a fool of yourself sometimes.
Are you saying I made a fool of myself there, James?
You got a bit ahead of yourself, but I wouldn't say that you made a fool of yourself. It's a bit different. You're the reaction guy. That's what you're meant to do. I'm the play-by-play. I'm meant to know what's going on. It's more in the real world, right? Where, especially with video assist nowadays, right? You will go full on in the goal call.
Yeah.
You'll go absolutely hyper. You'll be pulling out all the storylines, all the facts that you can. 5 seconds later, VAR signal gets made and you go, oh, well, that was all for nothing then. That's where I feel like you do make yourself a bit of a fool. I don't think you did that.
I just need to be a bit more like Impact and Yannick and show a bit of patience and allow the game to show me exactly what's happened. But bright signs at least, even if it isn't a goal that's put him back ahead for Impact. He had a slow start to this second half, but he now knows that you can still cut open the Augsburg defence if you can push forward again. But it is Yannick who's maintaining most of the possession in the second half. Finding spaces in behind with Ruben Vargas off the bench.
Oh, he snuck past his man, but straight out of play. Oh, no, got a corner for his troubles. He'll be happy with that. I have to say, I'm glad that you're a bit of a more smiley character than these two. Alex, it's off the line by Leveling. The looks of concentration have not been broken from the moment the ball got rolling in this one. Malone wins it in an advanced position. Andre Hahn! Oh, what a save from Burkhardt.
Big save, because at this stage of the game, that could have put Yannick ahead and on his way to the second leg with a lead. Almost again there with a header from the corner. We haven't seen many of those in this grand final weekend so far. Goals from corners. 1 or 2 have gone in, but we know it's a rare commodity to get a goal from that set piece in particular. But goal mouth action is coming thick and fast in these final 12 minutes from these two guys, both of them going for that lead to take into the second leg.
Well, slick passing there, but the final pass didn't come off for X-Impact 10. And in a game of few chances, a flurry of them for Yannick. He saw one header cleared off the line. Another effort denied by a strong save from the Fürth keeper, Sascha Burkhardt. But this is it. Initially, when X-Impact broke the deadlock, I thought that was an interesting beginning to the game, because I thought it was actually going to allow X-Impact to be the one that forced Yannick out of his comfort zone. But Yannick has never broken from his game plan, despite the early setback. But he might have to break it here. But Oxford, with a vital clearance at a crucial moment.
That was superb from Impact. The ball roll there to take him past the defender at the byline was outstanding, but just didn't have the man in the right position to finish off that chance. Yannick's defence coming to his aid once again, and you are right. I think it was interesting that Yannick didn't come out of his comfort zone there. He just trusted his way of playing. He knows that it's worked for him up to this point. Doesn't have to change it now. It's not broken, why fix it? Even if it is a deficit that he'd had to overcome in this game. He's kept to his ways. He's not changed the way he usually plays, and it is 1-1. And it looks like it's going to end that way in this first leg. There goes the final whistle. It sets us up perfectly once again for the second leg. We saw on the PlayStation side of things, Detto and Lucas have a 0-0 draw. It then led to a big blowout win for Lucas. We see there Yannick, in fact, was the man who was having more of the chances, more of the possession. Just the one shot on goal at all for Impact. And it worked out to give him the win in the end, the goal that he needed in the end, early on from Stefaniak. But yeah, we've only seen one draw in the first legs of these semi-finals across each console. This is the second of those. Will we see one of those guys get a big blowout win, or will we see more drama and tension actually between? I think it's going to be another close game in this second leg.
Yeah, I can't see a Detto-esque second leg here between these two. I think things are so tight, and I don't believe if one gets the opening goal, they're going to run away with it like we saw. I think that was a case of inexperience from Lucas's side. You know, he is one of the rising stars of the competitive FIFA scene in Germany, but his inexperience really told in that game against Detto, whereas Detto's experience just, you know, saw him home comfortably for the win. And I think if we're being honest as well, 5-0 was not a scoreline that really told the whole story of that game. It actually made Detto look much better than he was. I think it was a lot more hard fought than that scoreline suggests. But in this one, I cannot see anyone running away with it, because I think what we saw there from X-Impact and Yannick in that first leg is that if one scores, the other has the capability to come back and not let themselves suffer the setback and really leave themselves reading from it, keeping their emotions in check. I think that's a good thing. I mean, that's something that Yannick has talked about as well when he was asked in an interview about what his advice would be to aspiring players. He said that they've got to have fun, they've got to train, they've got to believe in a dream, and make sure they don't give up after the setbacks. And if anything, that's been the story of this whole tournament for Yannick. And he can certainly believe in that dream of potentially clinching the solo crown when it comes to FIFA 20, the German esports scene, and virtual Bundesliga champion.
Story of the first leg for sure as well, because as you said, he suffered that setback, but he didn't waver from his game plan. And I think you're right. Neither of these guys will do that, even if they go behind in this second leg. Perhaps maybe in the final 2 minutes, they throw caution to the wind and chuck bodies up the pitch, but there's no reason for them to change what they've done so far in this competition when it's got them this far. And it is really interesting that these two guys play such similar styles and both want to have control of the ball and don't create too many chances. Yannick was the one who had the better of those in that first leg, but what will Impact be able to do? Will he be the one now to come out and get more chances on goal? We will be playing at the WWK arena, as it's known in the English-speaking world, but the VVK arena in the German-speaking world here at Augsburg in Bavaria.
That's it. And we should point out as well, Yannick does have previous as well. When it comes to this stage of the competition, it was in last season that he picked up a 6-4 win in the semi-finals for the Xbox One against Leon Black Arrow 889 Alsika, who represents Hertha Berlin. And of course, it was then Megabit that knocked him out in the final on his way to that cross-console win against Mo Oba. So we talked about the fact that Mo Oba may have been going, oh, excellent, Megabit's out. I've got a really good chance at the title. I'm sure Yannick will be feeling the same thing of thinking, right, Megabit's out. The favourite on my side of the bracket has been and gone now. And if I can establish my dark horse status, which he did have coming into the tournament, by booking a place in the final against Dulan Mike, and a great early chance here. Niederlechner is surely going to be on the rebound. Florian Niederlechner, a man who has scored 2 goals in the opening minutes of games in the real Bundesliga. Early goals. The pattern continues in the virtual world as well.
No better start than that for Yannick. A goal inside the first 5 minutes. We spoke about who can dictate this game, who can get themselves in front, and it's Yannick to do that, working the ball to the byline superbly again. It's so difficult to cut out those cutbacks as a defender once they've breached your defensive line and got to the byline in your penalty area. The cutback didn't work out perfectly for Niederlechner the first time, with his shot being saved by Burkhardt, who has been fantastic in this tie so far, but from close range, the rebound only was going to fall to him, and he made the most of it there. Yannick will be delighted. And now, how will these guys respond? We spoke about how they probably not change their style of play. It looks like Yannick is, once again, trying to be the man in control and trying to dictate how it goes. How long will it be before Impact is forced out of his cautious ways? It could be sooner rather than later, with a stunning finish from Florian Niederlechner, the man of the hour for Augsburg, the man of the hour for Yannick. And as quickly as we were waiting on this second leg to be a tight and tense affair, Yannick has a 2-goal lead.
Top bins from Florian Niederlechner. I mean, that is, you said it correctly, Alex, a stunning goal. It looked like there was nothing on. It looked like there, it was a half chance at best. But Yannick made it work, and what a response from that first leg from the Augsburg man. 2 early goals. I was thinking about it after he took the lead, whether he'd fancy sitting back and defending that lead and really battening down the hatches. Well, he proved my initial thoughts wrong, because he's gone up the other end and grabbed a second. Florian Niederlechner, the hero right now for Augsburg and Yannick, and that is one of the finest finishes that we have seen in one of our featured games, it has to be said, in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Niederlechner took a bow with his celebration, and rightly so. He deserves the plaudits, he deserves the ovation. And Yannick right now is looking on course to book his place in the Xbox One Finals for a second season running. Last year he fell short against Megabit, a 4-2 loss in that Xbox One final. This year looking to go one better, though there's a chance for Hergotta. And you've got to say that X-Impact had to take that.
He has to score this, James. He has to, regardless of what the scoreline is in any game. That's a chance you have to take at this level. He just took that extra touch. I don't think it's what he wanted to do with Hergotta in that situation. The first time finish would have actually been perfect on his right foot, but took the second touch, and in fact it made the angle harder for him, and therefore the shot was tougher for him to beat the goalkeeper with. But he produces an outstanding through ball there. As soon as he'd missed that chance, he comes up again in that Augsburg box and produces an outstanding goal, with Keita Ruel, the man, finishing the job. And this game is back on, James.
And this is exactly what we were talking about in the build-up, right? We couldn't see anyone really striding out ahead and making this look like a convincing win. I think this is still going to be a bit back and forth for the remainder of this one, Alex. And quite frankly, in terms of entertainment value, I couldn't have asked for more in this, the final semi-final of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. Lots of finals in there, but that is the stage we are at in the knockout phase of this competition. And it is all on the line for Yannick and X-Impact here.
That really was just beautiful football from him. Just minutes after you miss what is a huge gilt-edged opportunity, to have the response to bring that back, and his defensive work is good again there. Last-ditch movement from his sweeping defender. To have the confidence to play that sort of through ball after you've just missed the chance, the big chance, the easier chance than that one was, in all honesty. To have the ability to produce another one there, and he's looking for another chance on goal here to perhaps go ahead. It's Hergotta on the edge of the box. This time, Yannick proving why he is such a competent defensive FIFA player.
I feel Yannick is another one of those players that's completely statuesque, actually, on the behind-the-scenes screen that we get with these player cams. The emotion, expression on his face hasn't changed from the first whistle to the last. This is it. At the age of 18, he really is a remarkable character, it has to be said.
No offside there against Niederlechner.
Ah, no, he went for the near post finish. Strong one-handed save there from Burkhardt. Pumps it into the mix. There are only 2 men really to aim for around the penalty spot there for Augsburg, and they've got to be careful not to concede on the counter.
Huge chance that for Yannick. Fantastic work to pass it back to Hahn and find the man in space, but Burkhardt is proving a tough man to beat.
The fact is, X-Impact has not given up on this game, and understandably so. He's thrown caution to the wind at the end of this first half after falling 2 goals behind. By taking a more attacking approach and less risk-averse approach, he has managed to get a goal that has reduced the deficit to just 1. I feel like the longer it goes on, the less of X-Impact 10 we're going to see. I feel eventually, in a second, Alex, he's going to start going off the screen. We'll end up having half a face, maybe just an ear to work with.
Contrasting emotional sides from these 2 guys. Yannick totally composed and staying still, as you said, whereas Impact is Slowly but surely creeping towards his screen further and further. Can he perhaps get a goal to bring himself level again before the end of the first half? A fantastically timed through ball. It's Caterwell! Oh, but he fluffs his lines again.
I don't know. I think that's a save from the keeper. I'm inclined to think this is a save. It is an incredible save from Fabian Giefer. Normally, keepers let you down on FIFA, but Giefer says no.
Unbelievable from the Augsburg man. We can see that Impact cannot believe that he is still behind in this game. What a chance that was, clean through, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He went for the near post finish. He went for the finish that you'd expect him to go for. But Giefer's positioning was fantastic in the end to make that fingertip save. Oh, what drama at the end of that first half. I don't think that's the last drama we're going to see in this game.
Oh, absolutely not. I'll eat my words happily at that. Well, no, unhappily at that stage. But I cannot imagine us not having a few more twists and turns in this second half. And it really comes down to who gets that first goal in the second half, I think. Because I can't see either keeping a clean sheet in the final 45 minutes of this one in the second leg. So it really comes down to who scores that opening goal of the second half. Is it Yannick? Does he then bolster his lead? Does he re-establish a 2-goal cushion? Or do we see things all tied up and then really it could go any which way, right? And the history writers, they'll be ready to write the next chapter, but unsure of exactly what to put down on paper. And that's credit to both of them.
Yeah, we spoke about which one of these guys is going to have to come out of his comfort zone in their style of play. And at the moment, Impact is the one who has work to do in this second half.
I think both have come out of their comfort zone, though, right? Yannick's been a bit more expansive with his attacking play, and because of this 2-goal lead, ex-Impact has had to come out of his shell as well.
This is very true. That's exactly right. And now he's going to have to come even further out of his comfort zone if he wants to bring this game back the way he wants. But you are right. Both of these guys have provided very attack-minded games. Plenty of chances on goal. Just couldn't get the right move to get away from the defender there of Augsburg. He instead went towards the penalty spot, but should try to turn back the other way. Yannick read it well.
Yeah, that's it. If ex-Impact has to come out of his shell more, he may need to take the approach of the hermit crab and swap shells completely and really find a more attacking streak to his game.
If ever I thought we would get a mention of a hermit crab in a FIFA stream, well, I wouldn't have believed you if you had told me that we would do that. But then, this is what we provide at the Virtual Bundesliga. We provide content that goes across all cultures and living creatures as well.
Hey, you said expect the unexpected, Alex, and there I am bringing up hermit crabs.
Even the commentators provide the unexpected as well.
Oh, come on, we're here for the light-hearted fun. And in fairness, these players are taking it very seriously, and we want them to take it seriously. But we're here to provide the light-hearted entertainment on the side. That is our role as the casters.
Indeed, and we hope you are enjoying our coverage of these games as we approach the end of the final game of today's play ahead of Sunday's grand final. Still looking for our final name on the booking sheet. Who will complete the bracket? Impact looking like he could do it, but Caterwell once again denied by Fabian Giefer.
He's made some very important saves in this one, Alex, this second leg.
If he hadn't made those saves, Impact would be ahead in this game. Will he make another one here as Bauer works his way around the box? Just can't get the right move, though, to beat Yannick's defence. And Impact is calling for a change on the hour mark. To be expected, of course, at this stage.
I really think Yannick's got to be careful here as well, because he is inviting a lot of pressure. I understand that he believes in his defensive abilities to keep things tight at the back, but he doesn't seem to have dropped down into ultra-defensive tactics here at all, but he does seem to be allowing ex-Impact to generate the pressure and enjoy these extended periods of possession that are making life difficult for Yannick. But it is funny, it's something I've noticed throughout the whole Virtual Bundesliga season and as well the grand finals, and I think it's fair to say that we saw a bit of it last season as well, but the way some of these players that are representing clubs really embody the same style, like Yannick really is about keeping things so tight at the back and making life miserable for an opponent, and every now and again, yes, he can score goals, but that's not his go-to. His go-to is defensive stability that he then can use as a foundation to build forward and create chances from. And that's very much like Augsburg. We had Detto earlier, where there was some questionable defending, but very much some expansive attacking, very attractive football in the end. And, well, it's fair to say we may expect that here from X-Impact. He's going all out, Alex.
He's going for the reverse Christmas tree formation as he's throwing all bodies forward. Only 3 man left at the back. 3-4-2-1 formation when he gets this game back underway. He is going for this. He has no reason not to, of course. He has nothing to lose here. What is he going to be capable of in the final 25 minutes or so? His Impact, though, who's coming forward now with the extra bodies forward. Still Yannick finding the right defensive movements to cut him out.
And that's it. It's a question of how much does Yannick risk it? Does he risk it to maybe go for a third goal here? I mean, the chance is opening up now for Finn Bogason to deliver the ball. Niederlechner in a 2-on-1 situation loses out, but the Icelandic striker wins it back for Yannick. And these are the types of moments he'll want to capitalize on just to make life a little more comfortable in the closing stages. X-Impact stems the advances well there. A little too early on the pass there from the Greuther Fürth man.
It's running out of time now as well. Into the final 20 minutes, those sorts of passes as well from Yannick will not be what Impact wants to see. Can he make the final pass? He looks for the box, but Burkhardt makes a huge save to deny. I think it was Ruben Vargas who was on the end of that chance. That could be huge now. Can Impact go up the other end and find the goal he needs?
Tarn back to goal, finds Paul Seguin. Clipped through to Hergota, went for the extra pass, but Teigl was marshalling those channels and cut it out well. That was it, the chance there for Yannick at the other end. He had the cutback that was on a tighter angle, and he went for the direct square ball to Vargas. I thought he'd made the wrong choice. The chance was still right there for Ruben Vargas to wrap things up for the Augsburg man. God, I feel like we've been on tenterhooks for at least like the last 90 minutes alone in real life terms here, Alex, because we've had some very tense semi-final situations. We had the golden goal between Mo Ober and Lefty. We had Dulan Mike and Der Gaucho going back and forth, wondering whether Der Gaucho would pull off another incredible comeback that ultimately for him was a step too far. And now this one goal in it. Next goal wins, really, for me. It's a case of X-Impact. I feel if he gets that second goal, he may go on to win this one and the momentum will shift in his favour. But, of course, if Yannick gets the next goal, it really is game over.
The next goal will be huge, obviously. 84 minutes gone now. We're in last chance saloon for Impact. He's struggling now in the last couple of minutes to really get chances on goal. And meanwhile, Yannick is opening up space in the Greuther Fürth back line. Can he make the most of it? It's Andre Hahn on the ball around the Fürth box, looking for support.
Again, he just doesn't have to rush anything here, does he? If the chance isn't there and the pass isn't there, but he's waited. Oh, he almost waited for the perfect moment. The chance is still alive. And there it is. Game over. Yannick wraps up the win. He books a place in the semi-finals against Dulan Mike in the Xbox One bracket. He has had to dig deep. He has had to fight hard. He has had to be clinical in taking his chances. In the end, though, Alex, he's ticked all those boxes and is going to be fully deserving of his place in the Final Four in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final.
He's scored the goals in this game that are going to take him there in this decisive second leg, coming in from that 1-1 scoreline in the first one. Yannick has come out of his comfort zone and stepped on the gas. 2 goals in the opening 11 minutes we had from Florian Niederlechner. And in the end, it was Niederlechner's pass to Alfred Finn Bogason. That was the decisive move. At one end, Fabian Giefer made huge one-handed fingertip saves. Burkhardt got his fingertips to that one, but couldn't keep it out. And poor old Impact, he's only just leant back into his chair. He cannot believe this. So close to achieving what would be a dream for him to reach the final of the Xbox One side of things. And the dejection on his face is so clear to see.
It's all sinking in, isn't it? Again, he's another one. I just want to go give him a hug, Alex, because this is it. I mean, anyone that came into this tournament, or maybe with a lack of knowledge about the virtual Bundesliga or esports in general, that may be tapping into this for the first time, and they'll have been wondering, oh, you know, come on, these guys are playing at home. This is nothing new for them. This is a very familiar situation. I'll hold the thought, because X-Impact could make things very interesting, but he didn't in the end. But that's it. Anyone questioning how motivated they were for this, how focused they were, how much of a toll esports does take mentally and physically when you're going through a tournament like this? I mean, just look at the way X-Impact reacted there when it was sinking in, when the dejection came in. It meant everything to him, and unfortunately he has fallen short at the semi-final stage. Dejection and disappointment for X-Impact. But for a second season running, Yannick of Augsburg is in the Xbox final in the virtual Bundesliga grand final. The question now is, can he go one better than last season? He lost to Megabit in 2018-19. On Sunday, he will face Dulan Mike for a place in the cross-console final. And we wait to see whether Yannick can take that next step, go that one better than last year. And again, the Impact 10 emotions are there to be seen, but you can see them from Yannick as well. How happy and relieved, I think, arguably, he is to have booked his place in that final. And you've got to say, Dulan Mike against Yannick, two youngsters, two under-20s, a clash of styles, though. One going for the jugular, Yannick, more of the old-school variety, more methodical in his approach, but quite comfortable in front of goal, taking his chances as well. And genuinely, Alex, I think for Sunday's action with the finals of each platform, each console, and then the cross-console final, I think we have set ourselves up wonderfully well to a fantastic conclusion to what has been a brilliant tournament that has taken our breath and provided highlights in equal measure. A fantastic way to end the virtual Bundesliga season. But right now we have two very mouth-watering prospects to look forward to on Sunday.
Unbelievable. Just fantastic for Yannick. And I think it's fair to say that all semi-finals across both consoles have produced the deserving finalists that we will get to see on Sunday. All the way, and all the emotions that we've seen, as you mentioned, it's just been fantastic. What a fantastic day of action we've had, from a golden goal from Mooba to Yannick clinching it there, and Dulan Mike almost slipping up after his first leg lead, and Detto destroying the bracket with his 5-0 second leg win. We can take a look at the bracket as well, just to make sure of all the places that we have sewn up. Just give that a refresh to see if we have the fully updated version. We don't yet, but we know that Yannick is there to face Dulan Mike in the Xbox One final. And there on the PlayStation side of things, it is Detto against Mooba. So once again, Yannick has reached the final. Once again, Mooba has reached the final. And for Detto and Dulan Mike, it's a new era for them to have broken ground to this stage. Can they perhaps upset the odds to reach the cross-console final? We will have to wait and see on Sunday, but what an outstanding day of action we have had from start to finish. It has been unmissable from start to finish. We've been able to bring you every single quarterfinal game and happily been able to do it, and we are looking forward so much to bringing Sunday's action to you as well.
100%. It all gets underway at 12 o'clock on Sunday, so an earlier start because we're squeezing our end of tournament in before the Zweite Bundesliga kicks off its final match day. Of course, we've got the real Bundesliga closing out its season on Saturday. A few things left to be decided in there. Leverkusen, Gladbach battling for a top four finish. Meanwhile, there's some heart-in-mouth moments to be had at the foot of the table. Werder Bremen, they may be back-to-back champions in the virtual Bundesliga. Unfortunately for them, that counts for nothing in the real world. And they right now are staring relegation in the face for the first time in 40 years. But in the virtual Bundesliga standings, the storylines are there. You've got Detto returning to his former glories, a 3-time German champion back in the early 2010s. You've got Mooba looking to atone for last year's narrow miss when it came to the title, losing to Megabit in the final after a barnstorming 8-4 loss in that final cross-console matchup. Can he go one better? Can Yannick go one better than last season and get to that cross-console final? He was knocked out by Megabit. That was the big name that we lost today. We thought we were going to lose Mo Ober at one point as well, it has to be said, but he scraped through. And with Doolan Mike, you've got one of the new kids on the block, one of the new generation, bringing a different brand of FIFA to the elite stage in German esports when it comes to competitive FIFA. Could he maybe be the dark horse that takes it all the way through to that cross-console final and maybe even an all-Wolfsburg final up against his teammate Mo Ober? I mean, brilliant stuff. Detto, interestingly, we talked about this at the end of play yesterday, Alex. Detto, the only player surviving that qualified courtesy of the virtual Bundesliga rankings.
Unbelievable. Yep, these playoff guys have come in and shown what they're capable of, and it's looking likely that one of them may go on and win it, or will Detto represent the virtual Bundesliga all the way through until the end? I can't wait to find out what we have on Sunday. 4 games to be played from those 2 semi-finals, and then the big final to come up after that.
And I've got to keep my promise as well. Detto is in Sunday's action, so I'll be turning up on Sunday wearing a flamingo shirt. My name's James Surroggood. I've been joined on the mic by my good friend Alex Chaffer. It's been our absolute pleasure to bring you coverage of the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. Wherever you are in the world, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, whichever it is. But thank you very much for joining us, and join us again on Sunday.